He existed purely as the Emperor's personal attack dog. Zero free will. Zero memories. Just a lethal weapon on a tight leash, totally used, manipulated, and tossed in the trash the second he snapped back at his owner. But instead of fading to black, his eyes snap wide open right back at square one. He's trapped inside the nightmare academy that breeds kids into ruthless monsters. Only this time, he remembers every single detail, holding on to the one thing he always craved. A solid clue about his real family. So while the rest of these recruits are getting brainwashed into mindless puppets, he's already operating on a completely different level. Moving like a vicious hound that finally locked onto its own prey. Bow before the Emperor? Praise the heavens for the so-called divine grace crashing down to earth? Yeah, right. Kneel down, beg, and spill your endless words of gratitude. The brainwashed knight just kept chanting that exact creepy mantra, swinging until his blade shattered and he dropped dead, slaughtered by a rogue comrade. His former brothers-in-arms charged blindly with their spears thrust forward, only to get instantly shredded by his merciless blade. These guys belong to the ultimate lapdog squad, completely enslaved by the Emperor. The covert military regiment, universally feared as the Special Squad. Their entire messed-up existence boils down to a single goal: shielding Emperor Leon Cavalin at all costs. But honestly, that whole narrative is total garbage. Jan, the literal captain of this elite squad, just butchered his own men. Staring dead at the royal palace getting swallowed by raging flames, he swore he'd rip the Emperor apart with his bare hands. Suddenly, the dead knights he just sliced up started twitching, echoing that same haunting chant. Their broken bodies dragged themselves toward Jan, twisting and fusing together. Morphing into a colossal, undead monstrosity, the creature hissed that even from beyond the grave, they were still the Emperor's loyal little puppets. The giant freak roared at Jan to bow down and lunged, but Jan didn't even flinch, immediately parrying with a brutal counterslash. Cut to the royal throne room, totally deserted. The Emperor just lounged on his throne, casually playing with a captured fairy. He smirked, asking the tiny creature if the chaos outside was scaring her. "Don't sweat it," he whispered. "It's nothing serious." Catching the sound of heavy footsteps, the tyrant lazily shifted his gaze, let out a massive yawn, and sighed, claiming he was out of everyone. Jan was supposed to be his most fiercely loyal hound. Yet here he was, pulling off the ultimate betrayal. Jan, practically bleeding out from the insane massacre, dragged himself forward, glaring daggers at his former master. Leon tilted his head, casually asking how many years he had actually served as captain, reminiscing about the days when Jan was just the abyss of loneliness, that hellhole of a training camp for Black Ops killers. That is where Jan clawed his way up, from a disposable slave to the top commander, seizing his destiny with his own bloodied hands. But now, he was stabbing him in the back. What more could he possibly want? Without warning, Jan snapped off a broken sword blade shoved deep inside his own and violently jammed it straight into his own ear. Panting, he growled that he was absolutely sick of the disgusting little parasites Leon kept planting inside people's ripping a squirming, blood-soaked bug right out of his ear canal. Jan screamed, "You gave me everything? That is a complete, unadulterated—" "I lost literally everything, even my own memories." Meanwhile, the Emperor coldly crushed the tiny fairy in his grip as Jan roared, demanding to know the truth. Who was his real family? His entire life was a stolen illusion. Out of nowhere, the psycho Emperor swallowed the fairy whole, muttering some twisted, demonic chant. In a flash, a massive blade erupted straight through Jan's chest. Jan didn't even have a split second to process the strike, coughing up blood in pure shock. Standing up from his throne, the Emperor casually admitted he had no clue how Jan found the parasite, mocking him by saying it was a massive shame to lose his absolute favorite toy. Staring into the tyrant's dead eyes for the final time, Jan felt his spark fading out. He squeezed his eyes shut, crushed that this brutal revenge was all for nothing. But suddenly, a mysterious woman's voice whispered, "Wake up." His eyes blasted open. He was somewhere else entirely. Panicking, he clutched his chest, which had just been completely shredded, yet his heart was pumping perfectly fine. He desperately forced himself to snap out of it. This environment, it felt way too familiar. Turning his head, he spotted a colossal pillar. Craning his neck upward, it hit him, the great stone sword. That iconic, legendary monument. The ultimate symbol of the Black Ops death camp. Thousands of recruits had bled out right in front of this statue. Then, the crazy realization dropped. He stared at his own hands. Wait, did my body just reverse in age? He was rocking a basic rookie uniform. Did he actually just time travel? Before he could even process it, a massive dude sneaked up from behind, complaining about the noise, and threw a sucker punch. Jan's instincts kicked in, barely blocking the massive fist. The bully instantly swung again, barking at him to keep his eyes forward. Jan slammed hard against the brick wall, grinding his teeth through the stinging pain. The huge guy sneered, spitting that acting tough wouldn't make him special, mocking Jan for thinking he could win so easily. It was Roman, the 12th cadet. Jan's memory clicked instantly. As he slowly pushed himself off the ground, Roman bragged that he knew. Jan was just a pathetic nobody. Stepping dangerously close, Jan coolly asked if that weak punch was just a basic warm-up. The giant recruit scoffed, admitting he just wanted an excuse to beat the absolute pulp out of a total loser, using the disguise of a training spar. Because honestly, nobody blinks an eye when a bottom-tier recruit drops dead. Jan just stayed dead silent, his mind racing. This couldn't be reality. But gazing up, the great stone sword towered right there. His physical body had actually rewinded in age. Factoring in the brutal environment and this meathead's trash talk, there was no denying it. He was thrown back into the past. And honestly, he didn't care about the how or why. The only thing that mattered was hitting the ultimate reset button. This round, he's dodging every fatal trap and personally guaranteeing the Emperor's gruesome downfall. Smirking, Jan told the giant cadet he had a major reality check for him. Spoiler alert, you're still going to be aggressively single at 40. He savagely advised him to quit dreaming about romance and just lock in completely on his miserable military career. Hearing that massive roast, Roman lost his absolute mind. Boiling with sheer rage, he launched a barrage of heavy fists, screaming at the top of his lungs. "What did you—" Jan effortlessly slipped past the strike, mocking how embarrassing it was that he actually got knocked down by such a sluggish, slow-motion hook earlier. That just proved he used to be pathetic. Roman, completely triggered, he then unleashed a relentless, rapid-fire combo of lethal martial arts. But Jan easily weaved through every single blow, casually rating the form as not terrible. Pausing, he offered the raging bully, "Only commit to the strike when you've fully invaded your target's personal space." And to demonstrate, Jan instantly materialized right up close, burying his fist deep into Roman's gut. It was an elite technique. The Dark Spirit's 7th form, a devastating impact delivered from just 3 centimeters away. Roman's eyes practically rolled back in pure shock. How was a trash-tier rookie pulling off advanced-level combat arts? Jan immediately dashed forward, coldly whispering that right after the impact, you have got to follow through and crush your instantly. But right before the kill shot, Jan froze. A tiny silver pendant slipped out of his pocket, immediately snatching his total focus. Had he really been carrying this all along? Scooping the necklace up, he casually told a gasping Roman that they were clocking out for the day. "You got lucky," he suddenly realized. There was a hidden clasp. Flicking it open, his breath caught in his throat. Tucked inside was a faded vintage photograph showing a young man, a woman, and a tiny baby. In a heartbeat, he recognized their faces, even though technically, his own eyes had never actually seen them before. The hardcore assassin completely broke down, tears streaming down his face. Because this right here, this was his real bloodline. The warm, loving words he was forced to forget 30 years ago finally flooded back. He couldn't reclaim this feeling, not even when he reduced the entire imperial capital to a blazing pile of ash. He never found this peace, even after— And now, he was literally holding his entire reason to live right in the palm of his hand. Taking a deep, shaking breath, he squeezed his eyes shut, forcing his racing heartbeat to— It was time to stop throwing his life away on some hollow, edgy revenge mission. He had to escape this twisted slaughterhouse. No matter the he swore on his life that he would track down his blood relatives and snatch back the peaceful existence they stole from him. Flash forward. The Emperor's ruthless Special Forces Regiment brutally besieged the Verna fortress, executing the legendary Archduke of the North. That elite death squad executed countless shadow operations that single-handedly warped the Empire's bloody history, with Jan spearheading the absolute carnage. Back then, he operated as the Emperor's ultimate— Once the absolute strongest knight in the entire Empire, this absolute beast of a warrior is now literally hauling actual biohazardous trash. Yep, he's stuck scrubbing the toilets and cleaning out the cesspools for the Cadet Corps. The Warrior Training Center holds exactly 1,000 recruits. If you want to make it out breathing and level up your skills, you gotta take out the competition. Literally. On average, 3 to 4 rookies kick the bucket daily. Those empty spots, instantly filled by fresh volunteers, or, totally abducted victims. This hardcore boot camp is actually built inside a massive dragon's nest, tucked away in the northwestern mountain range. Inside, it's a straight-up dungeon labyrinth. Every single cadet gets slapped with a rank number, based entirely on their combat stats. You want a better number? You gotta flex your power in brutal exams and savage tournaments. It's a toxic pyramid scheme where your rank dictates your entire existence. Recruits constantly step on each other's throats to climb higher, all while being monitored under crazy strict surveillance. In this ruthless setup, anyone rocking a number from 900 and up has practically zero chance of surviving. And if a bottom-tier rookie gets wiped out, nobody cares. They're replaced in a heartbeat. Usually, these bottom feeders are forced to handle the absolute grossest chores, or act as literal human punching bags for the elite fighters. And surprise, surprise, our main guy got sitting at a pathetic rank of 974. He's honestly lucky he's only hauling garbage, because sitting right at the peak of this food chain are the absolute elite tier of cadets. the obscenely rich heirs of noble bloodlines. Suddenly, some passing rookie aggressively shoulder checks him, sending his heavy boxes crashing to the floor. Annoyed, our guy snaps at the cadet to watch where they're walking. But wait, these aren't just randoms. These are those ultra-privileged, noble heirs. The girl who slammed into him casually drops a quick, "my bad," for her clumsiness, and just keeps walking. You see, brainwashing them with blind loyalty to the empire, pumping out strong heirs, and keeping an iron grip on high society are the real reasons these posh rich kids get dumped into the Special Forces Training Center. This facility spoon-feeds them the most lavish, VIP lifestyle imaginable. Rebellious thoughts never even cross their minds, totally trapped by the golden handcuffs of their insane aristocratic privileges. Recruits from this upper crust absolutely dominate the top ranks and soak up every single perk that comes with it. The absolute heavyweights of this group? Lorena Beowulf, Cruel Dwight, and Cassia Everain. These three titans have basically locked down the top 3 spots since day one. Cruel suddenly halts in his tracks, scoffing at Lorena. "Why are you saying sorry to this absolute trash?" Our hero immediately dubs the guy a massive clown in his head. Cruel keeps yapping, asking her if she seriously thinks just wearing the same cadet uniform makes them equals. "How dare a filthy peasant even breathe in your direction?" Cruel barks. He glances down at our boy's badge, instantly realizing he's literally scraping the bottom of the barrel, as if the main guy didn't already. "Did nobody teach you how things work around here?" the noble mocks. Our guy's fingers are itching to literally shatter the dude's skull right then and there. But playing it smart, he forces out a fake apology to dodge any major heat. Then, this arrogant jerk literally spits his chewed-up stick right at our hero. The sheer disrespect makes his blood boil, but he keeps a stone-cold poker face. Cruel. He arrogantly claims that only VIPs get to talk to him that casually. Garbage-tier losers like him, they need to be begging, dropping to their knees, and smashing their foreheads into the dirt for forgiveness. In a flash, the noble's body is brutally sliced straight in half. Too bad that epic execution only happened in our guy's imagination. He just squeezes his eyes shut, forcing his racing pulse to chill out. Meanwhile, Kasha swiftly stacks the scattered boxes back together, and the trio starts walking away. Cruel throws a condescending, "Watch your back, loser," over his shoulder, while the girl gives a soft wave and mutters another quick, mentioning that she piled up all his stuff. Our guy just wipes the spit off his cheek, mentally scoffing. Let them flex their shiny ranks. The worse they treat him, the better it works for his low-key disguise. Going back to his grind, he stalks along the corridor wall when a massive wave of intense killing intent hits him from around the bend. Someone is 100% lurking in the shadows. His first guess is Roman, but the vibe feels completely off. Rather than standing around playing guessing games, he decides to face the threat head-on. He casually strolls forward, acting completely clueless. Suddenly, a slick female voice calls out from the dark. It's Lorena. She smirks, claiming she's been waiting for him. Seeing her totally catches him off guard. She's legendary, basically the state's most lethal menace that even the elite Imperial Knights could never pin down. Let's rewind to the infamous Blue Iron Guard. That monster claimed his first victim at just 11 years old. By 20, he was bossing around his own savage syndicate, wiping 23 villages and 17 guilds off the map. His bare hands could literally block orichalcum blades, turning him into an absolute icon of pure terror. But that reign ended fast. Lorena Beowulf brutally ended his streak, casually holding the psycho's severed arm as proof. Ever since that insane flex, Lorena stepped up as commander of the Imperial Palace Knights, the Beowulf Duchy, one of the 4 massive elite families. Ruling over the freezing northern peaks, hyped her up endlessly. Her knights swore she had the raw talent to become the absolute greatest and youngest swordmaster on the entire continent. Basically, she's the most overpowered prodigy ever spawned by the Beowulf bloodline. And honestly, our guy completely agrees with the hype. She is walking trouble, the exact type of psycho you want to ghost. Beefing with her would be a monument. He has to defuse this crazy situation right now. Playing dumb, he tells her she must have the wrong guy. She just tilts her head, smirking. Fine, let me rephrase that then. What's your endgame here? Why are you nerfing your own power? She demands. He keeps up the clueless act, swearing he has literally zero idea what she's yapping about. But she drops the bomb. She actually watched him throwing hands near the great stone sword. At first, she assumed he was just getting utterly wrecked, like every other bottom-tier nobody. But then, she saw the impossible. She witnessed him casually land a devastating blow from basically 3 centimeters away. A god-tier move that literally nobody in this entire camp could pull off. So, she corners him. Why is a supposed trash-tier rookie hiding such insane combat stats? Sticking to the script, he decides to gaslight her to the bitter end, desperately asking what kind of crazy talk she's spouting. Surprisingly, she backs off, dropping the intense interrogation and sighing that her eyes must have just been playing tricks on her. My mistake, she mutters. She reaches out for a chill, apologetic handshake, but the literal second he offers his hand back, she aggressively snaps her palm straight toward his face. For an apex predator like him, her lightning-fast strike feels like it's moving in slow motion. His mind races. Why the sudden ambush? Is she trying to bait? The attack is packed with too much raw impulse. He has exactly one choice. He tanks the brutal smack straight to the face, instantly clutching his stinging cheek. Are you trying to eliminate me? He shrieks, playing the ultimate victim. What the heck did I even do? The dramatic reaction genuinely startles her. Glancing away guiltily, she mutters that a real fighter would have easily blocked that. He fires back, yelling that he literally just told her he doesn't know any secret martial arts moves. Super flustered, she mumbles a highly awkward apology. She stammers that she totally didn't mean to actually clock him. And boom, Master Manipulator over here successfully guilts Lorena into believing she just bullied a completely defenseless clue. Knowing her weirdly honorable personality, he knew she'd swallow the bait, hook, line, and sinker. Trying to make amends, she points at his cargo. Weren't you hauling something? He politely tries to brush her off, but she is aggressively stubborn and casually swipes one of his heavy crates. As they start walking down the hall, she casually tells him to drop the stiff, overly formal tone. We're both cadets here, just be cool, she insists. But he plays the dutiful peasant, reminding her she's literal royalty. She scoffs, venting about how messed up it is that top-ranking elites treat the lower-tier rookies like absolute garbage. She swears that the second she takes over as the head of her duchy, she's going to totally rewrite the system and protect the underdogs. He takes a mental note. This terrifying warlord is way more chatty than rumors claimed. Before long, they finally pull up to the storage room. He dumps the remaining boxes and hits her with a polite, thanks to you. He somehow managed to haul that massive payload all by himself. Lorena threw him a parting glance, but right before dipping out, she dropped a sudden question, just to test the waters. She flat out asked if he caught a glimpse of her strike. His eyes had locked dead onto her hand during the fight, and honestly, she was praying her own eyes were just playing tricks on her. Once she finally walked away, he couldn't help but acknowledge her sharp instincts. Shaking her off wasn't going to be a walk in the park. For a split second, a dark thought crossed his mind. Should he just silence her right here and now? Wiping out the current Lorena would be child's play. But taking her out meant painting a giant target on his back for the entire Beowulf bloodline. He wasn't stupid enough to trigger an all-out war with a powerhouse family just because she was. Getting on his nerves. Right now, his absolute top priority was breaking out of this hellhole. He slipped into the bathroom, scanning the grime-covered tiles, confident his ticket out was hidden somewhere close. Back in his past life as the elite special unit captain, he dealt with runners all the time. Absolutely zero of them ever made it past the training center's brutal wall, well, except for one crazy kid who actually made it to the outer forest before getting dragged back. He remembered politely asking that battered cadet how he pulled off the impossible, and the kid gave him a surprisingly straightforward answer. Zone 3, stall number 5. There is a hidden crawl space behind the masonry. Following that exact memory, our boys smashed right through the decaying brickwork, a wicked smirk creeping across. That kid wasn't capping. A pitch-black tunnel stretched out through the busted gap. It was a seriously tight squeeze, but if he just shoved a few more rocks out of the way, he could ghost this miserable squad for good. Fast forward to nightfall. The grunts were locked in their cages, and the evening head count kicked off. They called out room 974, but absolute silence echoed back. The guards stormed over to the bars, totally convinced another rat had fled the maze. But at the very last second, Jan's voice mumbled out from the shadows, confirming, sitting absolutely paralyzed in the dark. He listened as the guard aggressively barked at him to speak up faster next time. The lockdown alarm blared, lights snapped off, and our main character started plotting. The golden rule of this prison? The quieter your footsteps, the better your odds of staying breathing. He only had one single shot at this jailbreak. Even if he wedged himself through that narrow gap, an entire death squad would be breathing down his neck, turning the forest into an absolute nightmare. One tiny slip-up, and he would end up as a bloody warning sign for the rest of the meat shield. He desperately needed a layout to map out a bulletproof strategy. Honestly, with his current frail stats, he might just drop dead trying, but backing out wasn't an option. He dropped into a deep meditative stance and locked in. He was about to trigger the Dark Dragon's Breath, an elite mana manipulation hack. That was strictly reserved for top-tier squad commanders. Sure, his brain had completely mastered the technique, but this current, pathetic vessel of a body? He desperately needed to jumpstart an internal mana engine, a core to handle the crushing pressure. But the clock was ticking, and grinding out a core takes time he simply didn't have. Knowing it might tear him apart, he braced himself, sucked in a massive breath, and forcefully ignited the forbidden art. Instantly, an insane current of raw mana violently surged through his veins. Every single pore on his skin screamed with raw power, like an actual dragon was tearing its way out of his soul. This wasn't just some basic skill. It was the legendary lost art of the first emperor, the terrifying tyrant who literally carved up continents with a single blade. The crazy part? The monarch casually invented this godly move just to cure his own boredom, and the sheer destruction it caused lived up to its mythical name. But suddenly, Jan's eyes snapped wide open in pure. The gathered energy started violently leaking from his unstable core. Sweat dripped down his face. If that mana escaped, he was totally screwed. Thick veins popped aggressively across. He bit down hard enough to crack a tooth, swallowing a massive scream of agony. The glowing aura violently sputtered out, leaving him gasping for air in the dark. He muttered a furious curse. Total failure. Turns out, brute forcing a mana core using an overpowered secret art inside a trash-tier body was basically suicide. He flashed back to the day the Emperor randomly tossed him a sacred training scroll. Was the boss testing his loyalty, or was he just feeling in a weirdly giving mood? He would never know. The worst part was, the text only taught you how to violently suck energy in, but completely left out the part about keeping it inside your body without exploding. He knew exactly where the missing chapters were hidden, but for now, dodging the upcoming slaughter event took top priority. When the sun came up, the entire meat grinder of cadets was huddled around a massive sword monument, buzzing with paranoid chatter. If you tuned into their frantic, the rumor was they were only rounding up the lucky few getting deployed to the outside world. But Jan knew the brutal reality. Nobody was going anywhere. If his past life memory was accurate, that psycho was touching down today. He immediately tried to shrink into the background to stay off the radar. But of course, Roman's obnoxious voice echoed right, scanning the dense crowd and screaming Jan's name at the top of his lungs. Jan instantly yanked his hood down, cursing under his breath. Right on cue, the terrifying shadow of the head instructor loomed over them. And the clueless recruits immediately started bombing him with eager questions. The dude just roared at them, calling them absolute trash and commanding them to shut their mouths, making the entire front line violently flinch. Our guy instantly clamped his hands over his ears, his brain racing. Was that an actual mana-infused voice command? Why the hell was this psycho casually testing forbidden sound magic on unawakened kids? That specific art works by overloading the vocal cords with dense mana. If a squishy, untrained human takes a direct hit from that frequency, their brain basically scrambles. Right on cue, several cadets started leaking blood from their eyes, mouths, and noses. Their fragile hearts were literally seconds away from popping. The unhinged instructor glared down at them, coldly stating that their miserable power levels and did these worms even deserve to breathe? A drop of cold sweat slid down Jan's neck. He honestly thought he would never cross paths with this Meet Damien, the completely unhinged chief warden of the elite force's black site. Several of the weaker kids completely passed out from the intense pressure and were instantly dragged off like literal garbage. The terrified survivors blindly huddled closer together, but Damien barked at them to instantly snap back into their rigid lines. And behind those insane eyes, the dude was analyzing their every mic. Jan shot Damien a highly cautious look, realizing he had to play this incredibly smart. To this psychopath, bottom-tier recruits were literally just squishy stress balls to pop. If the commander even caught a whiff of Jan's real, he could kiss his grand escape plan completely goodbye. Hell, he would probably lose his head on the spot. Damien flashed a twisted smile at the trembling crowd, announcing that every single soul was nothing but pathetic, bottom-feeding street trash. He casually admitted he would love to just slaughter them all for fun right now. But he told them to wipe because their glorious emperor had a huge heart, granting these losers one final shot to be drafted into the elite Dragon Warrior Initiative. Most would assume this meant some hardcore tournament arc to find the strongest, where the ultimate winner gets the majestic honor of guarding the royal throne. But Jan knew the dark, twisted reality. The upgrade was actually a parasitic bug surgically drilled into their brains, completely erasing their free will. The entire secret program was just a factory designed to pump out mindless, suicidal meat puppets, who literally couldn't even off themselves without the Emperor's permission. Damien threw his arms wide open like a maniac, praising their benevolent and merciful ruler. He demanded they thank the boss for his endless generosity. The terrified kids clapped like their lives depended on it. Damien smirked, mocking how they cheered way better than the actual elite squads. Our MC gritted his teeth, blend completely into the shadows. But then, some absolute idiot raised his hand and yelled out a question. Jan whipped his head around. It was freaking Roman. The kid cockily asked if this Dragon Warrior gig was so damn legendary, and if he actually got chosen for it, would he finally get the green light to punch the instructors right in the face? Out of nowhere, a deafening shot rang out, and a bullet ripped straight through Roman's chest. Jan's blood ran cold as the arrogant kid collapsed into a heap, while Damien casually tilted his head and asked, "Are you okay?" His mind was swarming with intrusive thoughts, buzzing around like annoying pests. Meanwhile, the terrified cadets huddled tightly around Roman. Pity washed over their faces. Jan knew deep down that stanching the bleeding could totally save the guy's life, but stepping out of the pack right now, that was straight up suicide. Blood pouring from his gut, Roman still managed to stagger to his feet. "What the hell did you just call us?" he spat, Bugs? Then why even bother recruiting useless? Growing up on the grimy streets, he had done the absolute worst kind of dirty work and swallowed endless disrespect. But he fought tooth and nail to keep breathing for one specific. The Emperor? The Dragon Warriors? Is any of that actually a big deal? Yan's jaw clenched hard. He honestly couldn't agree more. Roman glared, scoffing at the idea of dying just to protect some snobby lord. The instructor just smirked, mocking his insane willpower. You really are a stubborn little pest, just like a cockroach. They say you freaks can keep twitching, even with your heads ripped clean off. Maybe I should test that theory out right now. As the instructor raised his hand to charge up a deadly spell, Roman's heart pounded, but he completely refused to back down. Out of nowhere, a wild crystal mole leaped right into the line of fire. Just as the lethal blast shot forward, the tiny creature hurled itself straight at the— Now, this mountain-dwelling rodent isn't just famous for looking incredibly cute. It actually earned its badass name because the second you crack its shiny crystalline shell, boom, it totally explodes. The exact millisecond the strike pierced the mole's body, a massive blast rocked the room. The instructor blinked in shock, and while the entire squad was trying to process what the heck just happened, the blinding flash knocked Roman right off his feet, sending him crashing down, completely out cold. Panic erupted as the cadet scrambled to his side. Yan actually felt pretty awful about turning the poor little guy into a living bomb. He had snatched it from the bathroom earlier as a desperate backup plan, never imagining he would actually have to trigger it. But there was a massive problem: the head instructor. That psycho definitely had his eyes peeled. If he caught Yan pulling the strings, it was totally game over. Miraculously, the instructor didn't even care. He just laughed it off, praising Roman for being as insanely tough as a roach. Actually vibing with the grid, he waved off the trainees and strutted away. Yan exhaled a massive sigh of relief as they dragged Roman to safety, mentally roasting the guy as an arrogant idiot. Meanwhile, back in his office, Damien flashed a wicked smirk. He had totally seen everything and just scored himself a brand new plaything. Later on, Yan sneaked off to an abandoned bathroom way out in Zone 3 to keep digging his secret escape tunnel. Squeezing through the suffocatingly tight dirt shaft, it hit him how reckless he was being. 3 whole days had already vanished. He mentally kicked himself for leaving his dust mask behind. Dig deeper, brace the dirt walls with wooden planks, repeat the grind. Honestly, day 3 was flowing super smoothly. By channeling pure mana straight into his eyes, he totally shattered the pitch-black darkness around him. Plus, not a single soul had wandered near his hideout all week. This busted old room was literally wiped off the facility's blueprints. At this crazy pace, he would be breaking out way ahead of schedule, but then his shovel violently hit a snag. The steel edge scraped against something solid. He shoved it again, putting his entire back into it, and suddenly, a foul liquid completely— Not long after that gross disaster, it was time for their daily grind. The guard barked out roll call as the exhausted cadets stacked heavy barrels into neat piles. But when the instructor zeroed in on Yan, he aggressively ordered him to freeze, gagging at the absolute stench radiating off him. He snapped at Yan to rip off his hood right that second. Flinging back the fabric, Yan played it cool, totally lying that a garbage container had busted open on him while he was doing the heavy lifting. Disgusted, the guard shrieked at him to back the hell up before the toxic smell literally melted his nose off. Getting out of there fast, Yan scrubbed his skin raw in the showers and desperately washed his clothes. Praying that would kill the rank odor, he was just hyped that his cover wasn't blown. He definitely hadn't planned on smashing straight into a main sewer line. And whatever demonic sewage burst out of that pipe looked gnarly enough to be a literal dragon. Seriously, what the hell was everyone eating for him to deal with that kind of bio? Still, he wasn't about to stress over it. Absolutely nothing was going to derail this master plan. He had successfully smuggled in razor-sharp daggers, sturdy ropes, and every single tool he would need for the grand breakout. Plus, his intense physical conditioning was practically maxed out. Even though pushing his muscles this hard felt like it might literally kill him, the insane gains were undeniably worth it. Suddenly, the low voices of guards echoed from around the corner. Yan quickly threw his clothes on and hugged the wall to secretly spy on them. "Yo, did you catch the latest gossip?" one whispered. "They say Gale got his tongue sliced clean off just for giggling at the boss." The other guy shivered, admitting the rumor had him too terrified to even breathe loud. The first guard brushed it off, saying they just needed to survive this rotation, assuming it was all fake news anyway. Besides, the psychotic head honcho was scheduled to leave the base extremely soon. Hearing that juicy intel, Yan flashed a wicked grin. This was his golden ticket out of here. The big bad eavesdropping on that secret detail was an absolute game changer, and there was zero chance he would waste the opening. He slipped away into the shadows, completely unaware that someone was creeping right behind him. Fast forward to later, he was wrapping up his secret digging in the ruined bathroom and getting ready to dip. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed. He instantly froze, his mind racing. Who the hell would be wandering around this dump? Was it Lorena? Or the psycho instructor himself, Did they actually bust his escape op? Catching a dark silhouette moving down the hallway, Yan tightened his grip, fully ready to fight for his life. But from the darkness, Roman stepped into the light. "So, it was you all along, huh?" Annoyed at the intrusion, Yan snapped back. "Yeah, what is your problem?" He bluntly warned Roman that if he had been stalking him this whole time, they seriously didn't have time to throw down right now. Playing dumb, Yan claimed he was just there on cleaning duty, and sarcastically asked how the guy was even walking after taking a blast like. Roman scoffed, incredibly offended by the question. "Who exactly do you think I am? Puny scratches like that are literally nothing to me." Yan raised an eyebrow and stared straight. "Dude, you are bleeding out like a broken fire hydrant," Yan pointed out flatly. Roman didn't miss a beat, completely deadpan. "It's just a popped pimple, mind your own business." Obviously not buying that absolute garbage, Yan tried to brush him off and quickly bounced back to work. But as he stepped toward the exit, Roman flashed a knowing smirk. Since when is digging a secret escape tunnel part of the daily chores? Pure terror iced through Yan's veins. Roman leaned in, taunting. "Do you honestly think the boss is going to be super hyped when he discovers your little dirt hole?" Seeing the instant panic in Yan's eyes, he knew. In a split second, Yan lunged forward and slashed his hidden blade, drawing a sharp spray of crimson right across the guy's throat. Roman staggered back, gritting his teeth in pure agony, and choked out, "What the hell are you doing?" But Yan stopped himself from striking a fatal blow. Dropping a dead body here would trigger a massive lockdown. Catching his breath, Roman quickly "Why the sudden silence?" Roman wheezed, smirking through the pain. "Cat got your tongue? Or are you just paralyzed by fear? You already know they will execute you on the spot if they catch you running." He totally didn't see this coming. Getting busted was not on his bingo card. Pleading for silence seemed like the only play. Would begging actually— Our MC just shrugged it off, asking, "Why? I wasn't gonna snitch anyway." But the other guy flipped out, screaming that he was gonna blow the whistle to the whole camp right that second. Jan didn't even flinch. He basically called his bluff, pointing out that Roman absolutely despised the special forces, way more than he did. Even staring the Grim Reaper in the face, Roman couldn't bottle up his fury. Jan hit the nail on the head. Roman was desperate to make it back home. So, why on earth would he go running to the instructor to rat out an escape plan? It made zero sense since Roman wanted out just as badly. But Roman wasn't easily fooled. Squinting at our MC, he admitted that during their brawl, he caught on to something major. If Jan seriously wanted to leave, he'd be long gone. Plus, Roman claimed he could pick Jan out of a lineup purely by his scent. Completely thrown off, our MC deadpanned, "Bro, are you some kind of stalker? Tracking his scent? That's mad creepy." Roman quickly backpedaled, frantically waving his hands. "Not like that." He then flipped the script, Jan smirked. The puzzle was actually child's play. Those dusty footprints were a dead giveaway, since practically every room in this hellhole rocked solid granite floors. Spotting a trail caked in limestone dust was a massive red flag. The shoe size? A perfect match. The stride? Identical. Astonished, Roman asked if a little dirt was seriously enough to expose his massive breakout scheme. Not quite. Jan confessed he also snooped through the maintenance logs. Roman was just hanging around this area way too much. Leaning in, Jan admitted the guy was actually sharp. You definitely couldn't tell just by looking at him. Roman just blinked, totally lost. Was he getting praised or casually roasted? Brushing the shade aside, Roman demanded the full rundown. Where exactly was this secret passage heading? And more importantly, what were the actual odds they'd make it out alive? Jan raised an eyebrow. "Why? You trying to tag along?" Roman hesitated, muttering that he couldn't just dive in blind. He needed a minute to process this insane gamble. Hearing that, our MC delivered an ultimatum. "Fine, rot in here then." Sure, Roman had the chops to maybe climb the ranks in 10 long years. But what about the people waiting for him? The ones he was trying to protect? If he didn't even know they were breathing today, what condition would they be in a decade from now? Time was up. He needed a decision, right now. If Roman hopped on board, they'd both be ghosts by the day after tomorrow. A heavy shadow fell over Roman's face as he double-checked the details. "You've mapped out every single step, haven't you?" Jan gave a slow, confident nod. "Want to hear the playbook?" Roman pointed out a massive gap. 962 ranks separated them. If they triggered an alarm, the big bad instructors would definitely hunt down the heavy hitter first, number 12. "Yeah, we won't be here the day after tomorrow," Roman scoffed bitterly, "because I'll be 6 feet under." Jan just flashed a dark smile, genuinely impressed that the meathead actually calculated the risks. "You don't usually scream critical thinker," Jan teased. Once again, Roman was left spinning, trying to figure out if he was being hyped up or absolutely violated. Annoyed, our MC snapped at him to stop crying about it. Jan was putting his own neck on the chopping block too. So, what was the verdict? Roman squeezed his eyes shut, the gears turning in his head. Finally, his eyes snapped open. "There's just one piece missing," Roman muttered. Fast forward to nightfall. The chief instructor wrangled up the entire cadet squad, humming a creepy little melody under his breath. He casually commented on how refreshing the chilly midnight breeze felt. Pulling everyone out of bed at this ungodly hour meant one thing: massive news. Normally, he despised looking at their pathetic faces this late. But this update was just too juicy to keep bottled up. Watching from the crowd, Jan's mind raced. If his gut feeling was right, tonight was the official drop for the deadly exam. Instructor Damien's voice boomed across the yard. The date for their very first trial was officially locked in, and the rules? Brutally simple. They were all getting dumped into a single, isolated hellscape. If they managed to keep their pulses going for one straight week, congrats. The drop zone? The infamous Blade Mountain Range. Our MC just rolled his eyes. Classic. Of course, it was that cursed wasteland. Legend has it, ages ago, a wanderer named Nilf trekked out there. Nilf heard rumors about a miracle herb, sprouting deep within those jagged peaks, a cure for his mother's deadly sickness. Swearing to save her, the young guy packed his bags and marched into the unknown. Sadly, his hero's journey ended with him becoming a midnight snack for some nightmare beast. People say his poor mother sat by the window, waiting for him until the day she passed away. Honestly, it's a twisted blessing she never found out how her boy actually met his gruesome end. The Blade Mountains are practically crawling with apex predators, earning it the terrifying title of the Forbidden Zone. The absolute weakest things out there are goblins. But the deeper you hike, the more psycho the wildlife gets. We're talking massive, mutated freaks of nature you won't see anywhere else, all the way up to colossal, mythical titans. Worse still, those dark caves hide shadowy abominations humanity hasn't even named yet. Seriously, undocumented cryptids roaming free. And if you dare wander into the absolute deepest, darkest corner, something truly apocalyptic calls it home. Damien loudly clapped his hands, breaking the tension with a sinister grin. I bet you're all just dying to jump in, aren't you? Let's see how many little bugs manage to crawl out of this week alive. He was visibly thriving, savoring the thought of these pathetic cockroaches getting crushed. But before he could gloat more, another instructor cut him off, whispering that an urgent message just dropped. He was needed. Damien's face totally dropped. He was pissed, which made Jan smirk in the shadows. Barking at the crowd, Damien announced the briefing was completely over and ordered everyone to scatter. Yanking down his hood, our MC studied the guy. The psycho instructor was clearly fuming, pulling the plug on the meeting with zero context. Highly suspicious. All around, the kids started panicking over the bloodbath exam. For rookies with zero combat miles, surviving those cursed peaks was straight up impossible. Only the top-tier elites stood a chance, mostly because the instructors would definitely baby the rich aristocrat kids. Suddenly, a harsh voice ripped through the chatter, barking at the scrubs to clear a path. The Ice Queen, Lorena, was making her grand entrance. Jan instantly yanked his hood back up, sweating bullets. She was treated like total royalty around here. He cranked his neck away, praying to whatever gods were listening that she'd just keep walking. But her footsteps closed in. In a heart-stopping second, her piercing gaze locked right onto him, sending a jolt of pure panic through his veins. She definitely clocked him, but miraculously, she just kept walking. Exhaling a heavy breath, he realized he dodged a bullet. Freaking out, he was breaking out of this prison soon anyway. Glancing over, he nudged Roman. "Did you finish the prep?" Roman gave a tight nod, confirming the stage was fully. Jan's eyes lit up with malicious glee. "Perfect." He gestured toward the massive stone sword monument. "Soak in the view of this giant rock while you can." Roman shot him a weird look, wondering why on earth he'd want to stare at that ugly. "Because," Jan whispered, "by tomorrow, it's going to be a distant memory." Roman gulped, a wave of nervous sweat hitting him. Suddenly the puzzle pieces clicked. He figured out exactly why the chief instructor got pulled away so violently. Right before the bloodbath exam kicks off, the top dog is legally forced to trek to the royal palace and brief the emperor in person. It's no secret, the chief absolutely despises bowing down to the big boss. But an imperial order is absolute. Just like that, the biggest, baddest obstacle blocking their jailbreak vanished into thin air. It was go time. Tonight, pitch-black darkness swallowed the camp. The nightly roll call kicked off. Heavily armed guards marched down the cell blocks, barking out the roster. The deadly countdown began, finally hitting number 900. Silence hung in the air. The instructor barked in pure frustration. "Is that punk messing around again? Tell him to get his ass on the comms, right now." He radioed one more time, and our boy Yan finally replied, "I'm right here." But the chill-inducing voice echoed from right behind him. In a flash, Yan palmed the back of the instructor's skull, snapping his neck like a twig, and ordered the remaining runaways to hustle. Jan, Roman, and 2 other trainees kicked off their desperate breakout from the Black Ops Warrior boot camp. Yan warned them that the patrol shift was swapping out any second. He ordered them to stash the corpse deep in the shadows. Jake and Todd instantly dragged the dead weight away, while the main duo pushed forward. Roman whispered that he had roped the 2 extras in, exactly as requested, but questioned if they were actually built for this. Yan nodded, prompting Roman to squint and ask if these newbies were just sacrificial pawns. Right? Yan shot back an icy glare, swearing he wouldn't have dragged them along if that was his endgame. Emerging from the gloom, Jake and Todd jogged up, brushing off their hands and promising they wouldn't fold. They swore they wouldn't drag the squad down, knowing full well their own necks were on the line. Yan quickly shushed the group, his eyes darting around. They couldn't risk waking the trigger-happy guards. The crew crept up to a massive steel barricade. Yan dropped the truth. He needed their muscle for this exact hurdle. Cracking this vault alone was literally impossible, which is why he hauled them from the dorms to this trashed, forgotten bathroom. Tucked inside this lockdown zone, they had to breach a set of twin security doors. To get the first metal slab to slide apart, two guys had to plant their boots on hidden floor panels, while on the flip side of the second barrier, a heavy mechanical switch had to be yanked. The playbook was simple. Duo A triggers the floor sensors to unlock the first entrance. Then, Duo B slips through the gap and cranks the switch at the next door to pop the first set wide open again, letting the stragglers sprint to safety. It was a flawless buddy system trap. Roman caught on instantly, nodding sharply before barking at Jake to lock in. On Yan's green light, the two of them would stomp the triggers. Jake gave a tense nod, and they both stomped down onto the dust-covered pressure plates. Instantly, rusty gears shrieked, and the heavy iron jaws slowly spread apart. Yan slipped straight through the gap, signaling Todd to follow, while commanding Jake and Roman to freeze their positions. Roman gritted his teeth, demanding to know how long they had to play statues. Yan just shot back that they had better stay anchored until his drop cue, before he and Todd melted into the pitch-black void beyond the gate for what felt like an eternity. Roman's patience was completely frying. Panic started bubbling in his chest as the seconds dragged into minutes, when out of nowhere, screech, the metal doors violently slammed shut right in their faces. He lunged at the steel, hammering his fists against the cold metal, spitting absolute venom at Yan. He screamed his lungs out, roaring that he knew this snake was going to leave him in the dust all along. Meanwhile, Yan was chilling on the other side, leaning against the wall with a devilish smirk as he soaked in the tantrum. He casually tapped the glass, asking if Roman had lost his eyesight. The heavy doors hissed open again, making Roman stumble backward. Yan crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "I'm pretty freaking sure I told you to wait for my cue, but you couldn't even manage that. Now tell me, who's ghosting who?" Yan casually swiped a streak of fresh crimson off his cheek. Roman's eyes went wide with pure terror. "Yo, whose blood is that? What the hell went down in there? And where is Todd?" Pushing toward the final exit point, Yan brushed him off, stating that they were both breathing. All that freaking out was for absolutely nothing. The holdup was due to a nasty little glitch in the Matrix. Yan figured he could just drug the distraction, but the chemicals totally failed. Stepping out of the gloomy corridor, Roman's jaw hit the floor. A monstrous, mutated wolf lay slaughtered in a pool of its own gore. Yan stretched his neck, muttering that the freakish mutt was way more savage than anticipated. Roman stared at the colossal carcass, visibly shaking. "Did you seriously body that thing solo?" Yan completely ignored the question, barking that they had zero time to sightsee. They had to ghost the area, right freaking now. From there, the jailbreak was butter. Slipping through a dirt trench Yan had secretly carved under the rotting bathrooms, the squad squeezed their way to freedom. Way past the fortress walls, a dirt-caked hand punched through the soil atop a jagged cliff. Yan hoisted himself out of the earth, scanning the horizon with a cold grin. They actually pulled it off. While the newbies hauled a gasping Roman from the crater, Yan strolled to the precipice, eyeing the valley below. No searchlights yet, but the wardens definitely knew their birds had flown the coop. Roman trudged over, panting, and laughed that the breakout was honestly too easy, bordering on totally underwhelming. Yan shot down that vibe instantly, locking his gaze on the pale moon, whispering that it cost an insane amount of blood, sweat, and late nights to pull this off. Like, a ridiculous amount. The crisp night air hit his lungs like pure magic after years of captivity. Roman nervously asked if they were setting up camp or pushing forward. Yan warned them to keep their heads on a swivel. The real hell was just kicking off. Pulling a tarnished locket from his tactical vest, he stared softly at the faded picture of his lost family. The brutal warpath to reclaim his stolen life was officially a go. Snapping back to reality, he rounded up the boys, demanding total silence. "Listen up, I'm only breaking this down once. This giant green nightmare is the Atrian Forest. A massive web of ancient redwoods, parked deep in the Empire's northern peaks." He tossed down some carved markers onto a digital topo map, tapping the screen. "We are currently deep in the belly of the beast, and it is a straight 2-day sprint to hit the border." Roman held up a hand, arguing that burying themselves deeper in the woods made more sense. "These trees are absolute units, bro. We could easily vanish in the roots." Yan shut him down cold. "The juiciest hiding spots are packed with the deadliest mutated freaks. Plus, the hunting dogs are 100% already on our scent. So a clash is literally inevitable. The hit squad has about 20 heavily armed goons. If they box us in, we are absolute toast. There's literally only one play left to boost our survival odds. We break formation and scatter. If we blast off in 4 different compass points, the strike team is forced to slice up their manpower too. Do the math, idiots. That leaves exactly 5 grunts tracking each of us. Boom. Our chances of actually breathing tomorrow just skyrocketed. Roman scowled hard, realizing he was basically walking chum. They're gonna hunt the top-ranked trainee first, bro. Jan tilted his head, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Aw, did someone catch some bad vibes? Maybe you shouldn't have been such a sweaty tryhard in training. Who forced you? Look, if we stay clumped up like idiots, we're a giant walking target. We die. At least one of us needs to make it out of this hellhole breathing. Jake and Todd traded terrified, wide-eyed looks. Jan clapped his hands once. And that is exactly why we break off and vanish. Any stupid questions? Roman pointed a shaking finger at the holographic tactical map. Yeah, I got one. Each piece on this board has a rank number. So why the hell does mine literally say clown? Jan totally ignored him, stared into the abyss, and flatly announced, cool, no questions, time to move. Roman scrambled after him, begging him to actually answer the question. But Jake suddenly cut in, his voice shaking with pure gratitude. Yo, Jan, thank you, man. We would have rotted in that camp without you. I swear I owe you my life. When we make it out, we won't have to act like total strangers anymore. Jan analyzed Jake for a second. He always pegged the kid as a basic background NPC, but clearly the guy had some deep, tragic lore pushing him to risk it all. Roman scoffed, rolling his eyes to the back of his skull. This is so cringe. I pray to God I never see your faces again. Jan let out a breathy chuckle. You know, but your personality is absolute trash. Roman puffed up his chest, screeching that he wasn't toxic at all, aggressively rubbing the bridge of his nose to hide his glowing red face. They made a grim pact. Running into each other again meant they were caught, but if they ghosted each other forever, that meant freedom. Our boy couldn't help but wonder why the dude sounded like a straight-up boomer. Did he regress too? They huddled up tight. He admitted Roman hit the nail on the head, praying they'd never cross paths again. With that, they bolted in different directions. Jan tore through the dense woods, knowing the squad was pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. It was time for him to kick things into overdrive. Inhaling sharply to ignite his dragon breath, he triggered his ultimate speed buff, the wings of the wind bird. He blasted forward like a bullet, leaving behind a glowing trail of sparks. Scaling a massive oak in seconds, he perched at the very top, scanning the endless green sea below. Morning light began bleeding across the horizon. Honestly, this new body's weak stats were seriously dragging him down. Just holding onto his dragon breath was a major struggle. His fragile veins practically choked on the mana flow. Thinking about his crew, a faint smirk tugged at his lips. He had zero clue how those guys were holding up. God, he felt pathetic. Back in the day, he was the elite 5th captain of the Special Forces, the absolute GOAT of stealth, tracking, and lethal takedowns. Now, he seriously doubted if his past life cheat codes had carried over. Cut back to the gloomy, depressing abyss of loneliness. A furious instructor demanded an update from the tracking hounds. When his co-worker admitted they were still MIA, he absolutely lost it. How the hell did those brain-dead clowns miss a mass breakout for so long? They needed to drag those runaway runts back, ASAP, because if the head instructor, that complete psycho, rolled back from the royal palace, they were totally screwed. The co-worker panicked, agreeing they had to wrap this up before the boss dropped in. Out of nowhere, Damien's freezing grip clamped onto the guy's shoulder. Looks like you're out of time, he whispered. Because that exact psycho had already crashed the party. The poor guy's soul practically left his body as he stuttered out pathetic excuses. Damien's eyes darkened at the blatant disrespect. But then, a twisted, sadistic grin stretched across Damien's face. He suddenly let go, chuckling that it was no big deal. Everyone slips up, so no sweat, right? The trembling dude profusely apologized, claiming his mouth just ran faster than his brain. Damien waved it off, joking that people even trash-talk the Emperor behind his back. Meanwhile, another lackey blocked an instructor nearby. Damien yanked that guy into a corner, questioning if he was running the cadet dorms. He mocked the man, cooing about how exhausting it must be to chase after escaping brats. Sweating bullets, the guy instantly denied it. He frantically promised the boss shouldn't stress, swearing the elite trackers would bag the kids easy. Damien tilted his head. Oh really? Because from where I'm standing, we're already drowning in problems. In a flash, Damien slammed the dude straight into the floor. The sickening crunch of bones snapping backward echoed loudly, followed by a blood-curdling shriek that ripped through the stone walls. As the crippled man squirmed, Damien coldly laid out his massive failures. He completely missed the giant escape plot. He was totally blind to the secret tunnel. He didn't even catch them jacking all the base supplies. Sobbing, the broken man pleaded for his life, begging for just one more shot. Instead, Damien planted his heavy boot square on the guy's skull, grinding his face into the dirt. Fresh out of second chances, buddy, Damien sneered. The terrified guy squealed as the shadow of death loomed over him. Damien coldly pointed out he couldn't even sense an enemy standing right behind his back. He stomped down hard. A wet crack rang out as a crimson puddle quickly formed. Wiping his boots, Damien swaggered over to the remaining grunts and ordered an immediate recall of the tracking teams. He was officially taking over this little manhunt. A shaking subordinate asked if the boss was actually stepping into the field himself. A predator's smirk crossed Damien's lips. He'd just found a shine, something dangerously tempting that he just couldn't resist. Fast forward to broad daylight. The 3rd Special Pursuit Unit was hot on the trail of the runaway kids. Out of nowhere, the squad captain, Kelly, threw up a fist, signaling a dead stop. His confused team halted, muttering about what the holdup was. Did the scent go cold? Ripping off his mask, Kelly admitted they were dead on track. But honestly, it was feeling way too easy, like terrifyingly easy. Jael and Andre rolled their eyes, reminding him they were hunting cadet number 9774. Of course it was a cakewalk. The boss was just being a paranoid boomer again. Jael scoffed, pointing out the glaring footprints leading straight off the ridge. They literally had a perfect breadcrumb trail. The desperate little pup was just scrambling blindly. "Isn't your crazy paranoia the reason your ex-partners kept ditching you?" Jael jabbed. Kelly flared up, instantly defensive, but deep down, that creeping dread in his gut wouldn't shut up. Watching the thick fog burn away, Kelly barked at the squad to bag the kid before he vanished into the mist. They crept forward as Jael confidently flexed that catching number 974 would be a breeze. They'd wrap this up by lunch. Honestly, he pitied the poor suckers hunting down number 12. Andre chimed in, arguing that even a high rank like 12 was still just a greenhorn cadet. "He's still a rookie. They'll drop him quick," Andre boasted. Jael smirked, calling out his cocky attitude. "Oh yeah? And what was your trash ranking back in boot camp, huh?" Like a ghost, Yan materialized right behind him. In a split second, he snatched the guy up and dragged him into the canopy. 2 targets remaining. Andre opened his mouth to snap back, only to realize he was talking to thin air. "Bro, where'd you—" Before he could finish, a razor-sharp blade slashed out from the dark timber. Just like that, only the captain remained. Hearing the rustle, Kelly whipped around, hissing at them to shut their mouths. This wasn't a damn hike. The kid would bolt if he heard their chatter. Then the silence hit him. His entire elite squad had vanished like dust in the wind. His heart slammed against his ribs. Was this actually happening right now? Under 30 seconds? His gut feeling had been dead on from the start. No freaking way. This was practically impossible. Even the absolute beast, number 12, couldn't wipe a special forces unit this fast. So how in the hell did bottom tier 974 pull this off? 2 lethal hands lunged at his skull from the branches above. His killer instincts kicked in, and he spun violently, swinging his broadsword in a deadly arc. The heavy steel sheared right through a massive trunk. "You arrogant little rat," Kelly roared. "You think that trick works 3 times? Suddenly, a brutally thin wire snapped tight around his throat, ripping him straight off the forest floor. Our boy yanked the cord hard, hoisting the struggling captain higher into the air. Blinding, fiery pain shot through Kelly's neck as the garrote started slicing deep into flesh. The horrifying truth finally clicked. The sloppy tracks, the torn fabric. It wasn't a trail. It was a massive, deadly spiderweb. Choking on his own blood, he stared down at Jan in pure disbelief. A trash-tier kid like 974, obliterating an elite hunter squad. Insane. He gurgled out his dead partner's names, the grim reality crashing down that they were already corpses. A final spasm racked his body, and his kicking legs went completely still. The 3rd Pursuit Squad was officially wiped off the map. Without a second glance, our boy shifted his grip and vanished higher into the... He eyed the stolen blade, testing its weight. Not bad. Totally workable. Honestly, pulling off that ambush was a total breeze compared to what he expected. As long as he kept spamming his body enhancement technique, these little skirmishes were light work. But he had to bounce. He needed to clear the forest before the fog rolled in. The area was completely painted in blood. Tracking hounds would catch that metallic scent in a heartbeat and bring the whole squad crashing down on him. But what if he masked his scent with slime? That would totally throw them off. He spotted a specific patch of weeds nearby. The berries were straight up toxic, and the leaves gave off a gut-wrenching reek. Grinding those leaves into a paste and smearing it all over his skin was his ticket out. Tracking dogs absolutely despised that pungent slime odor. Their noses would be totally useless. This nasty little plant was literally going to save his life. He had to move, right now. The clock was ticking. If the Empire deployed their full aerial and ground lockdown, even the deepest corners of the continent wouldn't keep him safe. Suddenly, a massive pillar of black smoke clawed its way into the sky. No way. His squad was strictly forbidden from lighting fires. And that smoke was coming from Jake and Todd's exact coordinates. Absolute morons. Did those clowns think this was some kind of Boy Scout camping trip? If they didn't snuff that flame immediately, they were totally cooked. But Yan instantly shook his head. Whatever. He couldn't afford to babysit those losers right now. He only dragged them along to serve as human meat shields anyway. Honestly, them drawing all the aggro was a massive win for him. But then, a flash of their campfire chat from the night before hit him. Cursing under his breath, he sprinted straight toward the smoke. He was low-key stressing out, trying to gaslight himself into believing that keeping them alive might actually pay off later. He just had to kill that fire before the search party spotted it. He braced himself to trigger his acceleration skill, but out of nowhere, a freezing shudder violently spiked down his spine. He recognized that suffocating aura instantly. It was the absolute stare of death he'd survived on countless battlefields. Something was standing right behind him, staring a hole through his skull. The bloodlust wrapped around his throat like a giant python. Then, Damien's mocking voice sliced through the silence. "Man, I am so glad you took the bait. I knew from day one you were built different." Jan's eyes darted frantically. A single butterfly fluttered past, but under this crushing pressure, its tiny wings felt like a raging Category 5 hurricane. Damien smirked, admitting he always knew Jan would put on a show. And the kid actually delivered. Stepping smoothly out of the pitch-black shadows, Damien flashed a psychotic grin. "Nice to finally meet you properly," he purred. Jan froze, completely speechless. A blinding streak of lightning shattered the sky, followed by an ear-splitting crack of thunder. Damien casually glanced up, noting that a massive downpour was about to hit. "Or maybe I'll just bring the lightning," he teased. Jan stared at him, cold sweat drenching his face. This had to be a nightmare. What the hell was the head instructor doing out here? Before making his break for it, Jan double-checked his intel. Damien was supposed to be locked up at the Imperial Palace. Rumor had it the higher-ups tore into him so badly, he was practically facing prison time. So why was this monster standing right in front of him? Was the timeline, did the butterfly effect from his reincarnation seriously mess up the past? But how? Literally nothing he did should have triggered the head instructor's radar this early. His reckless moves had spiderwebbed massive cracks into the timeline. The predictable future he was banking on was officially trashed. Damien tilted his head, playfully asking what little parlor trick Jan was going to pull next. "Gonna throw a crystal mole at me? Or maybe an electric mouse?" Jan scowled. Wait, did this psycho notice his summons back then too? The instructor chuckled, asking if Jan honestly believed he could just— But honestly, Damien was low-key impressed. He never expected a bottom-tier rookie to pull off a full-blown jailbreak in record time. The kid was insanely quick on his feet. At first, Damien was genuinely caught off guard. He had no idea what went down, but Jan's sheer audacity instantly hooked him. He figured this camp was just a breeding ground for pathetic cockroaches. Yet, somehow, this fascinating little freak had crawled out of the dirt. Jan mentally kicked himself. This whole escape was a colossal mistake. He had zero clue how violently the timeline had shifted. But being cornered by this guy? Literally the worst-case scenario. Actually, things were about to get a whole lot deadlier. In the original timeline, this guy earned the legendary title, the Three Swords of the Continent. He hadn't reached that god-tier status yet, but even as just a chief instructor, he was an absolute menace. Catching Jan's deadly glare, Damien burst into a psychotic fit of laughter. "Man, you are hilarious." He clapped his hands like an excited kid on Christmas, absolutely living for the thrill. "You're literally calculating how to murder me right now, aren't you?" Damien beamed. He hadn't felt this kind of adrenaline rush in years. He even offered to walk Jan through his own gruesome execution plan. 99% of people would be begging for their lives, or trying to run. But you're actively plotting to take my head off. Damien was genuinely speechless at the sheer disrespect. Wiping a tear of joy from his eye, Damien took a breath to compose himself. My bad, I just can't dial it back." But then, his aura shifted. He was going to offer the— Damien's playful vibe instantly vanished, replaced by pure, ice-cold, killing intent. "Try to kill me. If you pull it off, I'll hand you the freedom you're begging for." Jan's pupils dilated in shock as Damien gave a dark, satisfied smirk. He found Jan's reaction absolutely priceless. But jokes aside, Damien was finally looking at him as a real threat. He had never encountered a rookie wired quite like this. A bottom-feeder cadet who casually slaughtered a hellwolf and completely wiped out an elite tracking squad. His battle IQ, raw grit, and mental fortitude were light years ahead of the other trash in his class. It was like the kid was handpicked by destiny for some apocalyptic Black Ops mission. If he was this terrifying now, what kind of absolute demon would he mutate into later? Noticing Jan's muscles tense up, Damien eagerly braced for an epic, explosive counterattack. But instead, Jan pulled the ultimate wild card. The boy instantly collapsed to his knees, ugly crying and desperately begging for mercy. Damien basically blue-screened. He stood there, completely dumbfounded. Jan stared up at him with massive, tear-soaked puppy dog eyes, his voice Wait, you're the chief instructor, right?" he whimpered, acting like his eyesight was totally garbage, and he had no idea who he was talking to this whole— "I swear, I never wanted to escape. Those older guys grabbed me and threatened to slit my throat if I didn't play along. When they ditched me here, I thought I was dead meat. But then you showed up like a guardian angel." Damien blinked, trying to process the absolute cringe. "So, you're claiming you were taken hostage?" Jan nodded furiously, pinning the entire jailbreak on cadet number 12, claiming he'd been praying for rescue. Damien deadpanned, wondering if this kid seriously thought he'd fall for such a pathetic, Oscar-worthy charade. Jan's voice cracked violently as he sobbed even harder, milking the victim card for all it was worth. But Damien wasn't an idiot. He saw right through the fake tears. A split second later, a hidden dagger ripped through the air, aimed straight at his throat. Damien casually snatched the blade mid-flight. Seriously? A cheap sneak attack while I'm on— Man, what an absolute letdown. But the literal millisecond Damien blinked, a second, completely silent phantom blade materialized just an inch from his eyeball. Damien snapped his neck back just in time. The dagger grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. His eyes went wide with pure shock. Did this psycho really just throw two knives perfectly hidden in the exact same trajectory? He totally underestimated this sneaky move from the little rat. Whipping around to find empty air, he scoffed, "Wait, did this kid actually dip? Was that his grandmaster plan?" Out of nowhere, Jan dropped in from above, flexing that this was his actual goal all along. The instructor shot him a pissed-off glare, completely baffled at how he managed to pull off that stealth drop. Our boy unleashed the 15th form of elusive shadow summoning. A blinding flash erupted. Jan had to bounce back fast because the guy actually parried the hit. But plot twist, a nasty gash sliced right across the instructor's shoulder. He glared at the creeping tentacles of black mist, thinking, did this punk seriously use this as a shield? Wasting zero time, he lunged in for the kill. The dark fog whipped into a frenzy, launching dense spheres of pure darkness straight at him. Our MC slickly dodged every single hit, but if it kept zeroing in on him, he'd be totally trapped. So, he whipped out his dagger, swiped his palm down the blade to buff it, and activated the first shadow form, 5th sense secret technique, followed by darkness absorption. A couple of lightning-fast slashes later, the fog vanished into thin air, but his blade shattered under the insane pressure. Damien smirked, reminding him of, yeah, right, like he was actually going to keep his word. There was zero chance he was giving up a shiny new toy this entertaining. Stepping out of the vanishing mist, Damien's eyes lit up with pure obsession. He declared that Jan was absolutely one of a kind. Honestly, even if he forced him, he would never get bored. Jan groaned internally, feeling like he'd just caught the attention of a rabid pit bull. But right then, his eyes locked onto something absolutely insane. There was a distinct tattoo on the instructor's shoulder, a mark he totally recognized. Flashback to 22 hours before the big breakout, deep inside the grim cadet barracks known as Mass Grave. Curfew had just dropped. Our MC was chilling on his bunk, running through the checklist in his head. Everything was primed for the great escape. This was officially his final night, rotting in this hellhole. He was practically buzzing to break out and finally track down his folks. The catch? He literally knew absolutely nothing. His only saving grace was an ancient, beat-up medallion. He just wanted a chill, normal life with his people. But as he was messing around with the necklace, the glass casing suddenly cracked, chipping off a tiny piece. He cursed under his breath. This thing was his one and only ticket to his past. But wait. He noticed something hidden behind the shattered glass. Prying the lid open, he uncovered a sick, complex crest. It hit him instantly. Could this be his family's official emblem? The symbol was secretly carved right into the back of the pendant. But why the massive cover-up? It felt like whoever made it was desperately trying to keep it off the radar. And let's be real, if his bloodline rocked a royal crest, he definitely wasn't born into some low-tier family of— This was massive. Suddenly, he had a legit lead. If he could just track down a single person who recognized this emblem, it was game over. He'd find his relative. At least, that was the vibe. Until he saw that exact same symbol inked on this psycho instructor's body. Why the heck was his family's crest branded on this guy's shoulder? Tearing off his shredded shirt, Damien smirked, demanding to know why Jan suddenly froze. What, throwing in the towel already? Jan completely zoned him out, his mind racing. He'd just spotted his biggest clue in literally the worst place imaginable. Was this unhinged instructor actually a long-lost relative? No shot. That made zero sense. Meanwhile, Damien frowned, getting irritated that his favorite punching bag was spacing out right when the battle— Guess I'll have to force it out of you. That dark threat snapped Jan right back to reality. In a blink, the instructor teleported right up to his face, hissing that it was time to die. Jan's survival instincts kicked into overdrive. He launched into the air, throwing a brutal roundhouse kick straight at Damien's. The instructor casually swatted the heavy blow away with one hand. Not bad on the power, he mocked. Where'd you pick up those moves? But he wasn't done playing. Here, let me show you a neat little trick. Instantly, pitch-black tentacles erupted from his shadow, snapping into solid, razor-sharp blades. Dozens more shot up from the dirt like deadly spikes. Our MC went into full survival mode, twisting and flipping like a maniac to miraculously dodge the barrage. Sliding back to a safe zone, Jan realized a terrifying truth. The instructor was literally just trolling him. If this guy was going all out, those dark daggers would have packed him up instantly. Part of him thought about dipping while the guy was distracted. But if he ran now, he'd lose his only shot at figuring out the tattoo lore. He desperately needed the T on his bloodline. What if this unhinged freak was secretly tied to his family tree? Here's the crazy lore drop. A cataclysmic war was brewing on the horizon. History would call it the Armenia Rebellion, a catastrophic event guaranteed to wipe out over 10 entire kingdoms. Top-tier noble houses were about to be erased from existence. The Armenia uprising would leave permanent, bloody scars across the map, dragging the entire royal family straight into the danger zone. But ultimately, the emperor would crush the entire revolution with his legendary greatsword. He didn't just execute the ringleaders and their bloodlines, he literally turned every single rebel into ashes. The cleansing fires burned so violently for almost a full month, earning that era the grim title of the 20-day sunset. And the ultimate mastermind behind all this chaos? The illegitimate son of the former emperor. Wild rumors floated around about why the coup actually crashed and burned, but honestly, nobody had the real facts. Every single document from that bloody era had been totally wiped from history. Still, the few who actually remembered the rebel leader referred to him as the Three Swords of the Continent, though to most, he was simply the terrifying head instructor of the Black Ops Training Center. Damien strolled closer, flashing a wicked grin. "Yo, Earth to Kid, you look a million miles away, spacing out on me?" Jan's mind was doing backflips. If his bloodline was tangled up with this chief instructor and the upcoming Armenia Rebellion, his folks were literally marked for death in the coming bloodbath. He couldn't let that happen. The grand escape had to go on ice. He needed to lock in, stay at the academy, and somehow finesse this psycho's trust. He had to make himself totally irreplaceable to the guy. Playing the game, Jan put on an awestruck face and admitted he was absolutely blown away by the "I honestly didn't think a big shot like you would bother hunting me down," Jan said. Damien's ego ate that right up, grinning ear to ear. But the second our boy dropped a comment about how thankful the special squad captain must be for his hard work, Damien's vibe instantly went totally toxic. Before Jan could even finish his sentence, the instructor palmed his entire face, blurring forward with terrifying speed. He launched Jan like a rag doll, straight into a massive tree trunk, barking furiously. Oh, what a hilarious little joke. A deafening crack echoed through the woods as our MC was sent flying out of control, basically becoming a human wrecking ball, smashing through trunk after trunk. When the dust finally settled, Jan choked on his own blood, struggling to snap back to his senses. Damien stomped over, yanking him up by his collar. "I was actually starting to vibe with you," he spat, his eyes totally dead. "But you clearly don't know how to shut your trap. You trying to speedrun a death sentence right now?" Gasping for air, Jan choked out a cocky smirk. "Yeah, well, this loud mouth might actually drop some epic intel for you." Intrigued, Damien paused, letting him cook. And the second Jan whispered that he knew the exact weakness to take down the captain, the dynamic totally shifted. Damien's gaze turned razor sharp. "You little moron," he snapped. "How the hell would a nobody like you know something like that?" Coughing, Jan flashed a confident grin. "Simon's County number 52. That's his literal Achilles heel." Damien froze, genuinely shook. "Wait, are you for real?" Cut to a few hours later, back at the military comp. Damien was swapping out his shredded gear, instantly triggered because the replacement fit way too tight. He was super salty about trashing his favorite drip, but it is what it is. A nervous grunt walked up, asking for orders on the 3 cadets they dragged in. Damien coldly waved him off. "Just toss them in the mass grave. I ain't wasting my time stressing over actual literal roaches." He was about to bark another order, but a massive dude suddenly blocked his path. "Look at you, acting like you're pulling all the weight around here," the guy mocked. "Maybe take a look in the mirror first." Dude has way too much time on his hands. Just one glance at him made the head instructor's blood boil, but he swallowed his rage. The guy asked, "Is he just slacking off?" "Let him explain." Damien flashed a fake smile, asking why Captain Meyer bothered dropping by unannounced. "We're talking about Rodrigo Meyer, the top-tier captain of the Special Forces." Rodrigo pressed him for updates on recent training sessions. Damien shot back a dry, "We're grinding as hard as humanly possible." The captain smirked, claiming he'd heard a totally different story. Damien clapped back, saying he'd heard his cadets completely outclass the squad's own members. Rodrigo flat out called cap on that. Centergrads were absolute monsters when it came to raw power. Damien fired a stray, asking if it was even the squad's fault. Honestly, the guy leading them was the one who deserved the punishment. The captain sarcastically thanked him for the tip, promising to keep it in mind. Suddenly, the instructor's right-hand man felt the very air crackle with intense mana. The pressure started crushing everything around them. It was absolutely insane. A normal, untrained person would have passed out cold. Rodrigo casually mentioned a rumor that Damien had blatantly ignored a direct imperial summons to the palace. Damien brushed it off, claiming he had bigger fish to fry and zero time to waste on stuffy, pretentious meetings. The captain raised an eyebrow, demanding to know what exactly trumped a direct order from His Majesty, the Emperor. He genuinely believed his royal blue blood was a free pass to survive anything. That arrogant comment completely pissed the instructor off. The captain then pressed the issue, asking if he skipped the meeting because his cadets pulled a massive prison break, right? He couldn't even keep his own kids in check. Damien instantly cut him off, hissing that he had it all twisted. Nobody escaped, he spat, brushing right past him. Rodrigo, genuinely thrown off, muttered that he could have sworn he'd heard the reports crystal clear. Damien mocked him, suggesting his old age was finally making him deaf. The reality? The cadets were simply on an outdoor field trip with their instructors, gearing up for the exam. Oh, by the way, the cockroach infestation is getting out of hand. Catch that? Rodrigo spun around, demanding to know what the hell he meant. Damien coldly stated that whenever he spots a pest scurrying around his facility, he crushes it right under his boot. But it's beyond aggravating. No matter how many you stomp out, the roaches keep swarming back. Luckily, he just located the entire nest, meaning he's about to wipe out every single larva. He dropped a sarcastic goodbye and walked off. Later, flashing a wicked grin, he told his subordinate how satisfying it was watching the captain look so utterly lost. That old fossil seriously needs to start planning his own funeral. Every single word I fed him was 100% true. Right? The main character ripped off his mask, telling the guy to chill. He never lies to his own squad, and he's about to prove it. Every piece of intel he dropped was completely legit. And just like that, our boy swaggered right back into the training center. Cut to Simons County, abandoned street number 592. This was Jan's childhood turf. A total ghost town. Little Jan dashed up to his friend's house, yelling for her to pop the window open. He wanted to show off something epic. He'd bagged this massive, chubby rat and thought it was the cutest thing ever. Met with dead silence. He wondered if she was even home. He was just about to bail when the window finally creaked open. The girl glared at him, asking if he was out of his mind. Who the hell wants to stare at a gross rat? Bring me a squirrel next time. Honestly, this rundown block was no place for a kid to grow up. Yet somehow, the captain's own daughter lived right there. When our guy spilled this massive tea to the instructor, the dude looked completely unbothered. He brushed it off, arguing that the street barely had any kids, so obviously they'd all run into each other. Damien just scoffed at the excuse. The little girl he messed around with back in the day just happened to be the captain's kid? What a wild, lucky break. The main character instantly sensed the head instructor wasn't buying a single word. The story felt way too sketchy. He needed to convince him that the Special Forces captain and the head instructor were actually at each other's throats. The instructor had been tearing the county apart looking for the captain's Achilles heel. But he kept coming up empty-handed. His deadpan reaction just confirmed it. He had to play his trump card. Damien pressed him, asking why knowing her address even mattered. Why? Assume she's the captain's weak link. Our guy fired back that he heard it straight from her mouth when they crossed paths again. She confessed they were packing up. Some dangerous people were gunning for her dad. They were hunting her down to use as leverage. Her dad had ordered an emergency evacuation. Sure enough, just days later, she vanished without a trace, flanked by men in all black. It wasn't until he arrived at the center that he realized those suits were elite special forces. And her old man? The captain himself. Damien drank it all in, flashing a dark smirk. Crazy how everything just falls perfectly into place, huh? First, he's childhood besties with the captain's precious kid. Next, he stumbles onto this massive beef between the instructor and the captain. Oh, and he just happens to know exactly where the captain's ultimate weak point is hiding. Do you really expect me to believe in miracle coincidences like that? Jan joked about having the goddess of luck on his side, and Damien instantly hurled an object straight at his head. Jan narrowly dodged, letting the projectile smash into the wall behind him, but it still sliced a thin cut across his cheek. The instructor growled that rather than buying into this fairy tale luck, he'd bet money this kid was a planted spy for the captain. Makes a hell of a lot more sense, don't you think? The main character calmly wiped away his bleeding cheek, totally agreeing. It was a fair assumption. The timing was definitely sus, but piece by painful piece, he'd hoarded these clues just to stay alive. His gritty childhood memories. The captain's toxic family dynamics. The ruthless pecking order inside the Special Forces. Even this exact bitter feud. He constantly calculated which secrets were worth their weight in gold. He slammed all these fragmented memories and leaked intel together like a jigsaw puzzle, purely for his own survival. If he was really the captain's lapdog, he wouldn't have just risked his neck trying to break out. He kept this explosive intel locked in his vault, just in case the escape went south. He carefully calculated his next move, weaving cold, hard facts with smooth lies to drag the instructor through a roller coaster of hope and crushing doubt. Deep inside the chief instructor's mind, the scales of trust and paranoia were violently tipping back and forth. To force that trust, he loudly declared he knew exactly where the daughter was hiding. Damien's eyes instantly darkened. Our guy was ready to prove that keeping him alive was wildly profitable. He was leaving the boss no choice but to bet on him. Damien slowly stood up, pacing toward the window, visibly stressing over which way the scales were tipping. The instructor finally broke the silence. "So, the goddess of fortune actually has your back?" Jan had officially pulled it off. He smirked, claiming he was basically a walking, talking lucky charm. Damien snapped at him to shut his mouth. He promised to turn a blind eye to today's absolute chaos, but coldly ordered him to get back to his quarters and keep his damn mouth shut. He made a beeline for the door, pretty sure he had just aced that little interrogation. Sure, he didn't buy a single word of his own bullshit, but it got the job done. No need to rush the endgame. Dropping a polite, "Have a great night, sir," he slipped out of the room. The second the door clicked shut, Damien snatched up the kid's file. Rank 974? Were the evaluators legally blind? Either the whole grading system was totally busted, or something way deeper was going down. Then, a tiny detail in the paperwork caught his eye, twisting his lips into a wicked smirk. Fast forward 1 week. Welcome to Blade Ridge. The brutal first trial for the Black Ops cadets had officially kicked off. The Emperor himself had completely blacklisted this hellhole. Why? Because it was crawling with nightmare fuel monsters, making the jagged peaks an absolute death trap. Case in point, a filthy swamp goblin lunged at a rookie squad, but in a flash, one of the trainees sliced it down to size. Watching the beast drop, a rookie cheered, "Hell yeah, I knew we'd crush this." The swordsman of the group just let out a heavy breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. Their tank, holding his shield high, scoffed. "Blade Ridge? More like a walk in the park." The swordsman shot him a glare. "Shut it, we're still deep in enemy territory." Another squad mate brushed him off. "Bro, chill, we totally wiped this zone clean." He reminded everyone that to actually pass this meat grinder of a test, they just had to survive the mountains for 7 days. "At this pace, we've got this in the bag," the swordsman hissed, begging them to keep their voices down. But this time, he snapped, making the loudmouth actually apologize. The swordsman narrowed his eyes. "Are you so hyped up that you completely forgot the other passing condition? We have to butcher these freaks and loot their mana stones. Even if we don't end up as Monster Chow, our final score is entirely based on our loot drop. And right now, our stash is pathetic. We won't stand a chance against the elites from the 4 great families." He whipped around, glaring at his team. "So slow the hell down. Keep your eyes peeled, and maybe, just maybe, our skills will keep us breathing." But the words barely left his mouth before a massive, unseen hand clamped around his skull and violently snapped his neck. Cadet number 320 was wiped off the board. The rest of the squad froze, completely paralyzed by raw, creeping dread. They hadn't even sensed the towering behemoth. The hulking beast dangled their leader's limp corpse like a rag doll, letting out a guttural, mocking laugh. It was a great golden ogre, a lethal mutation packing high-tier invisibility magic. The ultimate apex predator, stalking its prey in absolute silence. Without warning, the ogre swung its massive arm, using the dead swordsman as a grotesque club to sweep the rookies off their feet. The brutal impact shattered their bones. Instant wipeout. Watching this entire bloodbath unfold through a glowing crystal orb, Damien just threw his head back and laughed. Absolute trash. 30 cadets had already bit the dust. They better start watching their backs, because the cleanup crew was getting seriously sick of scraping their guts off. All right, keep 'em moving. Every 5 minutes, another 50 fresh meat bags were shoved through the warp gate. As the massive crowd lined up in front of the glowing portal, Yan stood there, knowing he'd eventually have to step into that meat grinder. The chief instructor was looking way too smug. The bastard had probably already unleashed his bloodhounds to sniff out the fake location Yan had dropped. Oh, they'd find breadcrumbs, sure, but absolutely nothing of actual value. Still, if Yan wanted to get under the head instructor's skin and pull him close, he needed to completely dominate this exam. That meant pushing his physical limits to the absolute brink, since he'd only unlocked about 50% of the Divine Dragon's breath. His current leveling speed had hit a hard ceiling. Honestly, being dumped on Blade Ridge wasn't the worst-case scenario. It was a golden ticket, and he was ready to cash it in. Hidden deep within those jagged peaks were 2 legendary, unlooted artifacts. If he could snag them before anyone else, his strength and agility would absolutely skyrocket. Suddenly, a massive commotion broke out on the balcony above. A breathless instructor bolted over, whispering frantically to the head honcho, whose jaw practically hit the floor. "Are you out of your mind? Is this for real?" he gasped. Yan squinted, totally lost as to what was sparking the chaos. Then, the high-ranking instructors scrambled backward, frantically clearing a path. They slammed their knees into the dirt, barking at the cadets to bow their heads to the absolute ruler of the Cavalent Empire, the one and only true heir to the throne, the Crown Prince himself. Leon stepped into the light. Jan's eyes blew wide open, his blood running cold. If his past life memories were completely accurate, 500 cadets were slaughtered during this exam. But the royal family never showed their faces. This completely shattered the timeline. What the hell was the Crown Prince doing at a grunt-level exam? Jan could never erase that smug face from his nightmares. It was the exact same face he stared at right before he died. the face of an absolute psychopath who treated human lives like disposable check. Leon flashed a blinding, charismatic smile, greeting the sea of trembling cadets. As the masses folded in half to pay their respects, Yan was forced to Yan swore to himself he was done living with regrets. But just catching a glimpse of that royal bastard, it ignited a pure, volcanic rage. Leon's voice echoed across the courtyard. As your crown prince, I want you to speak up without an ounce of fear. If any of you wish to escape this hellish exam right now, just raise your hand. I swear upon my royal name, I will personally guarantee your safety. If you were dragged here against your will, tell me. I promise to grant you full pardons and send you all home. Yan was totally dumbfounded. What kind of PR bullshit was this guy spinning? Was this really the same cold-blooded tyrant he knew from his past life? Back then, Leon was a certified monster. Yan vividly remembered the day he burst into the command tent, reporting that the 4th Special Ops Unit had successfully breached the enemy's heavily fortified lines. Leon had lazily checked the time, asking for the status. Yan had proudly announced the mission was a total success. They had officially torched the enemy's vital mana stone mine to the ground. Leon had given a slow, mocking clap. Brilliant work. Then, Yan requested immediate backup to extract the surviving heroes. Leon just tilted his head. Why? Yan desperately explained that the strike team was running on fumes. Their numbers are way too thin to break through the enemy blockade, sir. If we don't pull them out, they're sitting ducks. Leon's eyes had gone completely dead. Then we do absolutely nothing. Let them act as meat shields. Have them blow themselves up to take out a few more enemy rats. Yan had completely lost it. Sir, no. We cannot abandon the very soldiers bleeding for the Empire's future. But Leon had just smirked, playing with a piece on his map. The world is just a chessboard, Yan. Slaves, commoners, knights, nobles, they are merely pawns, bred to serve the Emperor. Hundreds of thousands of peasants bleeding out into the mud, all to elevate a single king? That is the definition of a perfect world. There is zero greater honor than dying for my throne. Yan bit his lips so hard it almost bled, mentally screaming that this guy was an absolute sociopath. Shaking away the dark memory, he tuned back into Leon's speech. I know some noble brats crawled in here just to grab a quick promotion, Leon sneered. Pack your bags and go home right now, unless you want to face my absolute wrath the second I sit on that throne. Whispers erupted through the crowd. Yo, is he actually serious? A cadet gasped. No way, it's gotta be a trap, another muttered. But these threats were coming straight from the prince's mouth. Yan stared daggers at the podium, his mind spinning. Was this really the same monster who ruined his life? Seriously, how did this guy flip the script so hard? Damien whipped around to face his highness, spotting the cadets looking absolutely rattled by the prince's words. Dripping with annoyance, Damien demanded to know why the heck he was treating them like literal trash. The instructor tried to argue that this elite Black Ops squad existed solely to shield the Emperor, but the prince wasn't having it. That is total garbage, he snapped. A real emperor protects his own damn people. A ruler's crown is going to crumble fast if he's tossing the very citizens he should be saving right into the meat grinder. Seriously, what's the point of flexing all that power? I refuse to let this absolute tyranny slide. I am tearing this hellhole down to the ground, he roared. But the instructor coolly fired back, reminding the furious prince that this entire facility was forged by the Emperor's direct orders, meaning every single twisted thing that goes down is totally legal. The prince just swiped his hand dismissively. Fine, then tell me, did any of these cadets actually consent to this psycho exam? Show me just one, and I will back off. Crickets. Dead silence stretched for several agonizing seconds. Nobody moved a muscle. Whispers rippled through the crowd, while the head instructor was mentally dragging the prince for being a clueless crowd pleaser. But wait, someone actually stepped up. Our MC locked in. He couldn't let them scrap this test now. Rising from the ranks, he locked eyes with his highness and declared, I am cadet number 974, and I am volunteering for this exam. Leon paused, that specific number ringing a bell in his head. He tilted his head, asking the kid, Look, I know the bottom-tier cadets get treated like absolute dirt. Don't you just want to escape this nightmare? The MC didn't flinch. You're right, the treatment here is brutal, he fired back. But out here on the dirt, we all share one equal. No matter your rank, your skills do the talking. That's how we climb the food chain. His voice was dead serious. He absolutely had to crush this exam, because he was chasing a goal way bigger than survival. Hearing that raw determination, the prince slowly turned his gaze back to the head instructor, serving up a cold dose of reality. You honestly do not deserve a cadet like him, Leon stated. The exam stays, Leon announced, his voice slicing through the tension. But I am personally watching every single move you make. As the prince stepped back into the shadows to observe, Damien immediately started hyping him up, barking at the cadets to just how insane His Highness's generosity truly was. You better bust your guts out there to repay his mercy, Damien yelled. Meanwhile, the lower-level instructors didn't miss a beat, jumping right back into the grind. Listen up, rookies, they barked out. It was time for a crash course on how the warp gates actually functioned. The drill was simple. Step through the glowing portal and get instantly beamed straight into the treacherous mountain range. Once through, the system would pinpoint their drop zone. Oh, and they casually dropped a massive bomb. Yeah, sometimes the portal glitches and literally rips a cadet's body in half mid-jump. But hey, no sweat, right? What an absolute joke. Now, it was finally Jan's turn to step up. He planted his boots dead center on the pulsing magic circle, the countdown echoing in his ear. Leon hadn't even stepped foot in this training center. Yet here they were, living a totally rewritten timeline. Was the butterfly effect from his own actions actually messing with the Crown Prince's destiny? If it wasn't his doing, then what on earth made Leon snap like that? But before he could connect the dots, a blinding flash and Jan was ripped through space. Hitting the dirt on the other side, his very first move was checking to make sure all his limbs were still attached. He scanned his surroundings. It looked like he'd been dumped into some literal wasteland. Survival rule number 1, secure a weapon. A familiar gut-wrenching odor hit his nose, sulfuric acid mixed with straight-up demonic energy. Instantly, it clicked. He was back in the Valley of the Winds. It had been way too long since he last choked on this toxic air. A low, creepy rustling echoed behind him before a shadow lunged right for his throat. Cut to the other side of the valley, where a squad of rookies was getting absolutely jumped by a massive cockatoo griffin. Panic mode activated. They bolted. They knew damn well they stood zero chance. The beast let out a blood-curdling screech, but mid-roar, its skull just exploded. Enter Lorena. She sliced through the monster like butter, pulling off a clutch rescue. The rookies practically dropped to their knees in gratitude, fully aware she just saved them from scanning the bruised and battered crew. She raised an eyebrow. Were they seriously just a bunch of low-tier scrubs? The squad leader sheepishly nodded. Yeah, mostly rank 700s. Half of them were bleeding out, and their grand master plan was just to bounce before things got worse. But then the ambush happened. Begging for a lifeline, he asked if they could just tag along until they cleared the death zone. Lorena's response? A totally ice-cold, do whatever. The guy nearly cried tears of joy. But mentally, Lorena was miles away. Her brain was completely hyper-fixated on Yan. Where the hell was he? There was no way that guy already got wiped out. He had the nerve to act completely unfazed right in front of the Crown Prince. Like, seriously, who even does that? Cruel rudely snapped her out of her trance. Strutting up with a massive ego, he mocked the quote-unquote princess for making trash-tier choices again. Was she seriously about to babysit these bottom feeders? Was she purposely sabotaging herself? These losers weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Or what? Did she suddenly want to play mommy? Did she actually think her little pity party would save them? Lorena's eyes flashed with warning. She told him to watch his toxic mouth, snapping that a stupid number doesn't define a person's worth. He just smirked, betting someone else was about to snatch that #1 spot. Unbothered, she clapped back. If he stayed obsessed with rankings, he was going to miss the actual big picture. That's when Kasha rolled up, sarcastically noting they must have way too much free time to be beefing in a war zone. She looked Cruel dead in the eye and called him pathetically narrow-minded. Sure, their final grades were so low, but absolutely nobody said they had to tear each other down. Disgusted, he sneered, asking if she wanted to carry these dead weights too. She shot back with basic logic. Bigger squad equals better odds of surviving a bloodbath. Turning to the rookies, she made a rock-solid promise. She was getting them through this hell alive. Plus, as highborn nobles, stepping up for the commoners was literally their job. Cruel let out a villainous chuckle. Since when did a bloodline of literal traitors count as royalty? And she wanted to play commander? What exactly did the Everrain house do for the people again? He leaned in with a nasty threat. She better watch her back, or it'd be a real tragedy watching the final Everrain get their head chopped off. That hit right in the trauma. But swallowing the pain, she flashed a fake, chilling smile, thanking him for his so-called concern. Deep down, she knew she was way too obsessed with rebuilding her ruined legacy. Honestly, she low-key envied the guy. His older brothers carried all the heavy baggage for their house. Meanwhile, this idiot could just cruise through life without a single stressful thought in his empty brain. Triggered, he threw a vicious punch, but Lorena snagged his wrist midair with an iron grip. Off to the side, Kasha just watched, flashing a totally swearing like a sailor, he thrashed around, desperately trying to break free. But Lorena overpowered him effortlessly, her voice dropping into a lethal, grinding his teeth in pure rage. He violently yanked his arm back, storming off like a massive baby. He spat out that they were all completely useless trash. In his twisted mind, sticking around those losers would only drag his own stats down. Suddenly, a dark core memory unlocked. He remembered the chilling voices from his childhood, ordering him to shut up, never ask for anything, and just stop thinking. They basically told him to exist like a ghost. He cursed out loud, absolutely hating that this messed up memory resurfaced. But right then, his eyes locked onto fresh, crimson blood dripping onto the jagged rocks. Sniffing the air, the metallic tang hit him. This blood was fresh. Was he standing right at the doorstep of a monster's den? If a whole pack was hiding out here, things were about to get incredibly messy. Going full stealth mode, he ducked behind cover to scope it out. Peeking over the edge, his jaw dropped. Down below, a lone rookie stood in an absolute graveyard of butchered goblins. Did this one kid really slaughter the whole mob? But the shock completely paralyzed him when he realized what the guy was doing. He was literally chowing down on raw goblin hearts. Flashback to a while ago. Our main character knew there were exactly 2 mythical artifacts hidden in the Blade Mountains. Snagging both was non-negotiable for his master plan. He was just about to roll out when a feral red goblin ambushed him out of nowhere. Boom. One blast of his insane dragon flame, and the beast, while the corpse was still smoking, he casually ripped out its heart. But plot twist. He was completely surrounded. A massive horde of goblins had closed in, and he just smirked, sarcastic. Launching himself directly into the mob, he laughed at how his very first target practically delivered itself on a silver platter. Now, time for some lore. Mana stones are the ultimate monster drops. Back in the day, they were just basic crafting materials for magic gear. But then, everything completely flipped. Professor Isaac dropped a massive bombshell at the academy. This genius mage published a paper proving that if you consume a mana stone, you literally absorb the monster's raw abilities on top of its energy. We're talking insane orc stamina, god-tier troll healing, and ogre-level brute force. Naturally, the academic boomers absolutely lost their minds. They called it pure garbage, arguing that human and monster biology were radically different. Dean Neuron stepped up, throwing down an ultimatum. Prove it or get fired on the spot. Spoiler alert, the professor completely nailed the demonstration. Once the crazy theory became undeniable fact, the entire continent's magic community was shook to its core. Overnight, monster parts became easier to find in a corner drugstore than in an actual dungeon. But here is the million-dollar question. Is it actually hard to absorb these crystals? Well, filtering out the lethal poison is an absolute nightmare. You need a crazy mix of moon beetle juice and boiling lava stones. But if you just want to take in the raw mana, super easy. You literally just eat the damn things. And that is exactly what Jan was doing in the mud right now. Taking a savage bite out of the crystal-infused flesh, he muttered under his breath. He swore he'd never stoop to this level again. The taste was absolutely revolting, like rotting garbage. But to hijack the power, he had to digest, which holds a 2-to-1 ratio compared to the actual heart. The massive catch? He'd be swallowing a lethal dose of monster venom in the process. Taking in raw mana this way meant playing a literal game of Russian roulette with your life. A violent wave of nausea hit him instantly. Slapping his hand over his mouth, he gagged, feeling the toxic acid melting his insides. Luckily, he had a cheat code, his dragon breathing technique. Channeling the ancient rhythm, the agonizing pain vanished in a heartbeat. Okay, so digestion was going to take way longer than he originally planned. Rushing it was suicide. But without warning, Cruel launched a massive sneak attack. Throwing all his body weight into it, he tried to crater Yan straight into the dirt. With a wicked smirk, Cruel gloated that he never expected to find such a pathetic, low-tier scrub out here, claiming this fight was already over. He planned to hijack all that sweet mana for himself. But the moment he looked down, his arrogant grin vanished. There was absolutely nobody under his boot. Standing right there, our boy Yan dropped a hard truth about the Blade Mountains. Forget the bloodthirsty monsters roaming around. The real threat was pure scum, like the guy standing right in front of him. Cruel scoffed, claiming Yan just got crazy lucky dodging his attack. He'd heard rumors about unhinged savages eating monsters out here, but seeing this feral dude in the flesh was absolute nightmare fuel. Looking down his nose, the snobby noble declared Yan was totally worthless and practically begging for a beatdown. But hey, if he dropped to his knees and pleaded for his life, he might just let him walk. Or better yet, just hand over every single mana stone he'd mined, and witness the legendary mercy of high society. Unbothered, Yan deadpanned that his pockets were completely empty. Cruel snapped, barking at him to stop capping. He was actually going to throw him a bone, but clearly this peasant was way too dense to. Flashing a sinister smirk, the noble pointed out that they were completely off the grid. Literally nobody would care if he erased a nobody from existence. Hand over the crystals, or it's game over. A twisted grin spread across Yan's face as it clicked. This was the ultimate golden opportunity. He slowly agreed, echoing that there were absolutely zero witnesses around. Cruel smirked, saying he totally The noble warned him not to start squealing once the pain kicked in. But before the words even left his mouth, Yan blurred forward, burying his fist straight into the kid's. Now, let's rewind. Cruel Dwight was literally bred to rule his family's massive estate. Even at just 12 years old, he knew the world was packed with absolute trash, making his spot at the top an undisputed fact. But plot twist, 2 jealous relatives were dead set on blocking his rise to power. Faking genuine concern for his so-called elite education, they actually exiled him to a brutal warrior boot camp, tossing him away into a rotting, literal garbage dump. The grudge he held was lethal. Cruel Dwight, the one true heir to the bloodline, stood miles above the rest of the filth. He made a blood oath that the second he escaped this hellhole, he would absolutely torch those backstabbers to ashes. Fast forward to now, and that untouchable heir just got floored by the exact same kind of peasant he despised. The duo hiked all the way to Snake Gorge, the soul hit, earning its creepy name from its twisted, serpent-like shape. This ravine was straight up cursed. Rumor had it, not a single living soul dared to set foot inside. No one who entered ever made it out alive. Trudging through the gloom, Cruel threw a massive tantrum, spitting curses non-stop, while miserably dragging a heavy, bloody sack stuffed with dead goblins. He shrieked, demanding to know how a commoner dared to treat him like a pack mule. Whatever sick game Yan was playing, it was doomed to fail, because he was dealing with the untouchable Dwight legacy. Yan just violently yanked on his leash, barking at him to shut his trap and pick up the pace. Seriously, who cares about his fancy pedigree? How long was this spoiled brat going to cry about his dad being an earl? They had a massive trek ahead, so he needed to hustle. Furious, the kid snapped back, yelling at Yan to haul the nasty garbage himself. Why force him to do the dirty work? Yan coldly shot back that he brought this on himself, and honestly, this was way too soft of a punishment for a brat who just tried to murder him. Panicking, Cruel screamed, demanding to know what he planned to do with a pile of goblin corpses. Yan sighed, telling the kid to zip it. For a supposed elite warrior, he whined way too much. Suddenly, Cruel flashed a cocky smirk, and smugly asked if this uncultured barbarian knew the Empire's laws. Assaulting a noble was a straight-up death sentence, and he was a count's heir. Thwack! A rock instantly smashed right into his face, sending him tumbling to the dirt in sheer agony. Clutching his bleeding nose, he howled in absolute outrage. Yan just stood over him, ordering him to get up. What, do fancy nobles suddenly go numb when they catch hands? Holding back humiliated tears, the boy's mind was racing. Who the heck was this psycho? He really thought a brutal surprise attack would have easily caught this guy slipping. But reality check. Ever since that first punch, anytime he even twitched toward Yan, he got absolutely rocked in the jaw. This level of total disrespect was beyond anything he'd ever experienced. Shaking with rage, he scrambled to his feet and kept trudging. Yan casually dropped some wisdom. Even if you mess up big time, a solid, genuine apology is a great way to avoid getting your teeth. Did the little lord get the message? Cruel stayed completely quiet, fiercely vowing inside that he absolutely refused to lose. Sure, his mana flow was totally jammed during their fight. But the exact second his energy recharged, he was going to slaughter this guy. Almost like he was reading his mind, Yan shot him a lethal glare. Did he stutter? Or did he need to repeat the lesson? Seething with rage, Cruel almost screamed that he was going to end him, but instantly swallowed his pride. Pivoting hard, he forced out a fake smile, claiming he actually respected Yan, and totally wanted to be best bros in the future. Yan scoffed. Did this clown really think his glaringly obvious, murderous thoughts were hidden? He better shut his mouth right now, unless he wanted to crawl on his belly like a crushed roach. Watching the kid instantly mute himself, Yan couldn't help but analyze him. The brat had an insane survival instinct, but the dark aura leaking out of him was wildly unstable. Only one twisted source could radiate that kind of filthy vibe: pure demonic knowledge. Out in the world, there are sketchy sorcerers who dabble in black magic and tap into the abyss. But then there are corrupted warriors who weave that same darkness straight into their blade work. It's a massive shortcut to getting overpowered. The catch? Playing with black magic comes with a horrific price tag. Their minds and bodies slowly rot away until the shadows completely devour their humanity, leaving them totally psychotic. Yan knew that in his previous life, Cruel evolved into an absolute menace, earning the terrifying title of Bloodstar, because he ruled his entire clan with an iron, blood-soaked fist. But was that insane cruelty just his personality, or the demonic arts twisting his brain? Looking at him now, the kid clearly hadn't mastered. Suddenly halting, Cruel pleaded with Yan to hold up and just unclip this humiliating dog collar. Yan raised an eyebrow. Was he plotting a quick getaway? The noble fired back. Literally, where would he even run? He fiercely argued that he wasn't a stray mutt, and honestly, the optics were incredibly messed up. Seriously, did Yan even care how unhinged they looked right now? Pausing to think it over, Yan shrugged and actually agreed, unbuckling the leather strap. Rubbing his neck, Cruel exhaled a massive sigh of relief. Finally, he could actually breathe. For a hot second, he thought he'd be wearing that degrading choker until the day he died. Yan just smirked, cryptically whispering that his misery was about to end anyway. They had finally hit their destination. Confused, the boy asked where the heck they even were. Yan casually strolled to the jagged edge, peering straight down into a terrifying, seemingly bottomless, and revealed that the ultimate jackpot was hidden right down there. Well, technically, it wasn't a shiny pile of gold, but a colossal, sleeping nightmare. Following orders, Cruel violently shoved the heavy pile of monster corpses right over the cliff, muttering that it was absolute insanity to force him to haul these disgusting carcasses for miles, just to chuck them into a black hole. As the dead goblins plummeted into the darkness, he dusted off his hands, asking if his shift was finally over. Yan chuckled, offering a little pro tip as a reward for his backbreaking labor. Flashing a chilling smile, Yan told him to start sprinting for his life, and whatever he does, do not look back. The exact second the goblin corpses slammed into the canyon floor, a pair of massive, glowing eyes snapped open in the pitch-black shadows. Down below, a massive black occult seal, sketched across the cavern floor, absorbed the bloody sacrifices, and began violently pulsating with light. A bone-rattling voice boomed from the abyss. Who? An ear-splitting roar violently shook the canyon, making Cruel shriek in pure terror. Yan, what the hell are you even doing? He screamed. Yan just, "Oh, he's coming," Yan muttered. The colossal beast began scaling the abyss right toward them, its demonic voice demanding they surrender their souls. Miles away, "Lorena, please tell me you're sensing that too," she gasped, visibly shaken. Lorena nodded grimly. "It was a suffocating—" "It's coming from Snake Gorge," Kasha muttered, her voice trembling. "What on earth just happened over there?" She spun around, eyes wide with panic. "I've never felt an aura this sinister before. I have no clue what we're up against, but the sheer power of this magic is insane." Lorena's face instantly went pale. "Kasha, screw the plan," she barked. "We need to sprint back to the gate right now." Kasha blinked in total shock. "Wait, what? Why the sudden retreat?" Ignoring her, Lorena frantically waved her arms. "Listen up, everyone. We are falling back to the gate. Drop all your heavy gear. Ditch the mana stones. Leave everything." A confused cadet piped up. But what about our—" Lorena practically lost her mind. "Forget the stupid exam. Evacuate or you die. Run for your lives." The crowd erupted into terrified screams as they scrambled to obey. "Lorena, talk to me," Kasha pleaded. "Just a second ago, I asked you how strong this dark energy was." Lorena stared into the distance, whispering in pure dread. It's on par with my father's." Kasha's jaw hit the floor. "Your dad? That's literally impossible. Her father was the legendary divine guardian of the North, a man absolutely famous for his god-tier strength. Could this dark magic genuinely rival him? Kasha realized with sickening clarity that not a single instructor here could even scratch a monster like that. It was absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, over at the command post, an instructor pointed at the sky, his hand shaking. "Yo, what the hell is that?" A massive, shadowy figure was hovering above them. But then, a bone-chilling voice echoed through the air. "Still not enough. I need more. More." In a flash of brutal violence, the instructors were slaughtered. A surviving man shrieked, "Roman! What? How the hell should I know?" Roman yelled back, bracing for impact. Suddenly, explosive flames engulfed their bodies, triggering agonizing screams. The monstrous entity hissed, demanding they hand over their souls. Down on the dirt trail, cadets were absolutely booking it. "Hurry up! Keep pushing!" they screamed, desperate to reach the safe zone. Suddenly, someone froze. "Wait, everyone, stop right there." Up ahead, a lone figure staggered toward them like a zombie, mumbling erratically. "Don't stop," he groaned, his voice warped and drawn out. Then, his tone completely shifted into a demonic roar. "Surrender your souls!" Kasha flinched back in horror, and right before their eyes, the guy instantly dropped dead. Lorena shrieked, "Is this a freaking ambush?" Kasha wildly pointed off to the side and yelled, "No, look at the ground!" The dead man's blood was unnaturally crawling into a complex, glowing pattern. "It's a blood seal," the creepy voice echoed again. "Found you." The cadets suddenly clutched their skulls, shrieking in pure agony. Lorena ordered everyone to brace themselves. She gritted her teeth as the ominous voice boomed from the shadows. "You little rats, you dared to wake me from my slumber." A skeletal, rotting hand. "I suppose I should thank you," the creature rasped. "And for waking me, I will reward you." Stepping into the light, the terrifying ancient lich finally revealed with a brutal, agonizing death. Let's pause for a quick lore drop. Magic has zero limits, but human life? Super short. So, power-hungry sorcerers, desperate to master every single spell, found they literally sold their souls to the abyss in exchange for immortality. The price? Transforming into a lich, a rotting abomination that despises everything breathing. Back in reality, the cadets were clutching their heads, screaming as their minds melted. "Hold the line!" Lorena roared over the chaos. "This isn't just any regular lich. This ancient freak and it has devoured thousands of innocent lives. But seriously, why did this OP boss spawn right in the middle of their exam?" Cut to Jake, Todd, and Rod, totally out of breath, demanding to know why they were sprinting like maniacs. "Shut your mouth and watch your back," Roman snapped, drenched in cold sweat. Jake stumbled, his eyes widening. "Bro, what the hell is this?" The ground was littered with massacred cadets. Roman's stomach dropped as a single name crossed his mind. Yan. Flashback to right before they teleported into the Blade Mountain range. Roman had walked straight up to the main character. "Looks like you couldn't dodge this mess either, huh? But hey, it's probably not going to be that brutal, right?" Yan just shot him a deadpan look. "You talk way too much," Yan had sighed. Roman brushed it off and offered an invite. "Want to squad up for the mountains? Going solo in there is practically—" Yan coldly rejected him. "I fly solo, but since we supposedly have so much in common, I'll give you one piece of free advice." Yan's eyes turned deadly serious. "If you sense something utterly catastrophic heading your way, drop everything. Sprint for the escape gate and completely forget about passing this exam." Snapping back to the present, Roman gritted his teeth. That crazy bastard Yan. So he actually predicted this bloodbath. But what kind of insane stunt did he pull anyway? Back at the showdown, "You dared to disturb my eternal rest." A blood-curdling shriek ripped through the gorge. Lorena yelled, "This gate, reroute to the other exits. Gate number 3 is the closest." Lorena drew her weapon and barked, "Everyone, get the hell out of here right now." "Lorena, no," Kasha cried out in panic. "You have to run with us." But Lorena firmly shook her head, planting her feet. Gripping her sword tight, "I'm going to hold this freak off. Kasha, you need to lead the squad to safety. Tears streamed down Kasha's face. Are you insane? You can't take him solo. Lorena smiled sadly. Kasha forcefully wiped her tears, screaming over her shoulder. Fine, I'll get them out. Biting her lip hard enough to bleed, she silently begged Lorena for forgiveness. She couldn't afford to die. Do you honestly believe a frail mortal like you can stand in my way? The monster taunted. Lorena steadied her breathing. She had to risk it all, and she secretly held number 1. Her blade was forged from pure mithril, an absolute cheat code for slicing through the undead. Without warning, a dark chant echoed, and a barrage of blazing magical skulls materialized right behind the Lich's back. Perish, insect, he hissed. The demonic skulls rocketed straight for Lorena's face. Reacting instantly, she acted Dark Ceremony and Wings of the Windbird. Locking onto her target, she hurled her mithril sword like a javelin, straight at the skull projectiles. Bouncing off a rocky slope, Lorena shouted her battle cry. And my second advantage, she yelled, launching herself right at the undead king. Basic magic rules. Wizards absolutely cannot cast an attack spell and a defense shield at the exact same time, while you're attacking. I'm going to end you. But midair, another creepy chant hit her ears. Lorena's eyes went wide in pure, unfiltered shock. Wait, is that a freaking seal of— A massive defensive barrier erupted in front of the Lich. Lorena's brain completely short-circuited. How is he dual casting? That breaks every rule of magic. If he can do that, how many spells can these skeletons spam at once? Before she could blink, a counterattack violently blasted her out of the sky. Stripped of her weapon, shadowy chains made of skulls tightly wrapped around her limbs. Let go of me! What the hell is this? She thrashed wildly, furious and helpless. You rotting piece of trash. Release me right now. The Lich floated closer, his glowing eyes practically— Out of all these cowards, only you had the guts to face me. I will thoroughly shatter your noble soul and twist you into an obedient, mindless corpse that serves my every command. Pinned and helpless, Lorena's eyes locked onto a suspiciously glowing crystal, embedded right in the center of the monster's forehead. Meanwhile, back in the ancient Lich's supposedly abandoned lair, an intruder stood over the empty throne. Realizing the boss— So this whole magic seal was just a massive trap, the guy smirked. Unleashing a devastating combo of high fire magic and a storm flash straight at the collapsing ceiling, he muttered. And here I thought looting an empty boss room was going to be a walk in the park. Turns out, that terrifying monster was our boy the MC the whole time. He ripped off his mask, smirking, but realized right away he was walking straight into a fully on— Thank God he came prepared. He casually tossed aside his volcanic armadillo shell, a hyper-rare drop with insane fire resistance. Not only does it tank regular flames, but it absolutely eats fire magic. Jan had already scoped the place out. Around 500 magical traps rigged to blow, plus at least 30 moving hazards just waiting to slice him up. The setup was genius. He used those clueless goblins as live bait to drag the Lich right out of its cozy little lair. Now, it was time to— Pulling it off though, that was going to be a total nightmare. But honestly, it was completely doable, since he already had the entire layout of this hellhole memorized. He'd known all about this undead freak back when he was a special forces captain. Right after a previous bloodbath of a mission, a highly classified report— It read, Case number A5821567. Target, Ancient Lich. Victims: the 1st Training Division of the Elite Squad. Location, Blade Spine. Threat level, high-ranking anomaly. The total number of cadets deployed was exactly 1,000. The casualty rate was brutal. 0 wounded, 100 survivors, and 900 slaughtered. The massacre was so devastating it almost got the entire academy shut down permanently. A follow-up file revealed that this ancient Lich, which had been fast asleep for centuries, woke up cranky after tasting the blood of a wandering intruder who stumbled into its crib. But the real juice of that investigation? It exposed the exact coordinates of the loot. Built way back in the Dark Ages, this dungeon was packed to the brim with mythical artifacts. We're talking ancient tomes where reading just a single page could instantly turn you into a literal sage. Mountains of jewels, where just 1 gold coin could fund a life of absolute luxury. The MC knew all this, but the ultimate prize was completely off the radar: the Vessel of Life. Basically, a magical core holding every ounce of the Lich's health and mana. This very vessel, lost in his past life, had to be hiding right here, right now. The only surviving fragment of the Imperial Scroll clearly warned that while someone could snatch the vessel's energy, fully absorbing its insane power was supposed to be impossible. But what the scroll conveniently forgot to mention was a total game-changer. By combining the life vessel with his mana stones, the explosive boost in raw power would be off the charts. With that kind of juice, doing the impossible suddenly became a walk in the park. He'd finally unlocked the legendary Divine Dragon's Breath. Jan flashed a wicked smirk, realizing that by milking this massive— he wouldn't just recover his past strength, he'd completely shatter his old limits. Suddenly, his boots ground to a halt. Bingo! I'm in. The ancient Lich's personal altar had to be lurking somewhere in these shadows. Glancing around to match the intel from the old report, he rolled his shoulders. Alright, he shoved hard against the massive doors, but a violent shockwave blasted him backward. He grunted in pain as a glowing, intricate seal materialized right across the entrance. The MC furrowed his brow, scoffed. But here was the crazy part. The defense system locked onto him way before he even touched the damn thing. Was it some kind of invisible phantom guarding the vault? If so, a magical facial recognition seal popped up, coldly scanning him. Access denied. Unrecognized entity. It practically screamed as his reflection vanished from the barrier. The MC just He started running his hands along the jagged stone walls, hunting for a specific weak point from the files. Gotcha, he whispered, pressing heavily against a loose brick. Heavy stone immediately ground open. Jan nodded to himself, knowing this. Supplemental file number 2 explicitly stated that, back in its prime, this torture chamber held thousands of captives, and, inevitably, a backdoor smuggling route had to exist. Looking down the pitch-black corridor, the MC sighed. This whole maze is rigged with old-school booby traps. Gonna take a minute to dismantle them. But come on, for a former elite Black Ops captain? This was basically child's play. Plus, he had all the time in the world down here in the shadows, and the longer he took, the sweeter the loot was gonna be. Meanwhile, back on the surface, a towering, horrific skeleton lunged forward. Lorena shrieked in absolute disgust, shouting, "What the hell do you think you can do to me?" The Lich let out a bone-chilling, raspy laugh. "Oh, I am going to absolutely savor tearing your soul apart piece by piece," it hissed. It taunted her, debating whether to rip her head clean off and keep it as a twisted little pet, or maybe stitch it straight onto a filthy orc's body. Or better yet, how about a mindless, flesh-eating zombie? Let's see how loud you bark then, little girl. Black, shadowy tentacles erupted from the Lich's robes, slithering toward her as it commanded her to shut her annoying mouth. Her time was up. The undead monster lunged, cackling like a maniac. But Lorena stood her ground, screaming back at the top of her lungs. "You think you scare me, you overgrown foster? You arrogant little rat," the Lich roared in pure fury. It vowed to strip the flesh straight from her bones, promising to reduce her entire existence to nothing but ash in the... Channeling a terrifying wave of pitch-black destruction magic, the Lich chanted, "Dark Fracture." But suddenly, its glowing eyes blew wide open in shock. Lorena blinked, completely confused, wondering. The Lich staggered back, muttering in a daze. Wait, what is this sickening feeling? The unbreakable barrier protecting his sacred altar had just shattered. You were nothing but a decoy, it snarled, wrapping a shadow tentacle tightly around her throat. A setup. This whole thing was a damn setup. While I was up here playing with you, some filthy rat slipped right into my home. Gasping for air, Lorena, the furious undead, brutally slammed her into the dirt. "Shut your mouth, you pathetic insect," it roared. Spinning around in a total panic, the Lich commanded its minions to warp back to base immediately. It had access gate code 127-5. A swirling, vortex-like black seal ripped open the fabric of space right in front of it. Diving head, "Take me straight to the altar." Bruised and battered, Lorena weakly pushed herself off the ground, coughing. Where did that psycho just go? Did he just rage quit? Meanwhile, the Lich materialized inside its inner sanctum. Its skeletal mind was racing. How the hell did anyone bypass that endless meat grinder of traps? The intruder had flawlessly shattered a master-tier barrier that took a literal 1,000 years to craft. Nobody, absolutely nobody. So who was it? A top-tier archmage from the Magic Guild? A legendary heavy hitter from the Emperor's Royal Knights? Suddenly, the Lich looked down at the shattered glass covering the My legendary elixirs. Did you actually drink them? It had spent 10 centuries flawlessly brewing those potions to infinitely restore mana and physical vitality. 1,000 long years of grinding, just to finally resurrect, and in 5 minutes, some random thief had completely flushed all that hard work down the toilet. Suddenly, a chillingly casual voice echoed right behind its skull. The MC was just... The Lich snapped its neck around, eye sockets burning with rage. You're the little pest who smashed my millennium-old barrier? Jan just lazily waved a hand, totally unfazed. Yo, relax, man. Pull up a chair and take a sip, Jan slurred playfully. He was completely hyped out of his mind, practically buzzing from the sheer rush of overdosing on pure, raw magical energy. See, when a human absorbs that much condensed mana all at once, they get completely, totally wasted, like hitting the ultimate magical high. Grinning like a madman, the MC teased. Didn't anybody ever teach you? Hoarding the good stuff for later is just begging to get robbed. The Lich just stood there, absolutely flabbergasted. It wasn't the elite Wizards Guild. It wasn't the fearsome Emperor's Knights. The ultimate mastermind who all of its godly defenses meant absolutely nothing against this kid. The MC wiped his mouth and chuckled. Man, look at you. You were in... I kind of feel bad for ruining your little playdate on the surface, but honestly, waltzing right through your ultra-secure front door was way too fun to pass up. The Lich practically vibrated. "I am going to rip your spine out," it shrieked. "And when I'm done with you, I'll slaughter every living soul outside. Did you honestly think I wouldn't instantly notice Jan smirked thoughtfully. "Yeah, but you completely missed the part where I jacked your ultra-rare artifact, while casually strolling through your little tunnels." The Lich sneered, demanding to know if this was some kind of sick joke. If not, why the hell did he smash through the front gate's barrier? MC just smirked and shot back. Yep, that was exactly the point. He did it simply because he felt like it. Plus, aside from hoarding those crazy elixirs, This place was an absolute goldmine for ancient He even stumbled across a rare manual on the mana engine. Was the guy seriously obsessed with hoarding all this dusty lore? The undead sorcerer burst into a maniacal laugh and growled. Do you have any idea what you're dealing with? His name was Momin. He had cursed himself to become a rotting undead, brewing his ultimate revenge for 1,000 agonizing years, 10 straight centuries of pure, unadulterated grind. And now, some filthy little rat was trying to hijack his master plan? To obliterate the traitor who robbed him of absolutely everything, he willingly traded his humanity for this rotting, skeletal shell. And thanks to this punk, his epic, centuries-old scheme was going up in smoke. MC casually took a sip of his potion, waving him off. Yeah, my bad. Anyway, keep going. Momin just stared, completely, utterly baffled. Yan chuckled, realizing the guy was practically intoxicated by his own tragic backstory. You seriously think way too highly of yourself, you arrogant brat. He unleashed a massive, roaring wall of fire, screaming that he was going to boil every last drop of cocky blood right out of his veins. MC casually closed his eyes and firmly ordered him to cut it out. Suddenly, Momin's aura choked. He halted his mana flow, looking totally clueless. Wait, what was wrong with his energy? Yan flashed a wicked smirk. Took you long enough to catch on. Momin shrieked in absolute horror, his life vessel. Yan ripped open his shirt, flexing the glowing, magical seal branded right onto his chest. The Lich completely lost his mind. You swallowed it? Are you freaking kidding me? A mana heart? Did this lunatic seriously forge a brand? How in the world did a kid even know a high-tier trick like that? Cut to a few moments later, and MC was absolutely booking it across. Out of nowhere, the sky ripped open, raining down catastrophic wide-area fire magic. Momin was hot on his heels, shrieking, "You worthless trash! You really think you can outrun death?" MC yelled back over the explosions. What, you expect me to just stand around and die? He had totally hijacked the guy's life vessel. If I kick the bucket, you're going down with me, aren't you? But Momin just cackled, roaring back. Oh, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to possess your body and be reborn. Yan slammed the brakes, whipped around and narrowed his eye. The Lich sneered. Since this brat trashed a plan he'd been cooking up for a millennium, stealing his youth and his flesh was just a fair trade. Plus, that body was absolutely jacked with the raw power of his stolen elixirs. He was just taking his property back. MC raised an eyebrow. So, he might have sarcastically apologized earlier, but handing over his meat suit was definitely not on the agenda. He demanded the kid surrender instantly, promising to take super good care of his new body once he ripped his soul out. He triggered a devastating parallel chain spell paired with a curse storm. Yan braced himself as the pressure crushed down. Casting multiple top-tier seals at once, he had 0 options left. He unleashed the divine dragon's breath and fully ignited his brand new mana heart. The magical restraints shattered into glowing dust. Momin gasped, reeling in shock. He hadn't felt that immense aura in ages. Could that bastard actually— MC ghosted right behind him, whispering, "Aw, are you that worried about me? I'm honestly flattered." Momin whipped around, practically foaming at the mouth. You little psycho! He fired off a lethal dark dragon rise, screaming in disbelief at the kid's insane speed. Is running all you can do, you pathetic coward? Meanwhile, MC was already dashing away. He totally didn't expect the situation to go this hard south. But right now, the mana inside his new core was pumping endlessly, flowing as naturally as— So this was the real deal. The absolute, raw power of the divine dragon's breath. Monster cores, magic stones, epic elixirs. He was literally down to devour anything if it meant a massive power-up. Even swallowing an ancient lich's life vessel was light work. At this insane pace, he wouldn't just reclaim his past life's peak stats. Nah, he was going to break the ceiling and become infinitely stronger. Suddenly, he skidded to a hard stop, slamming against a solid stone wall. Wait, a dead end? Where the hell did the door go? He swore there was an egg. How did the layout completely change? Momin slowly floated down the hall, cackling like an absolute supervillain. You look just like a rat trapped in a poisoned cage. He had triggered every single trap in the dungeon. Every door was magically erased. The kid was utterly cornered with 0 escape routes. What was his big brain? Yan clenched his fists, rapidly calculating his odds. It looked like he had no choice but to straight up murder this lich. Wait, scratch that. His inventory was totally empty. No weapons, no items, nothing. Trying to fight back in this state was a death sentence. Momin roared, threatening to violently slice. The undead monster slammed his hands down, activating a gruesome summoning circle to drag his ultimate weapon over. A colossal, shadowy dragon skull lunged straight for MC, who braced himself, knowing he was completely outmatched. When suddenly, boom, the attack evaporated into thin air, and a commanding voice echoed through the hall. Are you all right? MC smirked to himself. His backup had finally arrived to crush this psych. You held out flawlessly, cadet. Let me take out the trash from here. He had gotten an emergency ping during the exams and instantly teleported straight to the front lines. He had absolutely no clue a nightmare-level boss was hiding right under their noses. This monster had slaughtered hundreds of young cadets, not just recruits, but his own loyal citizens. So much untamed potential, brutally snuffed out before it could even spark. Leon's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, I will never forgive you for this. Momin just stared back. Jan respectfully dipped his head, playing the perfect humble student. Your Highness. Leon glanced over his shoulder, his eyes widening. Wait, was this kid— What the heck was a newbie doing in a death zone? MC smoothly lied, claiming he recklessly chased the Lich solo and ended up trapped. Leon nodded, realizing this absolute madman was the one who leaked the boss's— You did an incredible job, soldier. Now fall back immediately. Jan hid a sly grin. The Crown Prince had crashed the party exactly on cue. Roman seriously clutched up. Flashback to right before the first exam. MC had secretly instructed Roman to beam his exact coordinates directly to the head instructor the second he hit the gate. But the real masterstroke? Making damn sure the Crown Prince was in earshot to hear the distress call. It was a flawlessly executed trap. Back in the present, Momin tilted his skeletal head, sensing something terrifying. Tell me, what is your connection to Bahamut? Leon frowned, gripping his sword tighter. Bahamut? Why was this rotting corpse dropping the name of the Empire's legendary— Momin shrieked. The founding father? So his filthy blood actually runs through your veins. You absolute clowns. He threw his head back, erupting into psychotic echoing laughter. Today was a truly special day. It was bringing back all his most violently nostalgic memories. He vividly remembered the chilling words whispered to him all those centuries ago. Oh, how brilliant. You forged the divine dragon's breath flawlessly, Momin. You played your part perfectly. But now, you need to die. Because the dragon's breath belongs solely to me, Bahamut. He screamed. Right in his face stood the literal bloodline of his worst enemy. Flashback to way back when. Momon the wizard was chilling in the library casting a spell. He was obsessed with one question: how to stabilize and trap the dungeon's raw, chaotic energy. He wanted to push the limits, maxing out the absorption rate of his mana circle. Just imagine the insane power he'd wield if he merged it all into one core. Consumed by this crazy curiosity, he actually started running twisted experiments on his own best friend, Bahamut. And horribly enough, the tests worked. He basically rebuilt his bro's entire physique using this modified mana. Boom, the mana heart was officially born. Bahamut immediately started flexing his new, crazy gains. But Momin just rolled his eyes, telling him to stop showing off and put a damn shirt on. The magic stats were literally off the charts. Momin pressed him. Did it feel different? Bahamut just smirked, calling the surge of power absolutely euphoric. With that kind of juice, forging a brand new combat style was a no-brainer. Teaming up, the duo crafted the ultimate weapon powered by the mana heart. Bahamut dubbed it something totally epic, the breath of the divine dragon. But Momin turned his back, muttering that this wasn't even the heart's final form. The deeper he dug into the research, suddenly, Bahamut whispered a chilling apology. I'm sorry, Momin. The wizard frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Then he looked down at his trembling hands and screamed out, Bahamut, what did you do to me? Coldly, Bahamut announced that the wizard's part in this story was over. Momin shrieked in pure agony, begging to know how his own brother could betray him like this. Bahamut just sighed, calling his dearest friend, admitting that without him, neither the legendary mana heart nor the divine dragon's breath would even exist. But he had to be silenced. He knew way too much, and Bahamut wanted all that god-tier power for himself. Centuries dragged on since that sickening backstab. Clinging to the absolute dregs of his magic, Momin forcefully anchored his soul. By chanting that exact same cursed spell on a loop, he burned the magic deep into his own decaying corpse. Pure vengeance. The backstabbing snake who robbed him blind was finally going to pay in blood. That traitor was going to face absolute hell. He'd been plotting this payback for a literal 1,000 years. Momin launched himself forward, but suddenly his rotting eyes bulged in utter shock. You cocky little brat, he shrieked. Unleashing a parallel chain spell, the undead wizard roared that he'd grind the kid into literal dust. He triggered a devastating curse storm, but Leon countered hard, busting out the secret dragon's breath technique and completely shattering every single seal. He ripped his sword through the air, unleashing a colossal strike. The Yellow Dragon River. Momin howled in absolute rage. Bahamut, even from the grave, you're still torturing me. Keep his name out of your rotting mouth, Lich, Leon barked back. The two of them exploded off the ground, clashing head-on. Panic hit Momin. The kid was actually blocking his magic circle from firing off. So he ordered his undead slaves to drag the boy down by his ankles. But Leon just roared, asking if this fossil seriously thought some cheap parlor tricks could hold him back. It was almost too perfect that they crossed paths here. He popped the third form of Yellow Dragon summoning, merging it with the evil dragon spirit. Momin lost his damn mind, shrieking about the sheer audacity. Drop dead, you little punk. The Lich spammed 4th-tier dark magic, layering crazy weapon enhancement spells, while Leon flexed the 7th form of the Yellow Dragon summoning, bringing out the 3rd form of the dragon's sword. Momin furiously commanded the filthy descendant to get erased from existence. He thrust his skeletal hand out, dropping 5th-tier annihilation magic. Meanwhile, Leon gripped the hilt of his noble imperial sword. Their ultimate attacks slammed into each other, sparking a blinding explosion. Watching from the sidelines, our MC was absolutely stunned. This is completely insane, he muttered. He couldn't believe Leon was actually throwing hands with an ancient lich and holding his own. Honestly, he couldn't even tell who the real monster was here. A materialized sword? That kind of god-tier aura was straight-up dragon energy. Was this the breath effect? Honestly, it was the perfect front-row seat to scope out. Exactly what the Crown Prince was packing, especially if they had to throw down later on. Obviously, that wasn't happening anytime soon. Right now, his main priority was tracking down his family. Should he just ditch this place while they're distracted? But suddenly, a cold voice sent shivers down his spine. Where exactly are you sneaking off to? Rodrigo clamped a heavy hand onto his shoulder, smirking. The party is just getting started. Yan cursed internally. Rodrigo Meyer. He'd totally forgotten about this guy. Rodrigo tilted his head, noting how first, the Cabedians make a run for it. Now a freaking lich pops up out of nowhere. And somehow, you're always standing right in the dead center of the chaos. Cadet number 9, Our MC slowly turned to face Captain Rodrigo. Shrugging the heavy hand off his shoulder, he stammered out, Sir Captain. Yeah, Lord Captain, Yan added. Rodrigo scoffed in absolute disgust. What the hell is wrong with the education system these days? Showing this kind of attitude to a senior officer. This isn't even about combat drills. It's just basic freaking respect. Are kids these days raised in a barn? MC just stared blankly, thinking, great, another boomer complaining. Turns out, the head instructor had tried to sweep the breakout under the rug, but the secret totally leaked. A while back, Rodrigo had demanded to know, did they actually break out? Yep, only 4 managed to slip away. Out of the cadets numbered 10 to 900, 3 got busted almost immediately in the nearby woods. But while hunting down the final runner, they found the entire 3rd pursuit squad slaughtered, and the missing cadet totally vanished without a trace. Rodrigo locked eyes with him. That runaway kid was number 974. That's you, isn't it? The MC kept his guard up, giving the guy pure silence. Rodrigo pressed harder, saying he'd heard even the head instructor had to personally hunt him down. So how exactly did a bottom-tier scrub survive both the lethal pursuit squad and the head instructor? And now, he somehow, miraculously survives a clash with an ancient lich? Don't tell me it was just dumb luck, Rodrigo sneered. I'm not buying it. The MC deadpanned. It wasn't luck. It was god-tier luck. I must have saved a country in my past life or something. Rodrigo twitched, annoyed that this punk was spitting sassy jokes. Yan kept his poker face, claiming he was utterly trapped and inches away from getting bodied by the lich, until the Crown Prince swooped in like a hero and saved his skin. Rodrigo glared. All of that was just a coincidence? Do I look like an idiot to you? Yan played innocent, but honestly, my RNG was just insane today. Are you seriously going to penalize me for having good luck? Rodrigo literally barked. What the? Absolutely shameless. How dare this trash-tier cadet talk back to him? He was nothing but Cadet 974, yet he had the ego of a goddamn king. Was this kid secretly the illegitimate son of some high-ranking noble? No way. Interrupting his thoughts, the MC asked, Sir Captain, shouldn't you be helping the Crown Prince out? Rodrigo gaped at him. Help him? Are you nuts? If I jump in there, I'll just be getting in His Highness's way. Honestly, there wasn't even an opening for a third wheel in that bloodbath. Yan watched closely, calculating. The lich had already lost his life vessel. But the undead freak still refused to drop. Wait, didn't he completely absorb the vessel's energy? If the lich managed to kickstart his mana, burning through whatever was left of the life vessel, Leon suddenly swung his blazing blade and roared. This is the end for you. He brutally slashed at Momin, screaming at the top of his lungs. Wait, a lich? Why the hell is he running away? Momin snapped at him to shut his mouth, letting out a blood-curdling shriek. My mana, it's draining. He could actually feel his magical core getting completely siphoned dry. No way. He whipped his skull toward our MC, only to see this cheeky kid flashing him a smug thumbs up. Momin roared in pure rage. It was all this punk's fault. This absolute nobody was treating a legend. Tearing at his own tattered robes, Momin completely lost it. If he was going down, he was stealing this kid's body first. Leon yelled out, is this really happening right now? Screw this vessel, Momin screeched. I'll just slaughter every last one of you. Suddenly, a massive swirling void ripped open right inside his... Leon's eyes widened in sheer horror. He's triggering a domain expansion. A domain expansion, the ultimate tier of magic where a caster's darkest desires are dragged straight into reality. It's an insanely overpowered technique. Aside from the Emperor himself, only the 4 absolute strongest family heads in the entire empire can even pull this off. This magic, it's lethal, Leon shouted. Pointing a skeletal finger, Momin cursed the descendant of Bahamut to drop dead. He was literally going to drag everyone straight down to hell with him. Like hell I'll let you, Leon gritted his teeth. Igniting his mana heart to the absolute max, he prepared for total devastation. Eat this, he poured. Momin recoiled in genuine shock. Rupture, Leon bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He was channeling the absolute peak of the yellow dragon's 5 senses. His blade shattered from the sheer force. I'm not done with you, Momin shrieked, refusing to die. Oh, you're dead meat, Leon shot back. Is that all you've got? Momin taunted, daring the prince to step closer. Without hesitating, Leon unleashed the legendary dragon sword, perfectly syncing it with the yellow dragon's phenomenon. He launched a blindingly fast strike right at Momon's core. The Lich howled in denial. This isn't the end. But Leon's staring blankly as his physical form crumbled. Momon realized everything he had worked for was completely trashed. 1,000 grueling years of plotting in the shadows. A literal millennium of boiling hatred, completely wiped out because of one annoying brat. Reaching out a desperate, decaying hand, he rasped out his final words. Why, Bahamut? Was my entire existence just a stepping stone for you? Why did it have to end like this? With a pathetic whimper, Momon dusted into nothingness. Leon sighed heavily. He actually pulled off a domain expansion, Leon muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. If that freak had executed it flawlessly, we'd all be wiped off. I'm still way too weak, the prince cursed under his breath. Rushing to his side, Captain Rodrigo looked deeply concerned. You're completely drained, Your Highness. I still can't believe you jumped into the front line. As the future king, you shouldn't be. Drop it, Rodrigo, Leon snapped, instantly cutting off the lecture. The captain mumbled something under his breath. What about the cadet? Leon asked, scanning the area. Is the kid hurt? Stepping out from the rubble, our MC bowed his head. Waving it off, Leon ordered his captain to escort the trainee straight to the infirmary. Right away, sir, Rodrigo replied. Watching them, Yan smirked to himself. His master plan for the Blade Mountain Range had played out flawlessly. The payoff was actually insane. By secretly draining the Lich's life vessel, he successfully forged his own mana heart. Plus, he finally got a front-row seat to the Crown Prince's true fighting capabilities. Thanks for the power-up, Momon, he thought playfully. He seriously couldn't have pulled this off without that bony sucker. But the craziest part? As soon as the royals left, a tiny, ragged piece of cloth on the ground slowly started. Fast forward a bit, and our MC is chilling in a luxurious dorm. Taking a sip of his tea, he sighed happily. Man, it's been ages since I tasted this. It was his absolute go-to drink in his past life, and he honestly hadn't felt this. That whole chaotic mess in the mountains already felt like a fever dream. Now, he was living like literal royalty. The academy dorms looked straight out of a 5-star resort. So this is how the filthy rich aristocrats live, he chuckled. This gorgeous castle was a massive upgrade from the pitch-black dungeon he used to call home. Back then, his entire world was a tiny, 5-square-meter pit featuring rusty chains, a disgusting slop bucket, one pathetic table, and a pet cockroach. But this place? 82 square meters of pure luxury. A plush bed, a velvety sofa, a steaming hot shower, and an endless supply of gourmet food. Guess totally crushing that exam really paid off. Just a few hours ago, the official rankings had finally dropped. The head instructor stepped up to the podium, his voice booming. Listen up! First off, I know the primary exam went completely off the rails due to that unexpected monster breach, but thanks to the absolute heroic badassery of His Highness the Crown Prince, the threat was neutralized, he announced proudly. Because of him, we managed to wrap up the evaluations without massive casualties. Honestly, you rookies should just be damn proud you made it out alive. Now, let's get down to the official rankings. The top 10 absolute beasts will score the highest tier. Ranks 11 through 100 will sit comfortably in the average tier. And the rest of you? Bottom of the barrel. Scanning the crowded hall, Kashan nudged her buddy. Looks like the big boss is finally here. The instructor continued. Your final score completely dictates your living conditions. Plus, our elite top rankers will unlock VIP access to the legendary Imperial Armory. A student gasped. Wait, the actual Imperial Armory? Whispers erupted across the room. The Imperial Armory wasn't just a weapons shed. It was a mythical vault, packed with ancient founding artifacts, centuries-old spellbooks, and hundreds of master-crafted swords. Rumor had it, the archives inside were as massive as a literal fortress. Silence, the instructor barked. The top 10 prodigies get exclusive access to the forbidden 3rd floor. Ranks 11 to 100 get the 2nd floor. The rest of you peasants are stuck on floor 1. Now, brace yourselves for the top 5. Roman leaned in, sweating nervously. Taking 5th place is Roman, the crowd cheered. He totally earned it by massacring the highest number of rare mutant goblins. Coming in at number 4 is Cruel. This psycho literally wiped out an entire troll's den solo. Cruel just scoffed, looking bored. Please, they're just hyping us up so no one cries about the top floors. The instructor ignored him. Snagging 3rd place is Kasha Everain. She completely annihilated the orc village without taking a single scratch. Kasha flipped her hair with a cocky grin. Honestly, barely a warm-up. Didn't even mess up my nails. And the runner-up for 2nd place. Lorena Beowulf. She took down a massive golden ogre, completely on her own. The hall erupted into confused murmurs. Wait, what? How is the ice... A fanboy in the back yelled. There's literally nobody stronger than Lorena. But sitting in the front row, Lorena fiercely bit her lip. This ranking was total garbage. She knew her high status was nothing but when she faced a genuine, apocalyptic monster, she completely froze up. I'm still so hopelessly weak, she thought bitterly. Suddenly, Cruel leaned over with a toxic sneer. Look at you sulking. How totally pathetic, Princess Lorena. She shot him a death glare. Back off, Cruel. Oh, struck a nerve? He mocked. You strut around acting like everyone's savior, yet you couldn't even keep the top spot. Meanwhile, clueless nobles whispered nearby. I heard she single-handedly held off that terrifying lich. She's the ultimate pride of high society. Kasha squeezed Lorena's shoulder. Just ignore that toxic creep. Ever since surviving the Blade Mountains, Cruel had become completely unhinged. Shut your mouth, Kasha, Lorena hissed. But Cruel wasn't done playing. You know, there's a juicier rumor floating around, he whispered menacingly. Word is, you didn't even fight that undead freak. They say you literally cried on your knees, begging a dusty pile of bones to spare your pathetic life. Surprisingly, Lorena didn't flinch. You're right, she admitted coldly. But thanks for obsessing over my rumors like a total fanboy. Shouldn't you be crying over your own embarrassing test scores instead? Cruel's face turned completely red. What the hell did you just say? Flashing a twisted psychotic grin, he stepped closer. Careful, Lorena. You're such a righteous little saint. It'd be a real shame if you ended up dead just like the She turned her back to leave, but Cruel's voice stopped her dead in her tracks. The heir to the wolf family, he sneered. Originally, that title belonged to your brother. But since he kicked the bucket, the seat's been wide open. You want it, don't you? He flashed a twisted smirk. Honestly, this timing is way too perfect. Wait, don't tell me. Did you orchestrate his death just to snatch the crown? Lorena's eyes went icy. If you really believe that, then you're dead wrong, she clapped back. But since we're tossing out wild theories, take a wild guess. Are you gonna die right here, right now? Pretty simple question, right? Cruel just scoffed, waving her off dismissively. All right, Lorena, let's see what you're made of. You're just as twisted as I am. Mana erupted around him as he roared. I absolutely despise that main character energy of yours, he barked, lunging forward to crush her. But before he could even lay a finger on her, someone materialized out of thin air, violently twisting his ear. Are you going to take off that stupid mask, or just stand there looking dumb? The mysterious guy mocked. Cruel shrieked in absolute agony. Stop! You're going to rip it off. Let go of my damn ear, he wailed. The guy just coldly asked, who took first place? I swear to God, you're going to tear my ear off. Who got first place? Number 9,774. Yan? Whispers erupted through the crowd. That name was definitely ringing some bells. Kasha gasped. Yan? Wait, did he actually take the top spot? Cruel was still screaming bloody murder. How could a total loser like him pull that off? If you don't let me go, then what? Yan interrupted, his grip tightening. Cruel instantly folded. Nothing, just please, it hurts. Lorena cat. Long time no see, she purred. Yan nodded. Miss Lorena? She waved him off. Oh please, drop the formalities. No need for the miss. All right then, Yan shrugged. So, how exactly did you end up with Cruel over here? She sighed. Unfortunately, we bumped into each other during the trials. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. That officially wraps up the results. Yan shot her a soft smile. I'm just glad you made it out in one piece, Lorena. She thanked him, but her mind was racing. Yan, she thought to herself. She always knew he was built different. But seeing Cruel absolutely trembling in front of him, that was insane. On top of that, the raw, explosive energy radiating off Yan was genuinely terrifying. What on earth did he go through? She was dying to interrogate him. But honestly, only one thing mattered right now. She tapped his shoulder and snitched, just so you know, Cruel has been talking mad trash about you this whole time. Cruel instantly panicked, screaming, that is completely cap. Later, Yan finally settled into his luxury dorm, his massive reward for securing first place. Honestly, he muttered to himself, doing absolutely nothing is way harder than fighting for my life. He casually flipped through a stolen book from the Imperial Armory. Suddenly, his eyes darted toward the door. You can come in now, he called out. The door creaked open, revealing a shocked figure. How did you even know I was out here? Guess my stealth needs some work, Damien grumbled, stepping into the room. He glared at Yan. You haven't forgotten about our little arrangement, have you? They still had some major beef to settle. Pouring a glass, Yan smirked. How's the wine? If I knew you were going to crash my room, I would have laid out the red carpet. Damien took a sip, his face deadpan. It's barely drinkable. Yan let out a low chuckle. You know, even when you're off the clock, you still give off massive head instructor vibes. Am I right? Yan teased. Damien scoffed. And again, that's completely cap. How exactly did you manipulate the Crown Prince into doing all this? Flashback to a few days prior. Leon had strictly ordered the staff to treat number 974 like absolute royalty. Back in the present, Damien raised an eyebrow. Let me guess. Are you just another one of his fleeting obsessions? Obsession? Yan echoed, clearly amused. Damien shrugged defensively. What else was I supposed to think? Obviously, I can't go around pissing off the Crown Prince. But believe me, I still want to snap your neck. Anyway, the intel just dropped. Simons County, Sector 52. Yan leaned back, unbothered. There's absolutely nothing there. Damien lost his cool, shouting, Of course there's nothing. That place has been a ghost town for years. Yan tapped his chin. That old fox of a captain is definitely pulling the strings. He probably sniffed out our tail and wiped his tracks completely clean. If you think I'm capping, be my guest, Yan challenged. Damien gritted his teeth. No, I'm not calling you honestly, whether you're telling the truth or not is completely irrelevant now. The bottom line is, you've outlived your usefulness. Without hesitation, Damien summoned his dark spirit sword, lunging forward to slice the coffee table clean in half. Dust filled the room as Yan casually deflected the blow. I really don't think murdering me is the play here. Damien's eyes widened. Did this kid seriously just parry his ultimate strike? Yan smirked. You shouldn't kill me, because I just found— Yan whipped out a thick, dusty tome. Damien squinted at the cover. Puzzle? What the hell is that? A clinical study on energy disruption? Yan revealed he snagged the book straight from the Imperial Vault. Even though he had VIP access to the legendary weapons on the 3rd floor, he intentionally detoured back down to the 1st floor. Down there sat a forgotten, highly classified library. It housed centuries of forbidden research and secret texts hoarded by ancient emperors. While most pages detailed brutal ways to slaughter monsters, Yan had frantically scavenged through the dusty archives. Nope, not this one. Definitely not this trash, he muttered, tossing scrolls aside, and he uncovered a highly classified thesis on energy disruption, secretly authored by none other than Captain Rodrigo. This terminal illness completely blocks a person's internal mana flow. As the victim grows, their life force gets rapidly drained, and they almost always kick the bucket before hitting 20 years of age. Damien flipped through the ancient pages, utterly confused. Okay, and? What's your point? Damien demanded. Yan raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that strike you as completely sus? Why is an elite musclehead captain suddenly acting like the dude is built like a tank? He clearly doesn't have the illness himself. So, why the obsession with this hyper-specific disease? If Rodrigo isn't the one dying, what if it's his daughter? Think about it. She was born with 0 mana, practically bedridden, and hidden away from the world. Her symptoms line up perfectly. That crazy bastard wasn't studying for the fun of it. He was desperately hunting for a cure to save his little girl's life. Everyone assumed he fiercely hid his daughter away, just because she was his vulnerable blind spot. But the plot twist? It was way deeper than that. To fund her insanely expensive medical treatments, the captain was forced to get his hands dirty. Tracking down an elite healer is nearly impossible and costs a fortune. They had his motives completely wrong from day one. Damien's jaw dropped. Wait, so using his daughter as leverage is totally useless? What the hell are you implying? Yan smirked. I'm saying, holding a knife to her throat won't make him our loyal dog. But if you, the mighty head instructor, control the medicine, you literally hold the captain's soul in your hands. Since a permanent cure doesn't exist yet, keeping her stable requires an absolute mountain of illegal, ultra-rare drugs. There is 0 chance a mere captain affords that on a regular salary. That old rat has definitely been embezzling a massive chunk of the Empire's fund. The perfect play here? Hand it over to the Special Ops squad. Once they catch a whiff of that dirty money, bagging that old fox will be an absolute breeze. Damien leaned back, his eyes narrowing. You talk a big game, kid. But right now, that's nothing but a wild hunch. Jan didn't flinch. Yeah, but if this hunch pays off, we absolutely bury the captain. And the best part, we risk literally 0. Plus, bleeding the treasury dry is a straight-up felony. They'd be drooling to investigate. Damien closed his eyes, a sly grin creeping in. A foolproof motive. I like how you think. Tossing the dusty tome to Jan, the head instructor smirked. I've got a rat inside the Special Forces audit team. Pulling the strings will be light work. While I handle that, you dig up everything you can on this mysterious illness. Jan's heart pounded. Holy crap, it actually worked. His past life intel was dead on. That corrupt captain really was draining the funds to keep his sick daughter alive. The scandal had blown up so massively in his previous life, the details were practically burned into his brain. Damien broke the silence. By the way, you seriously ditched the elite gear on the 3rd floor just to grab this crusty old book from the bottom tier? John met his gaze without blinking. A high-tier weapon is completely useless if I can't even wield it properly, Chief. Damien chuckled softly. Fair point. The instructor turned toward the heavy iron doors. Smart choice. I'll personally make up for the firepower you missed out on. Consider your time in the rookie boot camp officially over. Jan raised an eyebrow. Meaning what exactly? Damien looked back, his eyes flashing. Cadet 974. From this second forward, you are my personal disciple. Jan hid a smug grin. Gotcha. This was the ultimate cheat code to get close to the top dog, but Jan decided to play hard to get. Are you sure about that? A bottom feeder like 974 becoming your personal student? I don't exactly fit the bill. Damien scoffed, his voice rising. Bullshit. You're a freaking prodigy, kid. You pulled off a flawless ambush on me, didn't you? Jan shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah, and you still slammed me into the dirt. A greenhorn like me is just going to drag your legendary rep through the mud. Damien snapped. Shut your mouth. You don't get a say. You're my shiny new toy now. I mean, my disciple. Just shut up, brace yourself, and get ready for hell. Jan suppressed a laugh. Perfect. That massive ego was starting to get on his nerves anyway. Now, he had VIP access to the man's inner circle. Being his shadow meant one thing, cracking the code of that mysterious symbol. The ultimate family secret was finally within arm's reach. Welcome to Arena number 3. an exclusive training ground strictly off-limits to everyone except high-tier instructors. Even the filthy rich noble cadets couldn't dream of stepping foot in here, hours later. An automated timer echoed through the massive hall. Sweat dripping from his chin, Jan pumped out one-armed push-ups, gasping as he hit the 200 mark. Okay, I desperately... The dead silence of the empty arena was honestly kind of depressing. Under his skin, he could feel his muscles literally rewiring themselves, thanks to the newly implanted mana heart. But honestly, the glow-up was happening way too slow. He'd have to grind like crazy before his physical stats could handle his insane internal energy limit. Scoring this VIP arena pass was a massive flex, but it definitely painted a giant target on his back. Roman was absolutely seething with jealousy, while Kasha was totally hyped, her eyes practically glued to his every move. Jan figured the instructor was just gassed that he snubbed the high-tier loot for the dusty archives. But picking that busted book was just a massive bait-and-switch. He was chasing an entirely different prize. This ancient text was exactly what he needed. It looked like a crusty old history textbook about the birth of the empire. But in the future, this thing would break the internet. Why? Because the founding emperor literally wrote it himself. Jan had the mana heart locked down, but using the divine dragon's breath at max power was still a pipe dream. That legendary technique was forged by Emperor Bahamut and Momin together. To truly master it, he needed to steal both of their secrets. Now, the emperor's lost knowledge was the missing puzzle piece. Honestly, you almost had to feel bad for Momin. The guy grinded his whole life just to get backstabbed, robbed blind, and brutally murdered. Talk about prime villain origin story material. Jan flipped open the worn cover. Alright, let's see what kind of cheat codes you're hiding in here. His jaw instantly dropped. Wait, what the hell? There's nothing? What is this garbage? He frantically flipped through the heavy parchment. Every single page was complete, but the legends swore the founding emperor penned this himself. The dude literally murdered Momin just to hoard the divine dragon's breath all to himself. No way a paranoid tyrant like that would leave his ultimate technique sitting out in plain ink. There had to be a catch. Suddenly, a chilling, spectral hand materialized right behind his neck. Jan whipped around, his fighting instincts flaring, but the massive room was dead empty. What the hell was that just now? He muttered, the hairs on his arms standing up. He swore someone was staring a hole right through his skull. He glanced back at the... Seriously? Still invisible? Then, a crazy idea hit him. Channeling his aura, he unleashed a vicious dark spirit strike, slashing straight into a massive stone pillar. The strike landed, but the cut was jagged. Damn it, he cursed, still miles away from the head instructor's level. Right then, a haunting, mocking laugh. You're such a moron. Jan snapped his head toward the sound. The disembodied voice sneered. A pathetic brat like you will never crack that book's secret. Momin glided out from the pitch-black corner, dripping with sinister energy. Long time no see, you arrogant little punk. Jan's eyes went wide. Momin? How the hell was this guy even here? He had literally survived his core being obliterated. The lich cackled maniacally. You know, I just realized something. Even a pathetic bottom-feeding bug like you becomes a massive headache if I don't squash it right away. Especially absolute pests like you, Momin shrieked, lunging forward with explosive speed, bloodlust radiating from the phantom body. Jan stumbled back, yelling, "Are you freaking kidding me? What an absolute nightmare," Momin roared, swearing to rip him to shreds no matter the cost. Wait, your face. Suddenly, the monstrous lich morphed, revealing the stunning face of a human woman. She shrieked like a banshee. "I'm stealing your flesh. I will rip that body from your cold, dead hands." Jan gritted his teeth, his aura flaring up defensively as the spectral witch kept screaming about hijacking his body. But then he stopped. He stared at her glitching, semi-transparent face. A cheap parlor trick wasn't going to rattle him. Hot girl illusion or not, underneath that phantom skin, she was still the exact same. "Just die already," Jan roared, throwing a brutal punch. But his fist phased right through her. Momin zipped through his body, again and again. Jan blinked, completely baffled by what he was seeing. Was she literally just a ghost? A psychic hologram? It hit him, even after he shattered her life vessel and absorbed her mana heart. Her lingering consciousness had somehow tethered itself to his own soul. She couldn't hurt a fly because she didn't physically exist anymore. But having this ghost endlessly circling and cackling at him was insanely annoying. Jan finally pinched the bridge of his nose. "Look, lady, can you just cross over to the afterlife already? Why are you still haunting my personal space? And what's up with the sudden extreme makeover?" She just giggled, twirling in the air. "Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. I spent centuries as a rotting, dusty corpse. But now, I've got my gorgeous living sorceress body back." Jan's glowing mana heart had literally fueled her phantom glow-up. Momin floated right up to his face, a wicked smirk on her lips. "Did you seriously think I'd just fade away that easily, kid?" Now that she was finally back, it was payback time. She'd wipe out every last one of those traitors, especially that arrogant descendant of Bahamut. They were all going to pay in blood. Jan squinted at her, deadpan. "Are you actually shrinking?" Momin scoffed, crossing her tiny arms. "I have no choice. I'm conserving my magic," she snapped. Jan just raised an eyebrow. "Seriously? And how exactly are you going to..." Take your grand revenge looking like a botched plushie? Momin glared daggers at him. Flesh is just flesh. It's their fault I'm stuck like this. She was barely anchoring her physical form, using the energy siphoned from his mana heart, but their bond was fading fast. The connection was way too pathetic to sustain her true, terrifying form. Frustration boiled over as she shrieked, "How is your energy this garbage? After all those rare elixirs you chugged, even a stray dog packs more mana than you." Jan rolled his eyes at the disrespect. Right now, this pint-sized tyrant wasn't a direct threat, but he could literally feel his precious mana leaking into her. This parasitic link was a massive red flag. If he left this channel open, she'd become a brutal liability. Let's be real, she used to be one of the most legendary mages in history. If she fully latched onto his mana reserves later down the line, he'd be absolutely helpless to rip her off. Staring her down, Jan kept his voice chillingly flat. "Well, nothing we can do about it," he shrugged. "It was nice meeting you. Take one last look at the world before you vanish." Momon bared her teeth. "Drop the sarcasm, brat," she spat. "Your body can barely even handle mana. There is zero chance you can just kick me out." To her, he was just another frail human, but Jan smirked coldly. "I don't need to kick you out. I just need to cut the Wi-Fi." Momon's jaw dropped in absolute shock. "You're literally just leeching off my mana heart," Jan continued, stepping closer. "If I choke off the supply completely, think you can hold that physical form?" "Your era is over. Just fade away," he told her, voice ice cold. Panic flared in Momon's eyes. Her rage instantly shifted into survival mode. She refused to die in this pathetic state. "Wait, stop!" Momon shrieked, desperation creeping into her voice. "You'll regret losing me." Frantically scrambling for leverage, she grabbed the ancient book of Bahamut and shoved it toward him. "Don't you want to unlock its ultimate secret?" she bargained. A heavy silence filled the room. Without a word, Jan grabbed a blade, slashed his own palm, and let his crimson blood drip onto the blank pages of the tome. "It needs blood laced with the breath of a divine dragon," he murmured, watching the drops soak in. "Now what?" Momon gestured frantically. "Slowly channel your mana into the pages. The blood will crystallize into text." As Jan pushed his energy forward, he felt a violent clash of light and pure darkness. The two extreme forces violently slammed together. Jan grit his teeth. What kind of chaotic garbage was this? He glanced at Momon. Was she seriously as clueless as he was? "Don't look at me. I have no idea what Bahamut actually wrote," she stammered defensively. The founding emperor wouldn't just scribble random nonsense. Suddenly, Jan's breath hitched, his eyes snapping wide open. The bloody letters were peeling off the parchment, literally floating in midair. Before his eyes, the chaotic symbols began weaving themselves into an entirely new ancient script. "What the?" A string of glowing text shot straight toward him, sinking into his chest and surging toward his mana heart. "No way," he choked out. The runes bypassed his existing core, violently carving out brand new mana paths. Suddenly, Momon's voice calling him kid snapped him out of his trance, and the heavy book slipped from his hands, crashing to the floor. "Why did you drop it?" she demanded. Jan just stared blankly at the scattered pages. Was he hallucinating? The text had physically rearranged itself to blueprint an entirely second mana heart. That was no illusion. This was the legendary secret Bahamut had buried. He had to master this, even if it risked ripping his body apart. Taking a slow breath, Jan stepped toward Momon. "Stick around," he ordered smoothly. "I'll figure something out for you down the line." Momon blinked, thoroughly confused. "Excuse me? What are you babbling about?" Jan locked eyes with her. "I'll find you a brand new vessel, because there's no way I'm letting you leech off me forever. We're going to crack this magic together." The second Momon realized he was actually keeping her alive, her eyes lit up like fireworks. "Wait, seriously?" The guy really knew how to spin a deal, but why the sudden change of heart? Jan immediately cut off her excitement. "Don't get it twisted, I don't do charity. You know there's a price, so don't try any funny business behind my back." Playing the perfect innocent victim, she batted her eye, but internally, she was cackling. Did this absolute clown actually think she'd play sidekick to a human? He was so dead. Sure, her battery was at 1% right now, but the millisecond she recharged, he was going straight into a body bag. A wicked, twisted smirk crept onto her face as she watched him walk away. But the moment his expression was unreadable. Keeping her around was insanely risky, but dusting her right now felt like a waste of a massive asset. Still baffled by her, "We're practically roommates in the same body now, right?" she teased. Jan shot her a freezing glare. "Same body? Get real. You're just a squatter." Hours later, the sky bled into a blazing, fiery sunset, casting long shadows across the training grounds. Autumn leaves shattered into dust under the sheer as Jan threw a devastating hook, shattering the air with a blinding shockwave. His muscles strained, glistening with sweat, but he refused to hold back. He bulldozed straight through the glowing debris, weaving and striking with deadly precision. Even as the entire courtyard erupted into blinding white energy, he didn't flinch. Dancing through the explosive blasts, he chained together flawless, high-speed combos. Panting heavily, he finally raised a hand to wipe his jaw, his intense gaze locking onto his target. Standing dead ahead was the head instructor. Without warning, Jan exploded off the ground, rocketing straight at him. But instantly, an overwhelming pitch-black aura erupted from the older man. Jan's blood ran cold. His brows smashed together as the instructor casually gathered the suffocating dark magic, weaving it between his hands before forcing it skyward. The shadows materialized into a massive, jagged greatsword. The instructor gave it a terrifying practice swing, the blade slicing through reality itself. His dead eyes locked onto pure survival instinct kicked in. Jan violently crossed his arms, shielding his vitals. The monstrous blade crashed into his guard. The sheer impact scrambled Jan's brain, freezing time for a split second. Then, a deafening explosion of blinding light swallowed the entire arena. As the smoke finally cleared in dead silence, the instructor let out a low chuckle. Unbelievable. I literally swung to take your head off, the instructor admitted, smirking. Despite your trash stats, your survival instincts are insane. Even I— Jan groaned, staggering forward. Yeah, maybe don't murder your students during a warm-up, he spat, glaring. You haven't even taught me how to parry that psycho move yet. Isn't that your actual job? The instructor just shrugged. I told you to leverage your entire guard. Use your momentum, jump higher, and ride the centrifugal force. Jan scoffed. Dude, I was literally already airborne. This guy was an absolute maniac. Who swings a lethal shadow blade in basic training? Thank God Jan had memorized that defensive theory from the Empire's founding texts. If not for that secret knowledge, he'd be scattered ash right now. Suddenly, a familiar tiny voice chimed in. Well, he certainly knows how to weaponize the Dark Dragon's breath. Jan snapped his head around, shocked. Dark Dragon? He echoed. Momin floated closer, eyeing the instructor. Who is this freak? He actually has real killer intent, unlike a certain pathetic weakling I know. Jan twitched. Stop draining my mana and shut up, he hissed under his breath. But Momin just stared, amused. So that monster is the head instructor of this little camp? Jan paused, narrowing his eyes. Head instructor? He recognized that twisted aura instantly. She'd better get used to it, too. After all, this absolute moron was the current emperor. Which meant he was also the imperial founder. She gasped in pure shock. A descendant of Bahamut? Oh, she wasn't letting this slide. He was going to pay with his blood for the sins of his ancestors. Meanwhile, the instructor blinked, totally clueless as to why his shoulder suddenly spiked with pain. Molman started ruthlessly bashing him, casually mentioning how nice it was to just kick back and bond with his student. He taunted him. Was it really that easy? Yan had just witnessed the first form of the Dark Breath Sword, the Cowardice Killer. Zero cadets had ever seen the second form. And did he know why? Because nobody ever survived the first. Man, how boring, the instructor sighed. He was dying to see just how long number 974, his newest punching bag, could actually hold out. Hold out? Yan thought to himself. A psychotic smirk crept onto his face. He didn't know exactly how many forms this cursed sword art had, but he prayed there were a ton of them. If we're doing this every single day, Jan scoffed, there better be 365 forms. The instructor chuckled, genuinely impressed by the kid's massive ego. Too bad mastering just one takes decades, kid. Jan didn't miss a beat. Don't sweat how many forms you can teach me. From now on, you better worry about the brutal payback I'm gonna dish out. The lethal spar raged on, but the tables were turning. The head instructor suddenly found himself completely overwhelmed, as Yan effortlessly slammed him into the dirt. Pitch-black magical energy violently erupted around the boy's hand, manifesting into a deadly blade. Flashing a wicked predatory grin, he slowly stalked toward his target. This hellish routine became their daily grind. 2 whole years vanished in the blink of an eye. And everything had completely flipped. The academy dropped a major bombshell. The top 50 cadets were about to be ranked through a brutal placement test. The mechanics were basically the same as last time, but whoever hit rock bottom would face grueling isolation training. And naturally, Yan completely styled on Lorena, taking the #1 spot again. She was absolutely losing her mind. Yan had literally stopped showing up to classes lately, yet he still effortlessly clapped everyone to stay at rank 1. How the hell is he getting stronger? She fumed, clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white. Where is he? While she was out here grinding 24/7, mercilessly slaughtering nightmare-level monsters, she swore to steal that #1 spot, no matter the cost. Sure, she was stuck at rank 2 for now, but she was going to crush him next time. Suddenly, a gargantuan, nightmare-fueled dragon worm, a literal A-rank threat, lunged at her with a deafening, twisted shriek, but the second it tried to snap her up, its roar instantly morphed into a pathetic scream of pure agony. With insane agility and zero effort, Lorena cleanly sliced the beast in half with a single, flawless strike. Just you wait, Yan, she vowed. Next time we cross paths, I'm taking that crown. Boom. Fast forward to the final test of the 3rd arena. The objective? Survive a hardcore spar against the assistant instructors. Do well here, and you secure a golden ticket into the elite special squad. But honestly, the crowd was practically yawning. Bro, when is this over? I'm dead-ass falling asleep. This whole hyped-up event was basically just a giant flex. I mean, Lorena was an S-tier prodigy, sitting pretty at rank 2, Most top-tier cadets could utterly humiliate these assistants with one hand tied behind their backs. A year ago, sure, the staff seemed invincible, but now? It was child's play. Still, if you skipped out, you could kiss the special squad goodbye. Meaning every cadet was forced to show up. Yan had to be here somewhere, and Lorena was dead set on testing his actual power, face to face. Hurry up and show your face, Yan. But just as she thought that, a sharp noise caught her attention, forcing her to snap her head toward the center ring. A referee was desperately screaming that the match was already over. The cadet got his passing grade and needed to back off immediately. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy erupted right in front of the arrogant student. The psycho was actually screaming at the bleeding instructor to stop holding back. Oh, did you really think screaming stop in the real world would save your pathetic life? It was Cruel, the third-ranked cadet and an absolute menace. He barked that in actual combat, things only end when someone stops breathing. Was this guy just getting high off the violence? Or did he seriously think a lowly assistant had the right to disrespect a high-born noble? Cruel raised his blade for the finishing blow, while the battered instructor begged for his life. Lorena's blood boiled. This twisted freak was treating an exam like his personal slaughterhouse, and it was genuinely sickening. He was a complete psychopath, putting on this unhinged villain act. The stands were buzzing with disgust, everyone whispering about how completely out of pocket he was. Roman leaned in, whispering, "Bro, this Cruel guy, ever since the head instructor vanished from classes, he's been walking around like he owns the damn place." Casa shivered, murmuring how bad she felt for the helpless assistant. Cruel was living up to his name a little too well. She desperately tugged on Roman's sleeve. "Please, can't you jump in? I can't watch him get tortured." Roman scoffed, staring at her like she was crazy. "Have you forgotten how many rookie cadets those exact same instructors casually murdered? In here, it's every man for himself." Casa frowned, turning to Lorena. "Ugh, Roman is such a total coward." Lorena just rolled her eyes. Honestly, those two were totally made for each other. Roman practically choked on his spit. "Excuse me? Look, I didn't think the guy was this unhinged at first. Sure, he was a massive jerk, but he literally murdered an assistant 2 years ago and totally snapped. So why the hell hasn't anyone put this rabid dog down?" Casa demanded. "Because that psycho belongs to an untouchable noble family," Roman hissed. "Yeah, he was definitely keeping his distance." "Wait, so you were hiding from him?" Casa pressed. "I'm not hiding," Roman sputtered. "I just don't want to get blood on my shoes," Casa deadpanned. "Yeah, that literally means you're dodging him." Lorena stayed quiet, her icy glare locked on the arena. The test was about to wrap up anyway, and stepping up meant declaring war on the terrifying crack. The assistant's sword shattered into pieces as he collapsed into the dirt. Cruel howled with manic laughter. "Look at you! Can't even throw a punch without a weapon? And you dare call yourself an instructor?" "No, please!" the man shrieked. But before Cruel could land the lethal strike, Lorena's eyes snapped open, and she flash-froze the entire battlefield. As the chaos ground to an instant halt, the battered instructor gasped, totally bewildered. Cruel slowly stood up straight, his eyes locking onto the massive spike of frost. "Oh? An ice lance?" Honestly, but watching this slaughter was just too sickening. Cruel glared daggers at her. "Are you seriously picking a fight with my bloodline?" He gripped his weapon, a manifestation of his family. The legendary wolf ice sword. Lorena's voice was absolute zero. "Don't swing that at me. In fact, don't even open your mouth." Cruel threw his head back and cackled. "Perfect. I was hoping to rip you apart before graduation." "Looks like Christmas came early," he mocked. Lorena stared at him like he was a pathetic piece of trash. What an absolute clown, she thought. Cruel took a fighting stance. "Lady Lorena, welcome to the final test of your short..." He grinned like a total creep, baring his razor-sharp fangs right at her. Lorena didn't even flinch. "You only ever bully the weak. Why don't you try fighting someone who can actually snap your neck for once?" He chuckled darkly. My, our precious lady always speaks so high and mighty." Lorena's eyes narrowed. This psycho's bloodlust was actually spiking. "I can't wait," he purred, to see that pretty arrogant face twisted in absolute despair. Lady Lorena stepped up, and in a heartbeat, the showdown kicked off. A massive shockwave of wind and a blinding beam of light swallowed the entire battlefield. They drew their blades and clashed head-on. Lorena launched the first strike, grinding her teeth and yelling that if he was so desperate for a sword, he should have just asked for it. He barked back that he could crush a mutt like her with his bare hands. As they locked in a fierce grapple, Roman watched from the sidelines, completely convinced the winner was already set in stone. Casa glanced over and asked, "Do you even grasp what's happening?" But neither was backing down. Roman noted that Lorena held a slight edge, pointing out that surviving Kroll's next 30 strikes was going to be a massive struggle. Casa smirked, saying she was totally thrilled about that, but couldn't shake off the weird, dark vibes pulsing out of him. After all, the guy was a pureblood Dwight, and he had never unleashed the Black Ops Squad's forbidden dark arts. If he actually flipped that switch, the fallout would be absolutely catastrophic. Plus, unlike Lorena, this dude was out for blood. Roman called her out directly, questioning what a girl stuck in 5th place could possibly know about real combat. He reached over to pat her head like a kid, and she snapped back. "What? The guy's been sitting at rank 3 for the past 2 years. Are you completely clueless that the top 3 are literally dubbed the Heavenly Three? He's just got his eyes on bigger prizes. Roman brushed it off, saying he totally knew, then fired back. So what exactly is your big focus? He called her out for building a private army of 80 misfits, mixing commoners with rich kids from the borderlands. Right? It honestly looks way more like a cringe idol fan club than a legit hit squad. And rumor has it, you're just busy poaching nobles. She clapped back, pointing out that he was pretty busy too. Aren't you the exact same, Roman? You literally threw together a crew of slaves and foreign cadets. That's 56 soldiers broken into 7 squads of 8. Who knows? They might be pulling off some sketchy mission right now. Like, I don't know, orchestrating an escape. Roman leaned in dangerously close to her face, whispering that she was way too obsessed with other people's business. Casa just let out a low chuckle, teasing right, seems to me like you're the one obsessed with her, huh? Right then, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, and Roman smirked, saying he totally called it. It looked like this brawl was finally a wrap. Lorena pressed her razor-sharp blade right against Kroll's throat as they exchanged heated words. Thank God, he gasped out to her. Lorena didn't flinch, coldly asking if he was done or if he wanted another beatdown. She warned that if he kept relying on brute force alone, then a crushing defeat would always be waiting for him. Learn some damn humility and stop embarrassing yourself. Are we clear? But Kroll was absolutely seething, utterly humiliated by the loss. Suddenly, a creepy shadow materialized right beside him, whispering, "Are you really gonna just swallow this humiliation again?" Kroll froze, totally stunned, as the dark entity taunted him for being pathetic. Oh, poor Kroll, forever the loser, always getting robbed of what's yours. You're supposed to be above her, yet you just hand over your crown on a silver platter. And guess what? Nothing is ever going to change for you. If you had just gone for the kill, none of this would have happened. The voice hissed, reminding him that everything was rightfully his. The massive estate, the heir's throne, his father's validation. God, you are so incredible. If you just fight and kill, you'll own it all. The mansion, the title of heir, and your old man's love. All of it could have been yours, Kroll mumbled back, his mind breaking, agreeing that if he became the killer, he'd be the king. Pure rage took over, his eyes flashing blood red. A twisted smirk crept onto his face as he asked, "Are you really that full of yourself?" Lady Lorena frowned, demanding what the hell he was blabbering about. He spat back that he was talking about whether she actually had the guts to kill him. Without warning, he violently jammed his own blade right into his neck. Lorena stood frozen, completely terrified and confused by his insane stunt, as he choked out that he'd literally rather die than lose. She dropped her weapon and screamed in horror, "You're a total psycho. What the hell are you doing?" begging him to stop before it was too late. He just gave a sick smile and muttered, "Figured you'd say that." In a flash, his monstrous shadow lunged straight at Lorena, catching her completely off guard. He grabbed her brutally and launched a savage assault. Blood splattered across the floor as he roared at her to drop dead. Lunging in for the kill, explosive shards of pitch-black magic blasted in every direction. He glared down at her with pure bloodlust, only to snap his attention to the insane beast that suddenly blocked his path. "Who the hell do you think you are? Is that a freaking wolf? Where did this thing even come from?" But the beast just growled, announcing that it had finally made its epic return. It was an intimidating black wolf. Kroll froze, realizing that gravelly voice sounded way too familiar. Was it really that same monster? Meanwhile, Lorena was swept up safely into the arms of a Enter our badass main character, Jan. He had swooped in just in time to rescue her, holding her securely before whipping around to glare at his deranged opponent with pure, deadly intent. Ramon, Casa, and Kroll were absolutely shook to their core by what they were seeing. The shadowy wolf stalked closer, while Lorena laid there passed out. But then, her eyes fluttered open, and seeing Jan standing like an absolute boss right in front of her, she gasped out, "It's really him!" Kroll, totally losing his mind, cackled that Lady Luck was definitely smiling on him today, bragging that he was going to Jan just stared him down in dead silence. He gently set her on the ground, softly telling her to just sit tight and rest for a bit. Kroll scoffed mockingly. "Did you seriously adopt a stray mutt? Have you been training this overgrown dog for the circus for the last 2 years? Jan coldly fired back that 2 years had gone by, and Kroll was still the same pathetic trash. Suddenly, Momin materialized out of thin air, floating curiously and asking, "Ooh, do we have a fun new toy to play with?" The twisted, corrupted energy rolling off Kroll was literally eating away at her. Jan felt it too. And are you seeing this crazy aura too? Looks like the poor guy actually leveled up a bit, and it's totally time to put him down. If we don't, he's gonna mutate into a full-blown demon in a hot minute. Kroll burst into a manic, unhinged laugh and charged straight in, demanding to know who Jan was talking to. Ignoring him, Jan looked straight at the dark entity possessing Kroll's body and asked, "Are you genuinely worried about your future right now? Because you're gonna regret this." Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the chaos. "Enough yapping. I leave for 2 years and you kids get way too cocky." An insane pressure dropped on the room, revealing the head instructor himself. He ordered everyone to drop their weapons and sit down for one final, massive announcement. The crowd was absolutely dumbfounded to see him back, but the instructor barked at them to hustle up. Unless, of course, they wanted to die here on their very last day. Nobody wanted that smoke. Once the dust settled, he announced that out of the 1,000 fresh cadets who started this hellish training, only 200 tough-as-nails survivors were left standing. Honestly, it was a pretty insane survival rate. He revealed that their final scores would be a 50-50 split between pure physical stats and raw mana capacity. And since their rookie cadet days were officially over, they were finally ditching their miserable numbers for a real badge of honor, the legendary title of Imperial Knight. The whole room erupted in massive shock, because becoming an Imperial Knight was absolute top-tier status. We're not talking about your basic horseback riding guards here, but absolute beasts. He broke down the 10 core phases that rank a knight's true power level. This crazy tier list includes mana masters, dungeon conquerors, and elite badasses capable of summoning a legendary named sword. It goes all the way up to knights who can project massive energy into objects, guys who can hard cast crazy spells on their own bodies, and those who crank their sword skills to the max, using their inner chi. Someone who can literally manifest a glowing blade out of pure crap. Alright, time to wrap up this boring speech. The rankings are finally dropping, starting straight from the top. Jan absolutely crushed the competition and snatched his official rank. With the scores out in the open, the top-tier cadets were tossed into the elite special squad dorms. Jan just flexed, saying he'd been craving a totally normal bed for 2 whole years. Momon popped up, totally clueless, asking, "What's the deal with these night qualifications? What do these numbers even mean?" Jan just sighed. "Seriously? Have you never heard of the Imperial Knights ranking system?" Get this, 1,000 years ago, this system wasn't even a thing. Basically, knights grouped in the same tier operate a lot like magic circles. Most fighters cap out at rank 7 or 8. It sounds like low elo, but it's actually enough to solo most monsters. As for the Elite 4, they locked in at rank 6. Not a single cadet could touch those 4. Hitting rank 6 at their age was honestly triggering for everyone else. Right then, Lorena rolled up behind Jan, whispering that he'd changed way too much over the last 2 years. It had been a minute since they last crossed paths, and his hair had grown out into a crazy mane. He just smirked, dropped her name, and teased that she looked like she hit a tiny growth spurt. The tension was thick before she finally asked what went down with Cruel. But before she could even finish her sentence, our boy cut her off, telling her to drop it and asking if she was feeling any better. He tossed her some healing ointment. Lorena instantly got defensive, snapping, "Why are you doing things nobody asked for? Did you seriously think I'd lose to him?" Jan blinked, genuinely confused by her vibe. Lorena glared, telling him not to let that rank 5 status go to his head. "It's literally just a number," she scoffed. A rank 5 Imperial Knight. Most warriors could only dream of flexing that kind of insane aura mastery. Sure, the Empire had a few rank 5s kicking around, but the Crown Prince was the only dude who had actually hit that tier at 17 years old. "And by the way, that haircut is trash on you," she threw back as she stormed off. Jan just chuckled at the saltiness. She knew she was being petty, but her older brother was also stuck at rank 5, and thanks to the prince, he completely lost the title of the youngest prodigy in his class. Big yikes. She was just too stubborn to admit Jan had totally outclassed her bro. Major childish energy. Meanwhile, Momin chimed in, saying rank 5 didn't seem like that big of a flex. "So why are you ghosting your true stats?" she asked. "You could easily rank higher." Jan just smirked. "Trust me, it's way better if everyone stays totally clueless about my actual power." He only needed to show just enough juice to bait the higher-ups' attention this month. Flashing a dark grin, he kept walking. Cut to a random lackey pulling up on the chief instructor, grinning like a total creep, gossiping about how Jan had been absolutely terrorizing the other rookies. He admitted he never saw it coming, especially that crazy black wolf technique. Nobody even taught him that move, which was super suspicious. Was he actually out here spamming the dark dragon sword arts? The lackey bowed and said, "Look boss, I hate to say it, but you're getting way too attached to this kid. Letting him run wild with forbidden skills is a massive red flag against academy rules." The chief glared at the senior instructor, demanding to know what his actual problem was. The chief barked, "Looks like you forgot who runs things around here. How long has it even been since you got that senior instructor badge? Since when do you get to yap about my decisions?" Jock quickly backed down, and the chief coldly ordered him to go scrub the training grounds. But deep down, Jock was already scheming. The chief had officially lost the plot. His squad nodded in agreement. In Jock's twisted mind, it was time to permanently cancel the kid. Later that night, our boy finally crashed on his massive bed and instantly blacked out. But suddenly, his eyes shot open. The vibe was totally off. Momin was straddling him, viciously whispering that his body belonged to her now. For 2 straight years, she had been leeching his energy, secretly grinding for pure strength. "Did you seriously think I just gave up?" she taunted. To prove she wasn't bluffing, she instantly activated a gnarly, mind-breaking seal. She wasn't rushing this. She planned to hijack his nervous system piece by piece, taking full control. But mid-gloat, Jan's eyes locked onto hers, and in a dead-cold voice, he ordered her to back off. She forced a nervous giggle, asking if he was actually awake. I was just testing my magic stats, she stuttered. Jan smirked dangerously. That's hilarious, considering I swore that if I ever caught you pulling this stunt, I would literally vaporize your soul. She started shrieking, blaming him for stalling and refusing to hand over his body like he promised. She was mid-rant when someone knocked. Jan hopped up, annoyed, wondering who the heck was lurking outside his room at midnight. He yanked the door open to find Jock, claiming the head instructor needed him ASAP. The guy insisted on escorting him personally. Cut to a creepy abandoned shopping alley near the special squad zone. The streets were dead quiet, total ghost town. Jock led the way, while Jan casually interrogated him. Why is the boss man summoning me now? What's so urgent at this ungodly hour? The finals are completely wrapped up, plus, this location is sketch as hell. Are you sure he actually called for me? Right then, Jock dropped the act and unleashed a nasty dark element strike. He whipped out a lethal dagger, screaming that Jan was too smart for his own good. He slashed wildly at our boy, but Jan literally vanished into thin air. I'm not just quick-witted, my guy. I'm just straight up faster, Jan mocked, suddenly materializing right behind Jock. Jock froze in absolute terror as a blinding flash of light exploded. Jan counterattacked with a brutal Form 7 Dark Spirit move. It was point-blank devastation. Jock gasped out, You knew? Jan rolled his eyes. Dude, after all the chaotic garbage I've survived, obviously, aren't you assassins supposed to have better stealth stats? Jock spat out that he was a confessor. Jan instantly recognized the aura leaking from his blade, a blood-red sword. Weapons like that were only issued by one super sketchy faction. Jan tilted his head. Wait, you're supposed to be a senior instructor, right? Y'all are supposed to know the rules. Are faculty members really allowed to run wild like this? Who's gonna clean up the mess when this backfires? Jock cursed him out, calling him a total freak and screaming that Jan was just high on his own ego over hitting rank 5. It's always the same script with you prodigies. You catch one lucky break on the exams, and suddenly you think you're a god. Let's see how long that cocky attitude holds up. Out of nowhere, a whole squad of goons ambushed Jan from the shadows. Caught off guard, he spun around, casually dropping that taking on a whole mob might actually be a hassle. Cut to a few minutes later, Jan was looking completely defeated and hogtied on the ground. Momin panicked in his head, demanding to know what his game plan was. Zip it, he muttered. He looked up and played the victim. Senior instructor, why are you guys doing this? At least drop the lore on why I'm getting... One of the cronies urged the captain to just finish him off and bounce. Jock sneered. So, you really want the backstory? Jan nodded. Yeah, I'd love to know which dialogue option triggered this. Jock glared down at him, his eyes full of pure venom. Do you even remember what went down 2 years ago? Jan blinked, genuinely clueless about what bro was yapping about. The day you broke out with those other cadets. We sent a whole squad of instructors to hunt you down, and you butchered every single one of them. Jock's own little sister was right there in the mix. It finally clicked for our MC, even though he honestly couldn't even remember her face. Turns out, Jock's sister was the captain of the 3rd Pursuit Squad. Jock could never forget, especially since she got sacrificed for absolute trash like the MC. He still saw her twisting in pure agony, her face completely wrecked by despair. That cursed day burned in his mind. He was going to slaughter this guy and avenge his baby sister. Screaming that he'd send the MC straight to hell, Jock snapped and whipped out his dagger. But Jan coldly told him to back off. Roaring that the MC would pay in blood for his sister's life, Jock lunged. Suddenly, our boy summoned his shadow wolf, and this beast blocked the lethal strike. It morphed into the black dragon sword, making Jock completely freeze up. Staring down a literal dark wolf, our MC smirked, saying his sister did her job. But they fought to the bitter end, and he walked away the winner. Why should he feel any pity? Plus, he seriously doubted they tracked him all the way out here just for some petty revenge. Jock practically choked, asking what he was getting at. Jan smirked, wondering if he should just call them out as straight-up rebels. The Armenian Rebellion, a massive uprising that literally shook the empire to its core before crashing and burning. But a hardcore remnant survived, gathered a massive underground army, and rebranded. As the Revolutionary Army, the Order of the Red Revolution named themselves after their signature blade, and the wildest part, they constantly drenched it in their own blood. Bathing the steel in that terrifying crimson hue made the Red Detachment's battles notoriously gruesome. Their leader straight-up engineered an artificial skill, boosting the Knights' destructive power to insane levels. But there was a massive catch. Using it literally roasted their blood. To survive the lethal backlash, these Knights turned to vampirism. Jan knew these rebels were cooking up a fresh uprising. He originally planned to hunt down their boss, but bumping into them first was a massive time saver. So, who was really pulling their strings? The head instructor? Or was there a deeper conspiracy lurking inside the training camp? Completely shook, Jock called him a cocky brat, panicking over how the MC knew their darkest secrets. But since the cat was out of the bag about the rebellion, Jock figured he could slaughter him guilt-free. Completely losing his mind, he roared at his goons to ignite the Red Revolution. Jan just smirked. He knew they'd bite. A blinding aura of magical energy exploded around Jock, and the entire squad swarmed the MC, screaming for his head. Standing completely unfazed, Yan muttered that 3 scrubs popping a suicide skill against a rank 5 knight meant he'd have to actually flex a little. Time to let the black wolf off the leash. The moment he cast the spell, a suffocating dark aura instantly swallowed the area. Yan unleashed the dark dragon sword, and the second jock spotted that pitch-black energy. He screamed that it was totally impossible. That was the head instructor's signature attack. How could a kid this young wield such insane power? The dark energy surged wildly, and Yan didn't hesitate. He swung his blade with absolute confidence, shredding multiple enemies into mist with a single, devastating slash. A split second later, a blinding pillar of pure energy pierced the sky. Left completely alone in the wreckage, Jock stumbled back, stammering. What just one swing? How was that even physically possible? How did he literally vaporize the whole squad? This kid wasn't human, he was a straight-up monster. As our MC slowly stepped closer, a terrified Jock backed away, begging to know what he actually was. Was he some elite spy sent by the Empire? How did he uncover their true identities? Or wait, did the head instructor actually sell them out? Yan coldly cut him off, making it crystal clear he was the one asking the questions. He casually told Jock to chill. If he played nice, he'd walk out alive. But he needed him to take a real good look. Had he ever seen the twisted design on this medallion before? The second Jock recognized the cursed symbol. He shrieked in pure terror. Why the hell did the MC have that? Realizing he struck gold, Yan furiously grabbed Jock by the collar. He violently demanded answers. What did this crest actually mean? Was it a family seal or some shady guild mark? And how did it tie back to the head instructor? Did anyone else brand themselves with this? Jock was completely lost, panicking as Yan's rage boiled over. Suddenly, Yan yelled out, "What the hell is happening to your face?" The exact moment Jock uttered the symbol's name, his face started violently swelling up like a balloon. A split second later, boom. It literally popped like a grape. He dropped dead in a massive pool of his own blood. Our MC just stared at the gory mess, totally blank. Did this dude seriously just self-destruct? Momin chimed in, explaining that a magical death taboo had clearly been planted on him, though the poor sucker probably had zero clue. Yan was totally caught off guard by the taboo curse. Momin broke it down. It was a brutal hex that triggered the second a specific forbidden word was spoken, or a certain action was taken. It violently sucked every drop of mana and blood from the victim's core, forcing their body to literally detonate. She admitted she wasn't entirely sure about the exact but she definitely dropped some solid hints. He playfully told her to stop gatekeeping the intel, even if it was just a tiny. It was exactly what he needed. This creepy symbol was 100% linked to the head instructor and the bloody rebellion. And since his own parents were tangled up in this mess, every alarm bell in his head was ringing. He realized he'd have to confront the head instructor about this bloodbath. Momin double-checked. Was he seriously going to do it right now? The guy was clearly scheming to wipe out his own minions, and then target him. But wait, didn't the instructor literally assign these assassins himself? Yeah, that checked out. But Yan honestly doubted the boss explicitly ordered his execution. Maybe he just sent them out to get themselves killed? Right, master? Yan called out. Suddenly, the head instructor manifested, flashing a wicked grin. He smoothly denied it. Who in their right mind would deliberately send their own pawns to the slaughter? Jacques had just been acting way too cocky lately, and simply needed a brutal reality check. But since Yan officially graduated, he was free to bounce. Starting tomorrow, he was getting thrown into a legit, high-stakes mission. He told him to catch some sleep while he could, because at his current level, this next job was going to be an absolute nightmare. With that chilling warning, as dawn broke, a massive, thunderous train tore through the misty forest. It was the Transcontinental Express, heading straight to the Wolf family's frozen northern territory. The luggage cars were packed, but the passenger cars were practically a ghost town. The conductor strolled down the aisle, politely apologizing before asking to punch their tickets. It was Yan, smoothly replying that he had it covered. The conductor checked the stubs and wished him a super chill ride. The hellish exams were finally over. Now they were just kicking back, enjoying a peaceful train ride. But honestly, that was total cap. He was blazing north to dive straight into lethal missions. With the trials done, every surviving cadet was officially branded as a special squad knight. No hand-holding allowed. They were hurled straight into their debut operations. The rookies got deployed to the 4 corners of the continent. Going east meant stepping into the undead wastelands, right on the border of the Reaper's territory. Casa and her 80 heavily armed troopers got shipped straight to that nightmare. The bizarre west, totally overrun with freaky weather anomalies and mutated monsters, was handed to Roman and his 50-man strike team. Meanwhile, the southern storms, swarming with bloodthirsty pirates and lethal hurricanes, got assigned to 60 elite-tier soldiers. And the brutal northern border, the frozen front line holding back the savage barbarian hordes, that suicide mission was handed straight to Yan, the absolute #1 cadet, plus 3 random cadets. Barely anyone actually volunteered for the northern border. Makes sense, considering the cold up there could flash freeze a literal dragon. Yan was totally cool with that. Less dead weight meant a higher survival rate. But the actual squad he got stuck with? Total wildcard territory. Lorena, Cruel, and Cheryl, anchored themselves right next to him. Honestly, you couldn't find a bigger trio of walking disasters if you tried. And now, they were all boxed into the same train. "Are you seriously stalking me right now?" Cruel sneered. "What's the deal, princess? Planning some twisted payback?" Lorena didn't even blink. She just kept her eyes glued to the frosted window. "Hey idiot, are you seriously freezing me out?" he barked. Cheryl instantly fired back. "Watch your toxic mouth." Knowing Lorena, she was probably thinking the exact same thing. Cruel scoffed, practically vibrating with rage. "Excuse me? Who even are you? Her personal maid?" Cheryl's voice dropped, laced with quiet defiance. "The name is Cheryl. We've been friends since the brutal trials." She'd sworn an oath the second Lorena pulled her from the brink. Wherever the princess walked, Cheryl would be her shadow. Nobody had ever had her back like that before. "So, do us all a favor and zip it," she snapped. Honestly, that was exactly the vibe Lorena was radiating right now. Cruel's ego couldn't take it. "Then she should say it to my face," he raged. Cheryl glared. "Do you honestly have a death wish?" Yan just let out a heavy sigh. "Why is it physically impossible for you guys to just ride inside?" Real talk? Cruel couldn't care less about Lorena. He dragged himself to this freezing wasteland for one reason, and one reason only. Yan. He wanted him dead. The hate was mutual from day one. Yan just had this infuriating way of getting under his skin. But now, they were miles away from the training center's rules. There was nothing stopping him from striking. "How many beatings is it going to take to wreck that smug face of yours?" Cruel taunted, expecting an easy rise. Yan slowly tilted his head. "How many times should I hit you?" Cruel hesitated, totally thrown off. "Wait, once?" Yan's eyes went dead cold. "Nope." And just like that, Yan unleashed an through the entire beatdown. Lorena just kept staring out the frosted glass, completely unbothered. Returning home this early? Not on her bingo card. The bitter memories echoed in her head, the voices of the people who refused to hear her out. They had given her a brutal ultimatum: drop the name or face exile. So, she packed up and abandoned her so-called homeland without shedding a single tear. Since she ghosted them, any intel on her brother had completely vanished. Going back empty-handed felt like a sick joke. Yan observed her from the corner of his eye. Her dead silence made sense now. This homecoming trip was clearly triggering some deep trauma. But honestly, she was about to get hit with a massive reality check. Oh, she was going to be in for a wild shock. The intercom buzzed, announcing their arrival in Avalon. Just then, a hushed, intense whisper from the seats behind Yan caught his full attention. "Master, are you absolutely certain about this?" a voice pleaded. "Avalon is right around the corner. You can't seriously be getting off here. Is something on your mind? You can't just bypass the capital. His Highness is going to be devastated." The old man's response was sharp and final. "Enough. The Crown Prince's tutelage is officially over. I have 0 left to teach him." "So why did he summon me?" Yan's brain instantly connected the dots. This was exactly why he picked the northern route. Sure, the guy looked like your average cranky grandpa with a short fuse. But make no mistake, this was Elder Igor, the literal tutor to the Emperor and the Crown Prince, the absolute smartest sage in the entire empire. And Yan was here to cross paths with him. Despite starting at rock bottom as a total commoner, with 0 martial arts skills to his name, he leveled up through sheer intellect. The dude commanded mad respect for his flawless strategies and his deep philosophical worldview. The Emperor was so blown away that he literally shattered the glass ceiling, crowning this peasant with the title of Count. Even in Yan's past life, the old sage had carried himself with the heavy, tragic dignity of a true legend. Suddenly, his subordinate's voice cracked with desperation. "My lord, how is this reality any different from pure hell when the throne turns a blind eye to the starving masses? He needs a massive wake-up call. Those rebels are actually fighting a revolution. Does he not realize he threw his own citizens to the wolves? Where the hell is the wise ruler we once knew? He's completely intoxicated by cheap power, totally forgetting what it means to wear the crown." Yan remembered the dark history. This brilliant old man had literally wept tears of blood for 3 agonizing days, desperately pleading with the Emperor on his knees. And how did the Emperor repay that absolute loyalty? With an execution order. But that grim timeline was years away. Right now, Yan had a window. "So sorry for the chaotic vibes, sir," a conductor suddenly interrupted, bowing way too deep. "We cleared out the riffraff from the VIP section. We've got a private suite ready for you. Would you care to relocate?" Elder Igor just gave a tired nod. "Fine, thanks." Yan stayed totally still, tracking their movements like a hawk as they brushed past. That's when he caught it. A micro gesture. A hyper-specific tactical hand signal flashed behind the old man's back. The train plunged into a pitch-black tunnel. A vulnerable target, closed quarters. This was a textbook assassination. A dark smirk crept onto Yan's face. Right on schedule. The sage was a patriot to the empire, not the tyrant on the throne. A man who would gladly take a bullet for the innocent citizens. But his massive influence made him a high-value target. The Revolutionary Army was about to snatch him right off this train. That covert hand signal? Pure Revolutionary Army comms. They were going to force a blackout stop right in the middle of the tunnel. The intercom ordered everyone to stay glued to their seats. Complete chaos was about to erupt in the dark, and Yan was fully locked in. Step 1. Save the VIP. Step 2. Secure a powerful alliance. Jan turned to his squad. Heads up, stay frosty, he commanded, instantly grabbing Krul and Lorena's attention. They shot him a confused look. Listen to me very carefully, Jan's voice suddenly echoed, directly inside their minds, using telepathy. Do not panic. Hostiles have officially hijacked this train. In exactly 60 minutes, the strike team is going to breach the VIP car and grab a high-profile target. They're already wearing conductor uniforms. Hell, the guy sitting next to you could be a sleeper agent. I'm pushing out the tactical play right now. But Krul just rolled his eyes, smirking like an absolute idiot. Bro, the Academy hasn't even pinged us with a mission yet. Why the hell should I follow your orders? Wham! Jan didn't even blink, just casually drove his fist straight into Krul's nose, shutting him up instantly. Right. Anyone else want to argue? Jan asked coolly. Lorena held up a hand. Hold on, my brain is still processing this. How do you even have this intel? She asked, her eyes narrowing. Classified Black Ops directive from the headmaster, Jan lied smoothly. It's the whole reason. Right, she muttered, still skeptical. What else are you hiding? Who exactly are we up against? Jan kept his voice deadpan. Headcount is currently unknown. But I know their banner. We're dealing with the Revolutionary Army, and they're the ones pulling the strings on this VIP extraction. Time ticked by. Outside, a brutal blizzard started ripping through the tracks. Inside, the fake conductors huddled up in the shadows. Is the civilian payload neutralized? One. Knockout gas is fully deployed in the economy cars. We're hauling the bodies to the cargo hold now. But wait, are we sure there aren't any special ops cadets blended in? And since when do ticketeers pack military-grade steel? Before they could react, a freezing aura filled the corridor. Lorena materialized out of the heavy fog, her eyes locked onto them. She didn't hesitate, slashing her blade right through one of the thugs. The rest of the crew just stood there, completely jaw-dropped. One dude screamed, realizing his wound was literally freezing. A blade made of pure frost? That meant one thing. She was a pureblood from the Wolf clan. Lorena stared them down with absolute ice in her veins, figuring Jan's hunch was spot on. One of the grunts actually muttered, "No way." The enemy leader knew special forces were crawling all over this train, but a terrifying prodigy from the Wolf clan? That wasn't on his bingo card. He scoffed, mocking how it was a shame a little kid had to get caught in the crossfire. Smirking, he bragged that bagging her would score them a massive promotion, or at least a fat ransom check. Lorena's eyes narrowed. Revolutionary Army, she muttered under her breath. Did these scumbags even realize what they'd taken from her family? She had abandoned her lavish life and joined the Black Ops for one reason: to hunt down the bastards who made her brother vanish. Staring at them, a twisted sense of gratitude washed over her. They had walked right into her trap. Gripping her glowing frost blade, she let out a dark chuckle. The rebel snapped back, sneering. Did she have any clue what her precious family actually did? While she was living it up in a mansion, ordinary people were out here starving on literal garbage. Who did she think caused all this suffering? But Lorena didn't flinch. The Wolf clan's sworn duty was to shield the Empire and the frozen North. She wasn't about to let these terrorists win, especially since they were nothing but artificial freaks threatening her homeland. Boom! With a single devastating swing of her sword, every window in the train car exploded into glittering glass. Meanwhile, a conductor in the next car was totally clueless. Why had the radio feed suddenly gone dead? Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. A sinister voice whispered that he'd been desperately looking for a punching bag to let out some pent-up rage. And these train guys? Absolute perfection. The train kept rattling down the tracks as a brutal massacre unfolded, wiping out the crew in seconds. The killer just laughed, flexing a legendary blade straight out of the Emperor's secret vault. Isn't she gorgeous? He purred. Inhaling sharply, he groaned about how much he'd missed the metallic stench of fresh blood. He sneered into the darkness. Jan better brace himself. Up ahead, Momin's spiritual radar pinged. Magic in the first car. She nagged Jan, telling him to stop dragging her out for every minor inconvenience. Jan just smirked. Hey, you got— But playtime was over. They had to move, right now, or the sage was dead meat. The squad split up. Lorena pushed through the front cars. Krul swept the rear. And Jan? He was pulling a ninja move, ghosting his way across the speeding train's roof. Momin rolled her eyes at his sneaky tactics. Still, she had to admit, Lorena was packing way— Good thing Jan didn't off the ice princess back then, right? The girl was a literal ticking time bomb. But Momin was genuinely baffled. Did they seriously need to risk their necks for this crusty old dude? Was he really that crucial to the master plan? Duh, Jan replied smoothly. The deeper they got into this mess, the more they'd be clashing with those Revolutionary Army psychos. And no one in the Empire was more useful than this specific sage. Having his brain power on their side was the ultimate cheat code against the rebels. It was time to crash the party. Scanning the area, Momin sighed. Everywhere she looked, she was surrounded by hyper-calculating masterminds. It was honestly mind-blowing. But enough talk. It was time to see the hostage situation for— The elderly sage was tied up like a total pretzel. His captors leaned in, demanding to know if this pathetic geezer was seriously the Emperor's personal tutor. Sitting directly across from him, legs crossed, was Hela, the ruthless commander of the rebel army's 7th Corps. Not just a commander, but the third prodigy of the legendary Holy Sword, Regresses. Hela tilted her head, a wicked smile creeping up. So, you're the big-shot royal teacher? She taunted. If you're such a genius, you must be fluent in all sorts of ancient tongues, right? The old man stammered, admitting he knew a fair bit of linguistics. Her smile turned cruel. Oh, really? Does that mean you can bark like a dog for me? After all, mutts have their own chop chop, Grandpa. Let's hear that bark. Why so quiet? Completely disoriented and terrified out of his mind, the so-called genius actually opened his mouth and started whoop. Hela threw her head back, cackling like a maniac. Her lackey, Wygor, sucked up to her, claiming the dog's speak obviously translated to, "You are breathtaking, my lady." Up on the roof, Jan sensed their auras. From the spiritual well, two in that specific VIP cabin anyway. But before Jan and Momin could lock in their strategy, Hela's sadistic game continued. Now, she ordered the sage to show off his cat language. The old guy actually started meowing. Momin deadpanned, staring at Jan. You've got to be kidding me. This is the guy who's going to save the world. Jan just flashed a knowing grin. Yep, he's always been exactly like this. Honestly, that's what makes him so terrifying, Jan whispered. The man will violently murder his own ego and act like total trash if it means surviving to help the Empire. He is the ultimate pragmatist. Down below, Hela was losing her mind over how pathetic he looked. You're the absolute best, she cheered. She'd slaughtered all the other Imperial scientists because their bloated egos annoyed her. The sage, still playing the fool, meekly squeaked out that he was just. Hela sighed, pouting that she couldn't avoid her actual mission forever, even though bullying this old man was top-tier entertainment. Suddenly, Wygor stepped up. Her playful vibe vanished instantly. Playtime's over. Let's exterminate the rats hiding on my train. She whipped her sword out in a lethal arc, but before the blade could connect, a blinding flash of sparks illuminated the whole cabin. Stepping back into the freezing night air, Hela shivered dramatically. Ugh, it's freezing. No wonder this dusty old train is infested with so many gross little rats. Just then, a sharp, metallic hum echoed behind her. She snapped her head around, staring down the barrel of Jan's blade. Ignoring her completely, our boy casually glanced at the hostage. You holding up okay? He announced he was the rescue party. Wygor observed the scene, impressed. Did he seriously bypass our radar while we were playing with the old man? Not bad, kid. You've got guts. Jan didn't deny it, wearing a cocky smirk. Hela immediately switched to her condescending baby talk voice. Aw, did the little hero come to play? Tell me, what animal noises can you make? Oink. I'm gonna make you squeal and run like a fat little piglet. You know how to squeal for me, right? Jan just tilted his head. Jan fake gasped. Oh, my bad. With all that heavy breathing, I honestly thought you were the pig in the room. Hela's face twisted into pure rage, calling him a dead man walking. Meanwhile, Momin ran a quick scan. Jan, heads up. She's at least a rank 5, and her blade. Jan had already connected the dots. A glowing white blade, the signature color of Regresses' legendary aura. That swordsman built his entire legacy by training absolute monsters. Yep, he was definitely staring down. He told Momin to prep for a fast-paced brawl. But right at that second, a chilling whisper echoed from the shadows. Freeze, drop the weapon, kid, or Grandpa here gets an instant haircut, right at the neck. Out of thin air materialized Varys, the fourth disciple of the Holy Sword. Wygor smirked, praising the flawless active camo magic. Jan slowly turned his eyes toward his so-called. Hey, didn't you just promise me there were only 2 enemies in here? He hissed. Momin aggressively avoided eye contact, whistling awkwardly. I mean, I totally sensed 2. So your genius spirit radar confused a highly trained assassin with a powerless old man? Jan mentally screamed. Momin got defensive. Hey, don't blame me. How was I supposed to know the crazy stealth? Seizing the distraction, Hela casually tossed a dagger right at Jan's boots, stalking toward him like a predator. Aw, look how terrified you are, she cooed. Jan kept his cool. Wait, didn't you want to hear me squeal like a pig first? Hela's eyes went pitch black. Too late. Now, the only sound I want to hear is your skull shattering into a million pieces. Her muscles coiled like springs, and she launched herself at Jan with terrifying, explosive speed. Her goons braced for the bloodbath, but right as she closed the gap, the temperature plummeted. Lorena burst onto the scene, her piercing wolf. The remaining carriage windows instantly frosted over and shattered under the immense pressure. A Hyperborean blizzard engulfed the room, snap freezing the corrupt conductors in solid blocks of ice. Winter has arrived, Lorena declared icily. But then, she violently coughed up a handful of dark blood. She had pushed her core way too hard. The backlash from the Absolute Zero technique was tearing her body apart. Her ice magic was officially tapped out. Out of the icy mist, a hulking, muscular brute cracked his knuckles, growling that she was making way too much of a racket for a so-called stealth mission. Not very hidden wolf of you, is it? The brute sneered. This wasn't what the intel had warned her about. Lorena stared in shock as he literally melted her ultimate frost away with an aura of pure, suffocating dark energy. If this monster just walked out of the back train cars, that meant Cruel had failed. But before the horrific realization could fully sink in, the giant charged. Wait, are you seriously a Wolf Clan girl? The sudden question made her flinch. She whipped around, eyes wide with terror, and shrieked, You freak! How do you even know that? Meanwhile, near the caboose, Cruel was drowning in a massive pool of his own blood. His mind raced in absolute panic. How was he supposed to take down this absolute monster? This guy was leagues above anyone he'd ever faced. Cruel's thoughts drifted to Lorena. Was this psycho actually stronger than their head instructor? Did he just block my attack barehanded? She gasped in shock. The guy flashed a mock apologetic smirk. My bad for stepping on your toes, he scoffed. Such a pity, really. If we hadn't crossed paths today. Splat. Fresh crimson painted the train's window. Back inside the main car, Jan was caught in a massive bind, while his opponent smirked wickedly, demanding to hear his boss squeal in pain. Without warning, she lunged straight for his throat, but Jan just flashed a confident grin. Right then, Cheryl stepped up, declaring, "Hey, I can throw down too." Jan had literally just told her to stay out of sight. Sure, she was only a rank 8 rookie, but she didn't ace those brutal academy exams and become an Imperial Knight for nothing. Man, I wonder if Lydia Lorena is holding up okay, Cheryl muttered. She was supposed to be her bodyguard after all, but cut to Lorena, she was getting absolutely wrecked. Crimson oozed from a nasty gash on her head, leaving her completely pinned down to the floor. As the train rattled onward, her attacker looked down at her battered body. What an absolute waste, he sighed coldly. If you weren't such a cocky little brat, I might have let you walk. Defiant, Lorena gripped her blade tightly. He raised an eyebrow. Oh? Are you seriously begging for a death wish right now? Are you genuinely that dense? You literally have zero chance of beating me. What exactly do you think you can pull off? Dragging herself up, Lorena spat back. You're right. I'm nothing like the rest of the Wolf clan. My sword skills are trash. I let my feelings control me, and I can't even use my vision powers right. But you know what? I can still die with the pride of a wolf. I might not win, but I'll make you bleed until my lungs give out. The guy's eyes darkened. Listen, kid, he muttered. Every single fight is a one-way ticket to the grave. And you? You just made a fatal mistake. He introduced himself as Amor, the Black Tiger. This powerhouse wasn't playing around, instantly unleashing his devastating mountain tiger strike. Let me show you exactly why I'm a nightmare, he growled. Meanwhile, back with the rebels, Varus was totally losing his mind. No way, this is impossible. We had the numbers. We snatched their weapons. We even bagged a hostage. How the hell did it go so wrong? Nearby, Hela was totally crushed, crumpled in a massive pool of her own gore. The remaining rebels shrieked in sheer panic. Why is this happening? Jan slowly stepped toward them, his voice icy. Because, is it over? He asked. Jan nodded calmly. Yeah, you can take a breather, Sage. Just don't move from that spot yet. The surviving rebels were still hyperventilating, demanding to know how Jan countered their ultimate move. How did I block you? Jan echoed, a ghost of a smirk appearing. It flashed him right back to his past life, the day he crushed his own master using the Erectus blade. That legendary sword had been shattered once before. And these guys? They were merely cheap, knockoff students of Erectus. Honestly, even if the literal sky crashed down on his head, there was zero chance he'd ever lose to scrubs like them. Jan stared the rebel down. So, do you actually want to live, or what? Varus blinked, totally stunned. Huh, and I'll let you walk. Jan dangled a strange pendant right in front of the guy's face. What does this symbol mean to you? Instantly, Varus stiffened. Cold sweat dropped. He recognized it immediately. The symbol of the beginning. Well, the symbol of the beginning? Jan pressed. Suddenly, grotesque, fleshy bulges erupted all over Varus's face. I can't say a word, he choked out in pure agony. Jan clicked his tongue, a silencing curse. It was insanely top secret. Even Erectus disciples were bound by a lethal gag order. Barely a second later, Varus's head violently exploded. Jan sighed, wiping his face. Guess dead men don't talk. Still, it wasn't a total bust. He scored a massive new clue, the symbol of the beginning. Now, he just had to crack the code. But priorities first. They had secured the sage, so it was time to ditch this hell ride. Suddenly, the train jolted violently. Something was very, very wrong. Boom! A massive shockwave ripped through the back caboose. Jan whipped around, totally confused. What the heck just blew up? He glanced down at Hela's mangled body, and noticed she was still breathing. I just rigged the engine room, she hacked, coughing up blood. You can't stop this baby now. I totally overloaded the magic stone. It's going to ride all the way to Avalon Station, and plow straight into the terminal. Just imagine. The insane fireworks. Too bad. I won't be around for the show, she wheezed. Her skin abruptly shifted to a sickly blue hue. Jan gritted his teeth. This crazy kamikaze plot definitely didn't happen in his past life. Why was the timeline glitching out now? Momin scrambled over, yelling, Dude, was that a freaking bomb? We need to bail, right now. We're gonna get vaporized. How the heck do we even break this rolling death trap? If that overloaded magic stone goes critical, the explosion is going to wipe out half the city block. Yo, chill out, Jan barked, forcing a calm tone. Sure, this plot twist was definitely not on his bingo card, but he wasn't about to let this runaway hunk of junk beat him. Cut to the outside tracks. A rank 7 powerhouse was sprinting head-on toward the speeding train. It was Kyle. As flames licked the sides of the carriages, Kyle muttered, The Emperor's orders are absolute. Keep the sage breathing. But I can't exactly let this metal beast wipe out a whole station. He cracked his knuckles. This wasn't going to be a walk in the park. But hey, the Imperial Knights are the apex predators of the Empire for a reason, heavily guarding the capital. Rumor has it, only rank 3s and up get drafted, and every single one packs the destructive force of a walking hurricane. Kyle sighed, gripping his hilt. Guess I have no choice. Lord Vigor, please forgive the rough ride, he whispered. Kyle dropped his stance, charging up the Imperial Sword's ultimate execution strike. Seconds later, a blinding, pure surge of magical energy exploded from his core. A colossal laser of white light blasted straight through the train's hull. Screeching metal shrieked into the night as the massive machine forcibly ground down. Inside, Jan shielded his eyes, thinking, okay, this guy is seriously overdoing it. The entire landscape was washed in blinding radiance. Stepping forward, Kyle shook his head in absolute disgust. I honestly can't believe those savage rebels pulled such a sick, twisted stunt. The massive train violently snapped off the tracks and crashed onto its side. Coughing in the dust, Weiger shot Kyle a deadpan look. What are you even yapping about? Kyle rubbed the back of his neck, sheepishly. Okay, fair point. But hey, I'm just glad you're alive. You good, sir? Weiger dusted off his robes, groaning, honestly, it's a total miracle I'm not a pancake. I almost got vaporized with the dining car. Kyle just flashed a shiny, oblivious grin. Ah, you're giving me too much credit, sir. I knew Lady Beowulf was riding shotgun with you. I had zero doubts she'd throw up a shield to protect our VIP, Kyle chuckled. And just as I guessed, she totally read my play and struck the tracks at the exact right second. She flipped the train herself to dodge the brunt of my laser. We only trashed a couple of carriages, and boom, the hostage and the sage walk away without a scratch. Honestly, absolute peak performance from the Academy's valedictorian. Hearing this, Lorena spat out a mouthful of dirt, screaming, "Are you blind? I didn't derail anything." Cruel calmly strolled out of the wreckage, dusting off his shoulders. Don't sweat it, man, he smirked. For a Black Ops guy like me, dodging a literal train. So, Lady Beowulf isn't the only total badass in the Special Forces, Cruel chuckled, adding, honestly, the guy's practically fighting for the top spot. Cheryl blinked in shock. Wait, what's going on? He asked. Lorena chimed in, her voice tense. Sir Kyle, out of everyone who jumped the sage, was Amor, the Black Tiger. He's a top-tier assassin who earned his totally sick nickname because his dark aura literally morphs into a massive tiger. The rebels bought him out. Get this, he hit level 3 a whole decade ago. If they threw down right now, it'd be an absolute slaughter. He vanished into thin air, but I felt his insane bloodlust right after the train crashed. Amor had sneered. Catch you later, Beowulf's kid. If the Black Tiger was running with the rebels, just surviving a face-off with him was a massive flex. No way, she whispered. Right then, Vigor spun around, catching Momin grilling Jan. Are you okay? She freaked out. Groaning, Jan snapped back that everything hurt like hell, and his brain was scrambled. Seriously, get off me, he grumbled. Newsflash, idiot. This body isn't just yours, she shot back. Maybe try not getting us killed? Jan rolled his eyes, telling her to drop the dramatic nonsense. But deep down, he knew they were totally screwed. The timeline was glitching. The Black Tiger's ambush. Kyle's betrayal. And the whole train blowing up? Literally none of this went down in his first life. So why the hell was it happening now? Back then, nobody wanted to step foot in the north. Everything flipped the second he showed up. Did his arrival trigger the Black Tiger's spawn? The butterfly effect was getting out of control. He had to play this smart. Vigor walked up, admitting he'd been hunting him down for a deep chat. He warned Jan to lay low in the capital. The guilt was eating Jan alive. So many innocents caught in his crossfire. Even his hand got wrecked stopping that train, which was entirely his fault. Jan sighed, admitting the sage had made his life a living nightmare. Vigor didn't hold back at all. How could the guy drop truth bombs so casually? I owe you one. Take this, Vigor insisted. Tossing him a small object, John realized it was his official nameplate. Flashing this badge meant he was Vigor's personal VIP. Talk about a major cheat code. Smirking, Jan teased. So, you want me to take this and forget the whole barking like a dog incident? Vigor groaned. You just had to bring that up. Turning away, he said that if fate allowed it, their paths would cross again. Jan let out a breath. I wouldn't call myself lucky, even after grinding so hard for all this. Momin floated closer, raising an eyebrow. Is a stupid piece of metal actually that? Depends on who's looking at it, Jan smirked. Staring at the horizon, he braced himself. Next stop, the Black Frost. Later, at a dingy forge, the blacksmith grunted. 500 gil to fix this junk, take it or leave it. The price was a massive ripoff. The blacksmith glared. How the hell did you wreck pure ink iron like this? Jan shrugged. I play rough. It was the head instructor's prized black blade. He'd probably figured normal steel would snap under the Dark Dragon's technique. Turns out, even ink iron was getting completely trashed by it. You need anything else, kid? The smith barked. Nope, I'm good, Jan replied smoothly. The blacksmith hollered after him. You better come back. I'll hook you up right next time. The guy randomly pulled him into a bear hug, leaving Jan totally weirded out. The dude looked like a thug, not a hugger. Anyway, their destination was right on the edge of the wolf territory, Villian City. The weather was absolute garbage, so they had to use the portal gates, but looking at the sluggish mana recharge on the magic circle, they were stuck here until noon tomorrow. Honestly though, a backwater town like Villian didn't even need that much juice. Plus, they desperately needed to chill. For the first time since getting reborn, Jan was finally kicking it with normal, everyday people. I mean, the second he woke up in this life, he was dumped straight into a hardcore training hellhole. Momin squinted, muttering, "This vibe is so off." Jan glanced over. "What are you whispering about now?" She frowned. "That Royal Knight guy. Did you seriously not feel the yellow dragon aura leaking off him?" Jan blinked. "The what now?" Momin groaned, calling him a total noob. "Do you not even know your own specs?" A mana heart holds 6 elemental cores: black, red, blue, green, and the golden earth energy. The yellow dragon is the absolute boss of that golden magic. "Shouldn't that be enough even without a mana heart?" Jan asked. "It's just one element." Momin literally screamed at his cluelessness. If it was a walk in the park, literally anyone would be an emperor right now. You can only unlock dragon energy using a divine dragon's breath and a solid mana heart. "How are you this dense? Is your brain just smooth?" she ranted. Jan paused, tapped his chin, and coolly replied, "Obviously." Up until now, Momin had only picked up that god-tier dragon aura from 2 people, the chief instructor and the crown prince himself. Which made total sense. They carried the blood of Bahamut. But how did a random royal knight fit into the lore? Jan made a mental note to dig up his backstory. A bit later, someone hollered his name. It was Lorena and Cheryl, randomly bumping into him downtown. They were absolutely loaded down with shopping bags. "Oh my god, what are the odds?" Cheryl squealed. Lorena tilted her head. "Are you heading back to the inn already?" Jan pointed back. "Just hit up the blacksmith. Had to get my gear fixed. Can never be too ready for the next drop," he explained. Cheryl giggled. "We're prepping for the mission too." Jan stared at the mountain of bags. Looks more like a shopping spree to me." Cheryl snickered while Lorena defended them. "It's just the basics, mostly snacks." Jan deadpanned. "Are you guys eating all that today?" Cheryl flashed a wicked smile, grabbing his arm. "Come shopping with us. You'll freeze to death in the wolf territory wearing that trash." Jan tried to pull away. "I can buy my own stuff." But Cheryl practically put him in a chokehold. "Some things never change," he sighed. They kept hyping it up. "We'll be your personal stylists. We'll make you look so good," they promised. Meanwhile, totally unseen, Cruel was lurking in the shadows, spying on the whole chaotic scene. Dragged into an insanely high-end boutique, Jan grabbed the first pair of gloves he saw. "I'll just take these." He figured heavy gear would just ruin his mobility. Bulky clothes were a death sentence in combat. He quickly geared up, a sleek thermal coat, insulated gloves, and heavy-duty winter kit. Momon yawned in his head. "You literally have 0 drip," Jan shot back mentally. "Look who's talking." Cheryl peeked over. "Are you really just getting that basic stuff?" "At least look at what Lorena picked out," Cheryl hyped up. Jan blinked, confused. "Wait, what?" Suddenly Cheryl ripped the dressing room curtains open. Fashion show time. It was the ultimate city girl look, but Lorena was frantically tugging at the fabric. "It's way too tight," she squeaked, rocking a classic, aesthetic black and white fit. The next fit was straight up lethal, a light armor set. But Lorena totally lost it, screaming, "Why the hell would I wear a literal swimsuit in the freezing cold?" Reaching her breaking point, she yelled, "That is enough." She was completely over it. Convinced, she looked terrible in everything. But Cheryl immediately hyped her up, insisting she looked. "Every single outfit is adorable," Cheryl cheered. Desperate for validation, Lorena glanced at Jan. "Is that true?" she asked softly. Since she basically lived in combat gear, trying on cute clothes felt super weird to her. She quickly brushed it off, snapping, "Well, obvious." Her voice dropped a bit as she nervously asked Jan which fit was his absolute favorite. He just shrugged. "Honestly, the one you have on right now. They all work. But that one really highlights your muscles and swordsmanship." Lorena opened her mouth, ready to demand what the heck he meant by that, but she froze. Pivoting on her heel, she huffed that she was heading straight back to the inn. "Wait up," Cheryl called out, glaring daggers at Jan. "Are you actually an idiot?" Jan blinked, totally lost. Groaning in frustration, Cheryl declared she was going with Lorena. Momon watched the chaos unfold, utterly confused. The whole vibe had aggressively shifted. Jan looked around, scratching his head. Wait, did I say something wrong? Was he seriously this clueless? Catching up to her friend, Cheryl linked arms with Lorena, profusely apologizing and blaming herself for the whole mess. Lorena shook her head gently. "No, thanks for helping me pick out clothes today." Cheryl squeezed her hand, telling her to completely ignore those brain-dead guys. "What does he even know about fashion anyway?" Cheryl scoffed. Lorena acted tough, insisting she did not care at all. "Whatever, his stupid opinions mean nothing to me." She tried to play it cool, but the bright red blush creeping across her cheeks totally gave her away. Oblivious to the tension, Jan shouted from a distance. "Let us meet at the main gate, tomorrow at noon. Do not be late." "Wait, tomorrow?" Lorena halted, her heart skipping a beat. Was he basically asking her out? Why was he screaming something that sounded so much like a date for the whole street to hear? Jan watched her sprint away, wondering if she was just deaf since she did not reply. Momen sighed heavily. Dude, even I would not pretend I did not hear that. You just made it so awkward. Jan frowned, defending himself. Hey, we got the gear. So we are done here, right? But when he spun around, Momen had straight up vanished. Wait, where did she sneak off to? He muttered. Meanwhile, a shopkeeper politely thanked a customer for their purchase. The scene shifts to the Shining Moon, a gritty tavern slapped right next to the local transit hub. It was a prime hangout spot for average locals and rugged mercenaries, serving up cheap, mouth-watering grub. Slumped in a booth, Cruel cursed under his breath, agonizing over how the hell he was supposed to beat Yan. Gripping a frosty pint of beer, he spiraled into his thoughts. You cannot even get close to the guy when he is asleep. He is a total freak of nature. Deep down, he knew the terrifying truth. Yan was still holding back. But why? Why was that monster hiding his true, devastating power? As he drowned his insecurities in isolation, a loud, obnoxious commotion erupted nearby. Some drunk guy was screaming that he would foot the bill next time. His buddy instantly called Cap, yelling that he had used that same excuse 10 times already. Tensions flared over who was buying the next round, and a massive brawl sparked up. Fists started flying, flipping the tavern into pure chaos. Cruel's eye twitched with rage. What a bunch of loud, uncultured peasants, he scoffed. Did they not realize that a noble of the Dwight clan was trying to eat in peace? Commoners have zero class, he fumed. They should not even breathe too loudly in my presence. Keep this up, and I will remind them of the gap between filthy peasants and high society. A difference in status, huh? A voice echoed. Cruel whipped his head around, ready to snap at whoever dared interrupt him. It was Yan. Smirking, Yan challenged, "Go ahead, show me how fancy nobles eat." Cruel's jaw dropped. How did this guy track him down? He quickly tried to change the subject, complaining about the noisy degenerates ruining his meal. Yan casually leaned in. Maybe you should just chill and stay out of it. Excuse me? Cruel snapped. He had literally been traumatized by this exact same vibe. He was only stuck in this dump because he lacked the raw power to assert his high status. Yan hit him with a hard truth. If you stop hiding behind your shiny family name, you might actually get stronger. Cruel froze, his eyes widening. Wait, stronger? What the heck was Yan implying? Before Cruel could demand answers, a massive meat hook of a hand clamped down heavily on his shoulder. You ain't from around here, are you, pretty boy? A deep voice rumbled. Cruel turned, absolutely livid, only to face a hulking brute who claimed he had been— You want to pack on some real power? The giant mocked. Want me to let you in on a little secret? This absolute unit was Billy, the hardcore leader of the Thunderhorn mercenaries. Get your filthy paws off me, Cruel hissed. Billy just laughed, flexing his biceps. A real man builds power by pumping iron, kid. Join our crew and we will hook you up with all the protein powder you can handle. You will be unstoppable. Cruel's patience completely snapped, veins popping on his forehead. He clenched his teeth and launched an attack. Shove your protein down your own throat, he roared. Billy screamed in agony as Cruel blasted him with a brutal wave of magic. Look at you, Cruel sneered. Those are not muscles, they are just inflated balloons. Billy crashed hard into the crowd. The entire tavern went dead silent, realizing this skinny noble had just one-shot their— The remaining mercenaries lost their minds, screaming at Cruel for disrespecting their leader. Cruel just brushed off his coat. What was up with that sweaty mountain of beef anyway? Gross, but whatever. Bring it on. He was fully prepared to wipe the floor with all of them. But plot twist, the gym bros suddenly started cheering. They hyped him up as a skinny legend, an absolute prodigy born with supreme muscle mastery. Teach us your ways, master, they chanted. Cruel stared at them, totally mind-blown. What in the world was happening right now? The meatheads burst into laughter, amazed that someone finally knocked their leader out. With a single hit. Man, you nobles really are built different. You are on a whole other level, one guy shouted. And damn, you are good-looking too. Cruel looked wildly around the room, utterly confused by this weird, cult-like worship. But honestly, the massive ego boost felt kind of amazing. A cocky grin spread across his face. They dragged him over to a table, totally hyped to see how much alcohol a high-class noble could throw back. Keep the booze coming, they hollered, ready to party with their new idol. Bet you are a beast at arm wrestling too, right? A mercenary asked. Cruel leaned back, oozing it. I am of noble blood, after all. The meatheads practically bowed to him, chanting, All hail the mighty aristocrat. A few hours deep into the rager, someone slammed their cup down, complaining they were— Hey, we need more kegs over here, they demanded. Even Cruel's glass was bone dry. By now, he was completely wasted, grinning like an absolute idiot. With his face glowing cherry red, he stood up unsteadily. You uncultured swines have zero manners, he slurred happily. But tonight, drinks are on me. I will show you peasants how a true noble parties. Man, what an absolute vibe today was. They raised their glasses, toasting to Kroll's older brother. And through it all, Ian just kept that easy smile on his— Fast forward a bit, and our boy is literally dragging a completely wasted Kroll down the alleyway. He slapped his cheek, desperately trying to snap him back to reality. Ian begged him not to hurl right there on the pavement, swearing that if he did, he would absolutely end him. Kroll slurred back, insisting he was totally sober, but his jelly legs told a completely different. Kroll suddenly whined, looking around for his new buddy, Billy. Ian just blinked, totally mind-blown. Like, 10 seconds ago, Kroll was acting like Billy was pure trash beneath his boot. Kroll mumbled, tears welling up, saying Billy was actually super hard-working and genuinely sweet. Those goofballs were literally hyping him up just for carrying a guy out. It felt so bizarre being treated with actual respect, especially since they literally just crossed paths today. He grabbed Ian's sleeve, his voice totally cracking. Wasn't it wild, Ian? They poured out so much warmth, despite literally— The guy straight up broke down, bawling his eyes out. He sobbed, choking on his words, begging to know why his own flesh and blood, the people who were supposed to be his family. Ian just stared at him, totally stunned, letting the heavy silence hang in the chill air. Kroll kept rambling, choking out that his family could have just called him a good dude. Just once, told him they actually believed in him, or literally anything close to that. Suddenly, Momin chimed in, side-eyeing Ian. Did he seriously spike the guy's cup? She pressed him, demanding the truth. She totally caught him slipping a little something into Kroll's glass back at the tavern. Realizing he was completely busted, Ian let out a heavy sigh. He confessed he sprinkled in some ultra-rare purifying dust to flush out that nasty demonic aura. And judging by the emotional wreck next to him, Momon's jaw practically dropped. Wait, he wasted that insanely pricey powder on him? Where did he even score that kind of cash? Had our tough guy actually gone soft and, like, why play the caring babysitter all of a sudden? Ian shot back a frosty glare. Did he really look like he cared? Watching Kroll just triggered some heavy— Whenever he watches someone being manipulated into doing dark stuff because of toxic influences, it literally eats away at his soul. So, he stepped in. And honestly, even though they were— the whole situation just made his stomach churn in disgust. Momin just rolled her eyes, completely unfazed. She couldn't care less, since that kind of pathetic drama— Smash cut to a little while later at Duke Wolf's grand estate. The place was an absolute freezer, buried under a massive, biting blizzard. Inside the grand hall, a magical teleportation— A massive squad of armored knights swarmed the room, announcing that the V1Ps had finally touched down at the fortress. And stepping out of the blinding light, our main boy Ian, flanked by Lorena, Cheryl, and a still recovering Cruel. Cheryl gazed around, totally awestruck, muttering about how insane the place looked. But Lorena, she just scowled. Kroll immediately wrapped his arms around himself, whining that he was freezing his tail off. He nudged Lorena, asking if her home turf was always this much of a brutal icebox. Anyway, the whole reason they traveled up here was to wipe out the legendary Wolf Knights. Up in this unforgiving wasteland, brutal turf wars over the tiny scraps of farmable land break out 24/7. Because of this endless meat grinder, the Wolf faction is constantly bleeding manpower. But here is the million-dollar question. Are these insanely arrogant northern elites actually going to swallow their pride and accept backup? Before anyone could guess, Lorena threw out an arm. Ian shot her a highly curious glance. Her voice dropped low, warning them that things were about to get super messy up ahead, and they seriously needed to brace themselves. Meanwhile, the local knights were already buzzing, muttering about whether this ragtag group was really the elite backup sent by headquarters. Suddenly, a sharp-dressed butler stepped right into their path. With a totally deadpan face, he bowed perfectly, and politely told these uninvited guests to do a 180 and walk right out the door. Hans coldly stated that while the North did call for military backup, they absolutely never agreed to host a bunch of tourists. Did that finally click in their heads? Get this. This guy is Count Hans, the absolute legend who used to command the entire Wolf Knight army, now just chilling as a head butler after officially hanging up his sword. But do not let the fancy suit fool you. No matter how rusty he might look right now, to even qualify as a squad leader in this brutal territory, you gotta be swinging at least a third-tier knight status. It is absolutely mind-blowing that a total powerhouse like him is pouring tea for a living. Lorena stepped up, her voice super tight, greeting him and saying it had been a minute. Hans just glared daggers into her, completely silent. She fired back, flexing that she was officially here representing the elite task force on a critical mission. So, he better check his serious attitude and put some respect on her name. The old man finally snapped, growling that she had literally deserted her home without breathing a single word. The sheer audacity of this girl. They hadn't laid eyes on each other and here she was, throwing a major attitude. She ghosted everyone just to join that Black Ops squad without a single goodbye. Did she seriously ditch her own people just to chase some flashy military glory? Did she have zero clue about the absolute panic she caused everyone back home? Ian mumbled from the sidelines, admitting he totally did not see this spicy family drama coming. Pointing wildly at a tiny scratch on her cheek, he absolutely lost it, cursing the squad captain, that old snake, for letting his precious lady get hurt. Lorena just groaned, rubbing her temples, muttering that this exact suffocating vibe was why she dreaded coming back. Hans clutched his chest, dramatically crying. The whole manor had literally been counting down the seconds until she walked back through those doors. Waiting for her was the only thing keeping their spirits alive. He begged her to stop breaking their hearts. Lorena's tough girl act finally cracked. She let out a soft sigh, apologizing for being so incredibly harsh. Looking closely, she softly asked if he was at least taking care of his health. Hans looked like his soul just left his body, absolutely floored that she still cared. He immediately erupted into a fountain of tears, ugly crying and screaming, "My lady!" She practically ordered everyone to just move inside already. She hyped up the manor's head chef, saying it was the perfect excuse for him to finally flex his culinary skills again, and officially invited her squad to crash. Hans happily chimed in, mentioning that the Duke, her father, was due back from his hunting trip any second, so they could all sit down for a cozy family dinner. Lorena instantly froze. The silence was deafening. Looking dead into his eyes, she dropped his name. Coldly stated, she aggressively warned him to literally scrub her father's name from his vocabulary. Furthermore, she fully planned to speedrun this entire mission and bounce before the Duke even stepped foot on the property, pleading that she had the whole situation completely twisted. But she just totally ignored him and stormed off. Smash cut to a little bit later. The squad was awkwardly was this some kind of sick prank? Were they seriously supposed to just sit there starving until Lorena made her grand entrance? Was it actually a hardcore rule here to just stare at a mouth-watering feast without taking a single bite? They felt like a pack of stray dogs. Kroll whispered loudly, asking why Lorena had been tweaking out so hard earlier. Cheryl aggressively shushed him, hissing that if he didn't totally zip it, the staff would absolutely start treating him, but Kroll just would not let it go. Throwing his hands up, he argued that he was literally just spitting facts. It was not. Right on cue, an icy maid glided over. She flashed a super fake smile, politely ordering them to fix their trashy attitudes, because right now, they were acting significant. Did this chick have any idea she was running her mouth to the legendary Count Dwight's actual heir? The maid just tilted her head, dropping a totally deadpan, "Sorry, who?" Kroll sputtered, completely baffled as to why a basic server was flexing so much insane political knowledge. Cheryl aggressively grabbed his arm, begging him to chill the heck out, pointing out that Ian had not even shown up to the dining hall yet. That made Kroll pause. Wait a minute, why was their guy still missing? Apparently, Ian dropped a vague excuse about having some urgent side quest to handle. He claimed there was a super rare item he could literally only bag in this exact location. Cut directly to our main boy, who had stealthily slipped right into the Duke's highly restricted. The massive room was packed floor to ceiling with absolute legendary gear. Staring at the steel, his mind drifted back to his past life, remembering how the lore was totally insane. The primordial dragon, the absolute alpha of the skies. The legendary dragon slayer who finally managed to take down that unstoppable beast, literally. After Bahamut took him out, he inherited one of the legendary blades. The Emperor went absolutely crazy, trying to hunt down the missing twin sword, the one that even the founding ruler couldn't track down. He dropped massive bags of gold on an elite tracking squad, scouring every inch of the continent, but came up totally empty-handed. He was right on the edge of throwing in the towel when, out of nowhere, the weapon finally surfaced. Jan stared in disbelief, realizing this was the mythical blade that slipped past the founding emperor's grasp, an artifact with zero paper trail. Who would have guessed it was just chilling, collecting dust in a random northern armory? This was it, the legendary dragon sword, Astalon. The literal twin to Nelan, the emperor's blade that had once run him straight through. A wicked smirk crossed his face. "Yep, this is the one," he muttered. A weapon so overpowered, not even the Emperor himself. He stretched his hand out to grab the hilt, but a massive shockwave of pure mana blasted him back. His eyes went wide. Then, a voice echoed in his head. He realized the sword itself was actually talking to him. A blinding pillar of light blasted straight into the clouds. The ancient weapon spoke, straight up declaring he wasn't worthy to wield it. But our boy wasn't taking no for an answer, and forced his grip onto the handle, instantly shredding his gauntlet to pieces. The rejection was loud and clear. Frustrated, he cursed, calling the legendary artifact a stubborn piece of junk. He knew he wasn't going crazy. He definitely heard it speak when he touched it. The blade kept insisting he lacked the right. Hovering nearby, Jan shot her a look, asking if she knew anything about this. She shrugged, totally unfazed, explaining that an ego weapon of this tier obviously wouldn't just settle for anyone. It picks its own master. It chooses its owner? He repeated. She nodded, explaining that top-tier divine weapons are basically alive, and they alone decide who gets to swing them. Flashing a teasing grin, she spelled it out for him. Long story short, it's a you problem. You're just not on its level, kid. Jan stood there, absolutely speechless, before stammering, "Excuse me? I'll rip this thing out right now. Not in its league?" Oh, it was on. He swore he'd break the blade before letting it disrespect him. Channeling a wild mix of raw mana and dark energy, he clamped his hands around the hilt. The sword kept screaming that he wasn't worthy, flooding the entire room with a blinding, explosive glare. Jan ground his teeth together, veins popping as he roared back that he was more than worthy. He was the perfect fit. He commanded the stubborn artifact to stop fighting and just submit to him already. Cut to a bit later at the Wolf Palace. The family banner flew high as an elite squad of knights formed up. Lorena, gripping her own weapon tight, double-checked if her gear was ready to go. The head butler begged her to reconsider, but she totally ignored him, turning to her knights and barking out orders to listen up. Today, their mission was to crush the invading barbarians, business as usual, but they couldn't afford a single slip-up today, because this time, she, Lorena herself, was leading the charge. Hans was practically pulling his hair out over how crazy dangerous this was, while the knights just hyped her up. Yes, mistress. Hans nervously tried one last time, suggesting they wait for the family head. Lorena shut him down instantly. She was done having this conversation. Did he seriously think she was some useless princess who couldn't handle her own duties? If so, he could get out of her sight forever. All they had to do was snatch 10 barbarian banners. Right? That sounded like an absolute breeze compared to fighting an ancient lich. But Hans warned her not to get overconfident. In barbarian culture, those banners carry the literal souls of their ancestors. They will brutally slaughter anyone who tries to take them. Seeing she wouldn't budge, Hans turned to the squad, his voice turning dead serious. You will protect the young miss with your lives. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Cheryl hyped him up, yelling to leave it to them, but Cruel just smirked, pointing out they were an attack squad, not babysitters. So he definitely wasn't playing bodyguard. Cheryl instantly started beefing with him, then turned to Hans to deeply thank him for the winter gear, admitting they'd be ice cubes without it. Lorena was impressed by Hans's attention to detail, which made the old butler beam with pride. He then noticed her outfit and asked if she was really wearing her tactical gear. She proudly stated this was her debut with the Special Forces. Glancing around, she suddenly asked, by the way, where is that guy? Right on cue, Jan strolled in, dropping a casual apology for running late, and muttering that a little issue held him up. The crew gave him weird looks, pointing out he even skipped lunch, and asked what on earth happened to him. Cruel burst out laughing, roasting Jan for looking like he just went 12 rounds with a literal freight train. Fast forward a second, and Cruel was nursing a smashed nose. Jan just scowled, staring blankly ahead, his vibe totally ruined from the sword fight. Momin mocked him telepathically, asking if he was trying to play the good guy here. She teased that he was being messy and way too arrogant. He snapped at her to zip it. Unbothered, she asked why he wouldn't just drop the sword drama. Nobody likes a tryhard, you know, she poked. Jan brushed it off, saying he had all the time in the world to tame it. Plus, the twin-blade Nealon wouldn't just roll over. It was a massive headache, but the battle of wills was far from over. Suddenly, Lorena stepped up to Jan, nervously saying so she wanted to explain herself. Jan blinked, totally clueless. Explain what? Lorena stammered that since this was her first official raid with the elite unit, she decided to rock the standard tactical fit. It was super practical and easy to move in, and even though it didn't keep the cold out at all, she could just throw a heavy coat over it. She desperately wanted to make sure he didn't think she was trying to show off. Jan was completely lost. But he just shrugged and gave her a genuine smile. Sure. Honestly, the uniform looks great on you. Her face instantly went beet red, and she started loudly freaking, trying to cover up her massive crush by barking at the knights to move out right this second. She spun around so he couldn't see her flushed cheeks, leaving Jan completely baffled by her wild mood swing. She yelled for the vanguard to open the massive gates, and the march began. The squad had to be absolutely flawless today, because she was riding out with them. The troops roared in hype. Cruel just scoffed, muttering that these rural hicks were making way too big a deal out of some random barbarians. Jan sighed, realizing this was classic capital city snob behavior. These nobles had zero fear of the northern tribes, because the wolf family had always served as their bloody shield. But things were totally different now. The tribes had united under alpha warlords, forging a brutal new kingdom that was straight up breathing down the empire's neck. And they were about to make their grand entrance. The guy leading them? The absolute unit known worldwide as the strongest mortal alive, King Valiga. His forces packed enough raw firepower to make even the massive Kabulan Empire sweat. As one of the 5 legendary warriors holding the world hostage, Valiga had leveled up into a living god of war. With his insane god-tier physique, there wasn't a single combat technique he couldn't pull off. But what really made him a total cheat code was his monstrous intuition. He could read an opponent's exact power level at a mere glance. He was the ultimate boogeyman for the Imperial Knights. In Jan's past life, absolutely nothing they threw at him even left a scratch. Right now, they had zero intel on where this raid boss was hiding. Even with his crew scattered to the winds, he was just praying they wouldn't cross paths with him. Fast forward a bit. Deep in the frozen northwest woods of Wolf territory, a massive heavy-hitter squad was gearing up for war. The 3rd Vanguard was on the move, but Cruel was already losing his mind, snapping, "Bro, how much longer are we dragging our feet out here?" They were basically zombie walking through snowbanks up to their knees. Like, why the hell did they even get off their horses? But orders were orders, and they were turns out, riding in this apocalyptic blizzard was a death sentence. Jan kept murmuring about the blinding whiteout, pointing out how impossible it was to navigate or hold a proper formation. Lorena shot them a look. What did you guys expect from this wasteland? Did you actually think it was just some empty snow globe? We're talking 200 days of pure winter hell every single year. Wolf territory was literally just an endless ocean of frost. Surviving out here was a total nightmare, leaving the untamed land completely. But get this, she added. There are absolute units who actually live out here permanently. They're built different, tougher and braver than anyone else. And honestly, I have mad respect for them. Plus, doesn't this brutal wilderness have its own kind of twisted beauty? Jan totally agreed, hyping her up as the ultimate role model for the other nobles. Cheryl immediately chimed in, fangirling over her. And honestly, who could blame them? The knights suddenly started chanting like absolute simps, screaming that Lady Lorena was their literal guiding light, an absolute peak. Cheryl hyped them up, while the guys kept howling that the frozen landscapes of wolf territory were basically a winter wonderland just because Lady Lorena was breathing the same air. Blushing, Lorena yelled at them to shut the hell up. Suddenly, the vibe flipped, and weapons were drawn. A scout from the 3rd Vanguard pointed ahead. Lady Lorena, do you see that? A vicious crimson signal flare was piercing through the foggy horizon. It was the classic warning sign scouts use for barbarians. If they kept moving forward, a brutal clash was guaranteed. Cruel just flashed a psychotic smirk. Finally, time for some actual fun. A local knight scoffed, telling him to check his massive ego and brace himself for the nightmare ahead. It was the battle-hardened squad leader, Sabo, who flat out warned them that they were about to walk into an incredibly gruesome scene. Cruel just rolled his eyes. Gruesome? Bro, are you kidding me? Do you have any idea the kind of freaks we've been slaughtering? We're talking goblins, mutant cockatoo griffins, and a literal ancient lich. Some random savages are going to be absolute child's play. Sabo blinked, caught off guard by the sheer cockiness. All right then, let's move out. These guys were an elite death squad. They had bulldozed through hordes of nightmares without breaking a sweat, so they swaggered in, convinced they could casually crush any monster, no matter how unhinged. But what was waiting for them was on a completely different, sickening level. They walked into a rundown slum that barely even qualified as a camp, and someone had turned it into a literal slaughterhouse. The echoes of people begging on their knees, screaming for their kids to be spared, hung in the cold air. Corpses were scattered everywhere, drowned, completely lifeless. Cheryl was absolutely horrified. Like, what the hell was this? Aren't knights supposed to be the good guys? Didn't they swear a sacred oath to protect the weak? This wasn't justice. This was straight up demonic. Looking at the sheer carnage, it was honestly hard to tell who the real savages were. Cruel gently blocked Cheryl's view. Hey, shut your eyes. There's nothing for you to see here. Meanwhile, Jan was having a totally different reaction. He stared at the massacre, completely unbothered, which was a massive win, proving he was finally keeping his own dark, demonic aura in check. The rest of the crew was shell-shocked, but this was the brutal reality of border wars. Armies don't just sit back and play defense. It's a meat grinder that never stops until one side is completely wiped off the map. So they butchered everyone, men, women, and kids alike. Lorena, standing before the true horrors of wolf territory, had to have known this was how things worked behind the scenes. But reading reports and staring at mutilated bodies with your own 2 eyes are entirely different things. This was the crushing weight she was forced to shoulder as a future leader. But honestly, could she even handle it? Jan's cold gaze landed on a dead mother, her arms still desperately clutching her tiny infant. Cheryl's voice broke. Guys, even if they're the enemy, we have to go over there. We have to save it. Cruel grabbed her shoulder. Don't. If you step in right now, things are gonna go south real fast. But the local wolf knights were already closing in. One of the ruthless soldiers sneered. Honestly, this brat's lucky. Better to die right here than grow up as barbarian trash. Without blinking, he raised his heavy blade to execute the newborn. Cheryl screamed at the top of her lungs. No, stop it, don't you dare. But the cold-blooded knight didn't even flinch, fully prepared to smash. The squad froze in pure panic. But right as the blade came crashing down, clang! Lorena dashed in, effortlessly parrying the strike with her own sword. The local knight stumbled back, stunned. Lady, her eyes were blazing. I said, back off. That is enough. You've already slaughtered everyone holding a weapon. Loot the camp, grab the supplies, and let's fall back. And nobody touches this infant. That is an absolute order. Jan just watched, totally respecting her boss move. But the blood-drunk local knights started muttering furiously under their breath. Like, did this pampered noble seriously just order them to spare barbarian scum? It had to be a sick joke. Their murderous bloodlust was instantly turned toward her. But Lorena stood her ground, gripping her hilt. She wasn't just some delicate princess. She was raised in the freezing hellscape of wolf territory. She had mastered the blade since she was a kid, fully aware of the barbarian threat, and was dead set on carrying this weight. What really struck her, though, was the dead mother. She was wearing practically nothing in this brutal sub-zero frost, just so she could wrap her tiny baby in layers of gorgeous, thick animal furs. That absolute raw sacrifice triggered something deep inside Lorena. The local knight gritted his teeth. Are you insane? Why? She didn't waver. I said spare him. I will take full responsibility for his life. Everyone thought she was out of her mind, shielding a screaming enemy brat. The knight fiercely pushed back, growling that letting even a single barbarian breathe could turn into a massive, deadly threat to the entire kingdom. Look, I don't care if you're the Lord's kid. You don't have the clearance to make that call, he barked. Lorena shot back, her voice dripping with disgust. So what if he's a barbarian? He's literally an innocent newborn who hasn't done a damn thing wrong. Since when does a sworn knight have the nerve to question his commander? The knight gripped his sword tighter. Tell your fancy little bodyguards to back off. Or are you actively sabotaging the night wolves on our own turf? Cheryl glared from behind. You guys are absolute Since when does serving the realm mean executing infants? Don't you feel any shame? Cruel casually cracked his knuckles. Yeah, honestly, just standing around while you butcher a baby is seriously gonna wreck my brand. Like how the hell am I supposed to sleep at night after that? The veteran wolf knight stepped up, his tone ice cold. Watch your mouth, little lady. You are actively shielding enemy trash right under our— Jan watched the standoff unfold exactly as he predicted. The die-hard veterans defending wolf territory were completely brainwashed by the war. Out here, logic, way too much blood had soaked into this cursed snow for them to ever let go of their visceral hatred. Asking them to forgive and forget was basically asking for a death sentence. But right in the middle of the chaos, Jan suddenly froze. His senses screamed at him. What the hell is this twisted— The squad's instincts flared. They traded nervous glances just a split second before the massive chieftain dropped on them from the sky, like an absolute meteor. The boss fight had officially started. Zero time to brace for impact. The chieftain slammed his massive fists down, completely nuking the ground beneath their feet. Blinding flares of raw, fiery aura erupted everywhere. The sheer pressure of his mana was suffocating. Lorena gripped her weapon, her blood boiling, as the battlefield turned into a roaring vortex of flames and dust. When the smoke finally cleared, one of the panicked knights choked out that this ambush was impossible. Seriously, were their scouts literally sleeping on the job? The chieftain violently hoisted a knight up by his skull. His voice rumbled with pure rage as he demanded to know if they were the ones who slaughtered his tribe. Without waiting for an answer, Hebrew mercilessly snapped the guy's neck. Dropping the lifeless body, he glared at the rest of them, promising a brutally slow and agonizing massacre for every single person standing there. Back off, Lorena shrieked, launching a desperate sneak attack right at his blind spot. A blinding clash of metal and mana sparked through the air. She locked eyes with him, bringing her blade down hard on his skull, but her weapon literally shattered into pieces against his bare skin. Before she could even process the shock, the absolute menace blurred into motion. His giant hand reached out to crush her, but the remaining knights desperately threw themselves in the crossfire, screaming for her to fall back. One of them shot her a heartbreaking look, whispering a final apology. They went all out, striking his hulking frame, but their weapons just exploded into useless shrapnel. With their last breaths, the knights apologized for ever doubting her leadership. "Stay alive, Captain," they yelled, right before the chieftain casually obliterated them with one god-tier swing. Blood rained down as a furious Hebrew lunged straight at Lorena, roaring for her to join them in hell. Suddenly, Jan stepped into the fray, instantly casting his Black Wolf spell. A massive gash finally ripped open across Hebrew's chest, making the giant stare at his own spilling blood in pure disbelief. Jan stepped up, weapon drawn, smirking coldly. "Too bad it's just a scratch. Next time, I'm slicing you right down the middle." Hebrew's muscles instantly locked up in defense. You see, barbarian leaders rock these insane tribal tattoos called gamoon. It's an ancient hack they created to literally weaponize raw mana. Instead of drawing power from dungeons, these glowing ink marks pump pure energy straight into their flesh and bones, basically turning them into walking, invulnerable tanks. Combine that cheat code defense with savage martial arts, and you've got an absolute weapon of mass destruction. Jan locked eyes with the giant, openly admitting this boss was way beefier than he expected. Triggered, Hebrew roared out a death threat. Right on cue, Cruel and the rest of the squad rushed in to back Jan up, screaming at the monster as they launched a heavy flank attack. But their strikes totally clashed. Cruel snapped at Cheryl, barking, "This is exactly why I told you to stay on the sidelines, princess." Honestly, Hebrew looked downright confused by these bickering kids. "Pathetic trash," the giant boomed, swatting them away like flies. The squad slammed into the dirt. Cruel stared at his blade in sheer panic, shouting that his hits did 0 damage. Was this guy even human? Lorena gritted her teeth, stating that his insane ambush totally wiped their vanguard, so they had to take him down right now. Cheryl sprinted over to Lorena, breathlessly confirming that the civilian kid was finally safe. Cruel scoffed, arrogantly claiming he would have totally soloed the chieftain if Cheryl hadn't gotten in his way. Lorena shot him a withering glare. "Excuse me? What did you just say?" she snapped. Cruel doubled down, blaming her for blocking his hit. Lorena instantly fired back, roasting him for ruining her combo. Cruel hit a nerve by smirking. "Guess you forgot who wiped the floor with you in our last sparring match." Lorena was completely baffled as to how training mattered in a literal life-or-death boss fight. Jan finally snapped, aggressively telling them to shut the hell up. Bickering like noobs in front of an elite enemy was just going to get them all killed. Offended, they spun around, challenging Jan. "Oh yeah? You think you can solo this monster by yourself?" Jan deadpanned, shaking his head. "But she's definitely on to something," he added smoothly. Lorena blinked, totally thrown off. "Wait, what? Don't attack him yet." She knew if they gave the chieftain an opening, they were completely cooked. Just then, Hebrew channeled a massive surge of aura, unleashing a terrifying area of effect shockwave to wipe the entire party. "You slaughtered my people. Now I'm sending all of you to the grave," he bellowed, charging forward like an unstoppable freight train. The squad braced themselves, realizing this was refusing to back down. The trio threw themselves back into the meat grinder. But Jan, analyzing the chaos from the back line, instantly saw the fatal flaw in their strategy. If Lorena and Cruel actually had good synergy, they'd be fine. But since they were both desperate to steal the spotlight, their attacks were just a messy, chaotic disaster. Cheryl hyped herself up, screaming that she was diving in to assist. Jan immediately ordered her to hold back, knowing she'd just add to the chaos. But then, he froze in sheer shock as Cheryl confidently declared, "Lady Lorena, I've got your back." She fully trusted her own instincts. Lorena nodded, and the moment Cheryl entered the fray, the entire vibe shifted. Even Hebrew looked totally tripped up. Cheryl's footwork wasn't flashy, and her strikes looked super basic. But those precise little hits perfectly bridged the gap between Lorena and Cruel's messy combos, completely fixing their chaotic rhythm. Jan was absolutely mind-blown. He had literally never seen Cheryl flex this kind of god-tier support talent in his past life. Why was she a hidden gem? Fired up, the squad hyped each other up, syncing their ultimate attacks. The battle raged on, and suddenly, the invincible chieftain was on the ropes. Multiple deep slashes suddenly tore through his tanky armor. Hebrew's eyes bugged out in shock as he desperately tried to parry their relentless combo, his unbeatable body finally breaking down piece by piece. Out of nowhere, Jan literally teleported right into his face. Channeling his mana, he unleashed the 15th form of the Dark Spirit, Victory, or Defeat. He delivered a devastating critical strike, roaring that playtime was officially over. Hebrew's brain short-circuited as the overwhelming power hit him. Jan expertly chained his attack into a brutal reverse rotation, exploiting a fatal blind spot with a move called the Defeat of the Heavens. The ultimate combo completely broke the boss. Hebrew shrieked in absolute agony as Jan's blade carved a massive ravine across his chest, sending the giant crashing face-first into the dirt. As the heavy dust settled over his battered body, the squad gasped. Is the boss actually down? Cruel warned them not to drop their guard just yet. They held their breath, completely stunned. "Wait, what?" Lorena muttered, stepping closer. "His mana signature is still spiking. It's not over." The bloodied chieftain glared violently at them, his eyes practically glowing, and in a split second, he launched himself high into the sky. Before they could even react, the guy literally vanished into thin air. The squad was speechless. The big, tough boss just fully dipped with zero honor. Lorena cursed under her breath, beyond frustrated that he escaped. But hey, at least they survived the ambush. Now they desperately needed to retreat. As they caught their breath, panic suddenly set in. Wait, where the hell is Jan? He was literally just standing there. Did he seriously chase after the boss alone? Miles away, Hebrew dragged his broken body through the shadows, desperately clutching his bleeding chest. The physical agony was intense, but it was absolutely nothing compared to the mental torture. He swore to the heavens he would survive and exact a brutally bloody revenge. But suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the dark, playfully mocking his cold-blooded escape. Hebrew froze in sheer terror. Jan stepped out of the shadows, a smug grin on his face. Honestly, dipping when you did was a massive IQ play. If you stayed even a second longer, things would have— Sure, the haters might call it cowardly, Jan whispered, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. But only idiot. Hebrew furiously demanded to know how the guy even pulled off slipping past their defenses. Jan just told him to pipe down, swearing he wasn't out for blood. Caught totally off guard, Hebrew Wait, what? Jan cut right to the chase. Just answer a couple of quick questions, and he'd walk away completely scot-free. Digging for clues, Jan he casually dropped the name Valaga, pressing to see if it sparked any recognition, like his current whereabouts. Hearing that forbidden name, Hebrew aggressively barked at him to shut his mouth, causing Jan's eyes to narrow into a dead-cold glare. Boiling over with pure rage, Hebrew cocked back his massive fist, roaring that he'd better not ever let that name slip from his tongue again. Suddenly, the solid rocks around them started shattering into dust. Jan's voice turned ice-cold. "So you're choosing death, Hebrew?" The chieftain bellowed, unleashing a shadowy wolf assault. Even then, Jan kept his cool, claiming he still wasn't aiming to kill. Hebrew was just throwing a reckless tantrum. Jan flawlessly taunting the brute that blindly throwing punches wouldn't even leave a scratch. But Hebrew screamed that he would gladly slaughter absolutely anyone who dared to threaten Valaga. They had sworn to forge a flawless utopia together. He fiercely believed that if they joined forces, they could actually heal this broken, messed-up reality. Catching on to his fierce loyalty, Jan wasted zero time and instantly triggered a high-level spell. Hebrew stared blindly, totally clueless about the massive pillars of jagged rock erupted right from the earth. Panic set in as Hebrew realized he was trapped in a deadly magical cage. Completely boxed in by razor-sharp spikes, he yelled, "Is this a total joke? Throwing dirt is your ultimate move?" He lunged, gripping Jan's shoulder and roaring for him to drop dead, practically begging him to unleash his actual hidden power. Out of nowhere, Momin materialized right beside Jan, slamming down a brutal lightning strike to protect him. The raw shockwave left Hebrew totally paralyzed. A roaring inferno swallowed absolutely everything in sight. Reality hit Hebrew hard. This was the bitter end. His colossal body literally started turning to dust, while Momin smirked, teasing Jan that he'd be absolute toast without her constant saves. She always preached that if you lack a killer imagination, Your magic is basically trash. She bragged that true power looks exactly like her explosive spells, flexing that he was. Jan groaned, telling her to zip it, while she buzzed about how long it had been since she got to flex like that. Fading away, Habru silently begged his leader for forgiveness, crushed that he was breaking their golden sunset vow. He just prayed that their dream utopia would still become reality someday. Meanwhile, Momin nagged that Jan barely managed to hold off the wild brute, pointing out that if he had actually mastered her lessons, the fight would have been an absolute breeze. But nope, he hadn't even absorbed half of her teachings. Jan shot back, defending himself that the guy was a literal, and Chief Habru was totally wiped out. Hitting rock bottom, Habru's voice cracked, desperately questioning why his people had to be slaughtered. They were just scraping by, fighting to survive the frozen wastelands. Was it really a crime to just want a place to call home? Jan fired back, explaining that the Wolf clan was fighting the exact same brutal battle for survival against threats like them. Coughing up blood, Habru scoffed, asking if he was pulling his leg right. Looking him dead in the eye, Jan swore he was dead serious, honoring him as an incredibly fierce and proud warrior. Hearing that undeniable respect, Habru softly asked for one final dying favor. He had watched them take the very last surviving child of his tribe, begging Jan to guarantee the kid's safety. Jan nodded, admitting it was already on his mind, so he could rest easy, because the kid was scooped up by a genuinely solid guy, and absolutely wouldn't be chained up as a slave. With his final ounce of strength, Habru pulled a sacred artifact from his pocket, handing over his life's legacy as the ultimate seal of their deal. It was the Savage Bone necklace, and wearing it literally meant taking on the mantle of the chief. Jan definitely didn't have any legal obligation to honor a ghost's final wish, but looking at the fallen giant, he chose to carry the heavy burden. Habru finally faded away, holding on to the hope of a beautiful future. Jan quietly wished him a much better roll of the dice in his next life. Flash forward to the Duchy of Wolf, where the Supreme Commander was hyping up the troops for an epic dub. They had successfully smashed 2 outposts and absolutely wrecked the Habru. "Chieftain," he hollered, that this insane glory belonged to every single soldier who spilled their blood on the snow. It was time to chug, and the captain of the knights, Yilium, swore he'd personally force any sober losers to eat dirt. The whole squad erupted, screaming for the glory of Wolf as they slammed their drinks. Even Cruel was vibing in the chaotic crowd, grinning over his ale, right alongside Jan. But Jan's eyes were locked onto Lorena, who was isolating herself in the shadows behind the kegs. William slid up to her, gently checking if she was holding up. She quietly whispered his name, and he beamed, super relieved she was safe, and totally hyped that she was the badass who actually took down the enemy boss. She humbly brushed off the credit, but William went all in, swearing he'd personally hunt down every last tribal banner for her if she just gave the word. She gently waved him off, saying it was totally unnecessary. Tilting his head, William asked if this gloomy mood was because of Boz, noticing she was still super out of her element here. He urged her to shake off the sadness. After all, they were the absolute elite, the fierce, freezing knights of the north. Clueless outsiders love to romanticize knights as these flawless, shiny heroes. They think we just clash head-on, dying these ridiculously poetic and honorable deaths on the front line. He insisted Baz died an absolute legend, throwing his life away just to shield his young lady from the slaughter. Honestly, William admitted he'd have gladly taken that fatal blow for her himself, but flexed that he was just way too beefy to get killed. He actually low-key envied Baz for that epic exit. Horrified, Lorena quickly snapped, warning. She continued to say that the child she brought here would turn a blind eye to this, since that was her wish, Lady Lorena. She smiled and asked again, "Really?" He replied that in return, she shouldn't become attached to him, mistakenly thinking he was human. She understands that he's just an animal, right? He looked at her menacingly as he asked this question. She exclaimed that calling them that was too much, and he disagreed with her. They were no different from animals. On the contrary, barbarians were even more dangerous. Internal disorder was more frightening than an external enemy. If this were allowed to happen, the duchy would be in danger in the future. She exclaimed that he couldn't know that. She would take full responsibility, so he shouldn't worry about it. Their duchy was strong. It wasn't so weak that it would fall because of one child. He remembered what had happened when he had taken responsibility and nervously clenched his teeth, telling her not to think that bearing responsibility was that easy. People could easily die, even if the enemy didn't set foot on their territory. Could she take responsibility for the grief that families would experience? This was his advice to her. She should think about it carefully again. He left, and she shouted after him that he had always been kind. But why was he so cruel to a barbarian child? He ignored her, and she puffed out her cheeks in offense. Then Hans came up to her and asked, "Was William just here?" He thought he heard a scream from here. She said that it seemed like he was angry because of the barbarian child they brought with them, and he asked with displeasure, how dare he be angry at her? He can't see anything at all behind his armor. He took a breath and calmed down, asking her to try to understand him. There is a reason why he says that. About 30 years ago, the time came to deal with the barbarians, once and for all. A young knight who took part in the campaign found himself in a burnt village where he met a barbarian child. He was standing in the cold, completely naked, not to mention unarmed. The knight took the child in, although others dissuaded him. And of course, he was against it too. But the child was eventually brought to the mansion. The knight was often away from home, and his young bride looked after the child. She cared for him with all her heart for a year, believing that with love, she could re-educate him. One day, tragedy struck. He suddenly attacked her, killed her, and fled, and the knight discovered the girl's dead body too late. He hugged her and began to beg for forgiveness. What would have happened if he had been by her side? After that, he became the commander of the knights and did not spare even the children of the barbarians. Lorena understood who this story was about. That young knight was William, and from that moment on, he was filled with hatred for the barbarians. She looked down and said that she had no idea this had happened to him, and Hans said that it had happened to him too. Many knights had lost family members or friends at the hands of the barbarians. Now she understood how her actions had caused the knights. And Hans told her not to be too hard on herself. Meanwhile, MC was hiding behind the barrels and eavesdropping. He thought this meant the commander wouldn't change his mind, but he needed to keep his promise to Kabur. Hans said that wasn't the end of that story. The barbarians were now uniting. And at their head was a great leader, Vili, and he was the same child William had adopted. Jan was very surprised why his name had surfaced here. Information about Vili, which he had tried so hard to obtain. All this time he had been connected with Beowulf's territory. Apparently, Beowulf had decided to hide it at all costs, but now he knew everything. An unexpected stroke of luck. This would be useful in the future when searching for Vili. Hans said he understood that she was doing this out of good intentions. He didn't think she was wrong. But it would be difficult. Let her just leave him unattended for a while. He would take care of everything. She exclaimed indignantly that this was impossible. She would never forgive him for this. And he asked, "Does this mean she has another way out?" She didn't know what to say. And then MC approached them, saying that there is a way out. But they are looking for overly complicated solutions to a simple problem. She asked in confusion, did he really think this was a simple problem? He confirmed it and told them to stop worrying so much. Hans said that even if he was her close friend, this did not allow him to interfere in the internal affairs of the duchy. He smiled and said that he would simply tell them a simple solution to this problem. Isn't it enough for them to simply convince Duke Beowulf and get his permission? The Duke is the ruler of the entire North. If he gives permission, who will dare to argue with him? Hans exclaimed that this was nonsense. He would never allow this, and who would dare ask for such a thing? Lorena thought about it and declared that she would do it. She would ask her father and accept whatever his decision. Meanwhile, William was walking around the neighborhood and remembered his recent conversation with Lorena and reproached himself for being too rude to her. Will she hate him now? However, he cannot allow her to get hurt. The bell rang, which confused him because it was quite late. And then he saw the flag of the Frost Knights raised above the walls, which meant that they had returned. He was surprised and thought, was it thanks to the Duke's power that they returned from the campaign so quickly? A man approached him and noticed that he looked unwell. Was something bothering him? It was the captain of the Frost Knights, Gian, and William was very glad to see him. He asked if the Frost Knights had returned. Then the Duke was here too. Gian answered him that he had said that there were still things to do and sent the knights ahead of him. William worriedly noted that he was left all alone in the Northern Sea. He hoped everything would be fine. Gian told him not to worry. For him, the Northern Sea was like a paddling pool. They shouldn't worry about the Duke, but about the demonic creatures he was left with. By the way, he heard that Miss Lorena brought a barbarian child here. Apparently, it caused a lot of trouble. William told him that he was fine, and he asked, what does it have to do with him? He was worried that this would cause trouble for Miss. Everyone knows what a kind heart she has. Just seeing a wounded animal, she sits next to it all day. William wondered if he really looked the same in the eyes of others. Gion asked, what about the special squad that arrived with her? Does he think they can be trusted with her safety? He answered that they are certainly skilled guys, but they are still wet behind the ears. However, there is one guy, Jan. He is quite extraordinary. With him, Miss seems to have nothing to worry about. Gion said that he understood everything. Is it really that he is worried because he has gotten old? Although Miss was back with them, he had a bad feeling. William asked what was bothering him, and he replied that he had a feeling they would be engulfed by a typhoon. Time passed, and now, Yan and the others were in the castle wing. Momin tried the drink and noted that everything here was free and thought about it. They had been arguing over the child for several days, but had calmed down recently. MC warned that the attack on the barbarians would be suspended for a few days. 3 banners had been captured, and it was unclear when they would decide to collect the rest, but that still didn't stop her. She gave Yan a lesson and, creating several magic circles, told him to watch carefully. When will he stop mindlessly stabbing with his sword and learn to use magic? Because of this, she spent all the mana she had secretly saved, but he acknowledged her, but it turns out he deceived her. He had the courage to take all the Lich's mana from her. At the moment, William and Cruel were fighting with swords on the training ground. Nearby, their swords clashed, and the knight told him to dodge to the right and to be bolder when the enemy attacks. Cruel blocked his blow and struck back, and he cheerfully said that it was too rough. Let him lunge deeper. The guy cursed and asked, "Is it fair? His sword is wooden, and he has a real one. How can he win with this stick? It's unfair to fight with such an advantage." William laughed and noted that he was really determined to win. MC, meanwhile, was watching them, and Momin asked why he was suddenly sparring. He seemed bored. He said that he felt it when he fought Kabur. He still has many shortcomings. If not for her, he would have been in danger too. She giggled and told him not to lie to her. He was just trying to suck up to her, and said that he found a lead regarding Astalon. Every time he touched it, it resisted. But the Northern Knights didn't feel anything. They just found it heavy. Perhaps it was all because of Beowulf's special, magical technique. This snow spirit technique that increased the amount of mana in the dungeon. The snow spirit works the same way as the mana heart, so he tried to find out if there was any way to learn this technique. Momin asked, so why was Cruel sparring with him? He told her that he was just tired of being beaten and asked for hits from others. Momin said that she is a lich, and even she sometimes feels that he is too inhuman. Is it because of childhood trauma? She promises to find him a psychologist. Jian approached him and said that he was glad to meet him. They hadn't met before, had they? He introduced himself to him, and he asked, so he is the captain of the knights. He introduced himself in return and apologized to him for not doing this sooner. He answered him that it was nonsense. He heard that he defeated Kabur, which is very good for his age. He replied that he was just lucky. Lorena and the other squad members fought him harmoniously, and he simply finished the battle. The man laughed and said that he wanted to ask him something. Why was he calling Miss by her first name? Wasn't that too familiar? Were they more than friends? What did he do to her? Let him answer him immediately. Jan mentally noted that all the men here were somehow strange. Maybe it was because of the climate? He replied that he had misunderstood everything. They hardly even communicated. The man calmed down and apologized to him, and then asked again with displeasure. So why didn't they communicate? Did their miss really not like him? And why didn't he like her? What did he do to her? Did he offend her? Hurt her? MC remained silent, and Jian thought that now he understood why William praised him. He was level 5, and it was clear that this was not the limit. He had enormous potential. He threw a wooden sword into his hands, and asked if he wanted to spar with them. Even the youngest of them could beat him. A knight from his squad stepped forward and told Jan that his name was Mir, and he smirked and thought that this was a wonderful opportunity. He said that although it made no difference to him, if they wanted to use a real sword, they could use it. Mir was surprised, as were the other knights, and their captain cheerfully noted that the youth of today were insolent. After which he seriously told Mir not to hold back and fight with all his might. He agreed and pounced on Jan, saying that he should have taken a real sword. He prepared himself, and when the knight struck, the wooden sword slipped from the hands of one of them. The piece of wood flew to the ceiling and quickly spun, then fell, and Jian stared in shock as Jan brought the tip of the sword to Mir's neck. Everyone was very surprised that he defeated the Knight of the Frost Squad with one blow. MC asked his opponent if he was okay, and in the eyes of that knight, he now looked very creepy. Meanwhile, in the northern forest of stone spikes, Vali asked if he was still in the northern sea. The old man confirmed it. Beowulf had not returned to the duchy. Delay thought about it and ordered him to summon the chieftains on his behalf. Meanwhile, Cruel lost in a sparring match with William, and he praised him. His skills are improving right during sparring. He has a frightening talent. He asked, was he kidding? He had never even come close to hitting. William said that he almost hit. The distance was equal to 600 sheets of paper. He exclaimed that this is a huge distance. And he laughed, saying that he was joking. Even if he leaves now, he will become stronger in the future. He thanked him, and William heard surprised voices behind him and turned around, noticing that a squad of Frost Knights had already arrived here. What's the matter? He came closer and saw Jan, who had defeated the knight. The knights exclaimed that this was a disgrace to their squad. And MC already thought that he had hurt the knight's pride, but it turned out to be the opposite. He only impressed them. Meyer stood up and thanked him for the sparring. He lost, and he is very good for his age. His comrades laughed at him, saying that he is useless for his old age. He is only pretending to be cool. These jokes angered him slightly, and Jan thought that he was so careless about it. For many knights, honor and pride are above all else. They usually get upset when they lose or dispute the results. In such a place, they risk their lives in every battle. It is surprising that this did not hurt his pride. Apparently, this is where their strength lies. It is not for nothing that they are called the Northern Wall. A man approached him and said that he was next. He is knight number 99 of the Frost Squad, Logan. He introduced himself with a smile and prepared for a sparring match, realizing that he hadn't yet learned how to use Northern manner. But that wasn't a bad thing. Their swords clashed, and Logan said he'd like to apologize to Vermeer's behavior. He treated him disrespectfully, so he'd fight him at full strength from the start. MC clearly saw the trajectory of his sword. He was using the ice and snow sword technique. He delivered several quick strikes and asked if he wasn't being too systematic. Jan responded by moving around him with incredible speed, and Logan waited for the right moment, and soon it arrived. His opponent's cloak flashed behind him, and he immediately turned around. He struck out and thought he'd already caught it, but suddenly the strike came from the other side. Meek elbowed him in the chest, and he asked, so he decided to bait him with his clothes. Coughing up blood, he fell and laughed, saying he'd lost. When their swords clashed, he realized even better how incredible he was. He thanked him, and the knights started arguing over who would fight him next, and even complaining about someone cutting in line. Jian stood to the side and watched, and William came up to him and asked him what he thought of that guy. He replied that now he understood why he was praised so much. William said that his friend, with whom he came here, Cruel, was also good, but he was on a completely different level. Chief instructor, that snake made him like this. He thought he was just an amateur at playing politics, but in the end, he achieved such success. Is he really that greedy for such talented people? Jian agreed with him. It would be better if he sent him to their duchy, although it would be better so. They can't allow such a fly to fly near their miss. He will want to seduce her, so they need to be prepared. William agreed with him. How can even speak to her so rudely? Meanwhile, Jan had won another victory, and they were about to finish, but suddenly, the barbarians began to attack. A loud horn blared, signaling an emergency, and the knights immediately became alarmed. Hans's loud voice rang out. He called everyone together and ordered all knights in the area to take up arms. Seeing the butler in armor, they realized that everything was serious and became even more worried. He approached William and Jian and informed them that their lands were under attack. Meanwhile, the fortress gates were breached. The barbarians advanced further, led by Vali, and Hans told the knights that it was he who had attacked them. Hearing this, MC frowned. Now was not the time for his attack. Had the course of history really changed again? After this, the command went to the walls. Seeing the fire, Hans noted that they had already broken through the third wall. They were advancing quite quickly. William asked the knight about the situation, and he informed him that the third detachment of knights was currently strengthening the wall. It was no longer possible to defend the wall. They needed to evacuate the residence and retreat to the second wall, but there were too many enemies, so it wouldn't be easy to fight them. According to their rough estimates, there were about 30,000 of them, William exclaimed. Why didn't they notice their army moving? Where were their rangers? He supposed that they all seemed to have been killed. Apparently, having learned whose men they were, the enemy decided to take advantage of the moment and attack. William cursed and began giving orders. Jian and the Frost Knights are helping to evacuate the residence and retreat to the castle walls. He and his squad were heading to the second wall to meet the enemy there. He understood how they felt, but they had to defend the castle. Jan, meanwhile, cursed and thought that history had changed again, and precisely because of the event that troubled him the most. What difference from his past life had such an impact? What had changed since he arrived in Beowulf's territory? Beowulf was holding Vili back, and he hadn't invaded the territory. Would Vili be able to defeat Beowulf? What changed when Lorena, he and the others decided to go north? And then he understood everything. Meanwhile, one of the barbarian warriors informed their leader that they had broken through the third wall and were moving on. He told them to take their time and send the quick and sharp ones there. They must definitely break through the next wall. MC, meanwhile, realized what Veli was aiming for. Lorena. He was going to take her hostage. After a while, at the western gate of the second wall, the third squad of White Knight knights held their positions. The knights fought with all their might to prevent the barbarians from breaking into the castle. Their second captain shouted that even if they were on the brink of death, they should fight with gritting their teeth. They needed to hold out until the Duke returned. Immediately after these words, he fell in battle, and Vili ordered his brothers to put all their anger into it. The time for bloody revenge had come. Today, they would honor the memory of their fallen brothers by praying for them. Today will pass, and they will become the masters of the North. Meanwhile, Lorena was fighting alongside Cheryl. She looked around for enemies and asked if she was okay. She confirmed it and noted that the barbarians were fleeing here. There was no end to them. At this rate, they would have to retreat. She ordered Cheryl not to fight here, but to go help evacuate the children. And she worriedly asked how she would be alone here. She answered that it would be easier for her to escape alone, so she should go. Cheryl ran to carry out her order and promised her that she would return soon. The main thing was for her to hold out until then. Now she was alone. And while she was thinking about how the barbarians had suddenly invaded here, laughter was heard behind her, and the barbarian exclaimed that he had found her. He raised his axe over his head, but suddenly froze in place, and she asked what he was doing. Why was he hesitating? Before striking, the barbarian let out a painful whiz, and then fell to the ground, and she saw Jan behind him. He said he had finally found her, and she asked why he was even looking for her. He immediately grabbed her hand and ran, and she exclaimed in confusion, why did he do that, and where were they running? He told her that they needed to hurry, She had to return to the castle immediately. She was the enemy's target. She frowned, asking why they needed her, and he explained to her that the Great Chief was targeting her because she was the Duke's weak point. He wanted to use her as bait to lure the Duke out. They could hold him off for now, but if the Chief decided to act, he would defeat them in an instant. If she was captured here, they definitely wouldn't stand a chance. She had to escape, even if everyone here died. She countered. How could he escape alone? They ran near the tower, and MC heard a suspicious sound above. Looked up and saw the top of the tower falling towards them. He immediately let go of the girl and ordered her to run, and then there was a crash. The tower fell on them. Separating them, Lorena came to her senses. Due to the bad fall, she injured her leg. Looking at the tower, she thought who could do such a thing. She loudly called out to Jan. He did not answer, and she shouted his name again, asking him to answer her. She was already starting to think that something had happened to him. When a man's voice rang out, asking if the introduction had been too abrupt, she immediately realized who he was. This is the greatest leader, Vili. He asked, so she knew him? That meant he didn't need to introduce himself. Looking at him, she realized how terrified she was. For the first time, someone other than her father made her feel such fear. If the battle lasted long, with an injured leg, she definitely had no chance of winning. She had to finish him off with one blow. He noticed how she focused all her mana in one place and suddenly appeared right in front of her, asking does she think she can kill him with one blow. She was frightened by how he appeared there, in an instant. Didn't even notice, didn't even feel how he approached her. Now she understood the great leader's power. He told her that if she remained quiet, she wouldn't be harmed. She was a valuable asset. She remained silent and looked off to the side, and Vili smirked and remarked on his youth. He immediately turned around and struck Yin. Exclaiming that the dark wolf was visible through and through, Lorena called out to him in fear, and Vili smirked, saying that he knew from the start that he was in ambush, but the smile quickly disappeared from his face, because his body evaporated in magic. MC was already behind him with the girl, and asked if he hadn't noticed the difference, relying only on his eyes. It was just a magical illusion. Lorena asked in surprise how he was able to do this, and he told the great leader that their meeting was supposed to take place later. Lorena asked him to let her go. He ignored her, and then she lightly hit him in the face, already giving orders. Vili said that he was bragging too much about how he managed to deceive him once, but he would tear him to pieces in a minute. He smiled and asked, does he think he has that much time? While he is busy with him, his target will already have slipped away. He said that he was talking nonsense. His target is already in front of him. He clarified that he was talking about his true goal, Astalon. This is what he really wants, right? The dragon's sword Astalon. They say this sword gives its owner the power to win every battle. With this sword, conquering the empire will no longer be just a dream for him. If he wants, he will tell him where the sword is. But in exchange, he will take her away. He has important business with her. He finally put the girl down, and Vali asked if he lets them go. He will tell him where he can find Astalon. Lorena quietly asked, does the dragon's sword really exist? He answered her that it is in the armory, and she asked, does he really want to give it to him? He answered her with a smile, that instead of the sword, he will give him a fake. He was worried by the fact that Vali spent his childhood in the Duchy of Beowulf. He thought that Vili might know about the dragon sword. His eyes would allow him to easily determine its essence. Even without knowing Astalon's true value, he would not ignore it. So he'd thrown out a tasty bait. Would he take it? Vili asked furiously. So that's what they call it. This sword was the ruler's sword. A legendary sword passed down in their tribe, from generation to generation. Yan was glad he'd succeeded, and said he was running out of time. The knights were about to carry the sword to safety. Moreover, Duke Beowulf was about to return. He would have to make a choice, either the sword or her. Vali said he didn't like having to choose, but he would settle for the third option. He would kill him and have her and the sword. As soon as he said this, he appeared between them in the blink of an eye. And they were both surprised by how fast he was. Vili wished him death, and then released his battle aura, which threw them apart. MC called out to the girl worriedly, and the barbarian immediately appeared in front of him, calling him an arrogant brat. How dare he try to negotiate with him? He raised his leg over him and said that he would make him beg for a chance to tell him where the sword was. There was a blow. Jan smirked for some reason. And then an enormous pressure fell on him, breaking everything in the area. MC survived. He landed on a piece of debris and said that he barely managed to dodge. He held back the attack. Did he really doubt? Veli told him to shut up. He stopped because he had a question. That thing on his belt is Kabur's bracelet. Where did he get it? He answered him that he got it from Kabur. And he was surprised. Jan said that he entrusted it to him and asked him to fulfill his last will. Vali asked what the last moments of his life were, and he answered him that Kabur thought about the tribe until the end. He was a strong warrior. After listening to him, he asked him to tell him where the sword was kept. He would let him go if he did so. This is a sign of respect for the person who has accepted Kabur's last will. He asked, Was he asking him to abandon his comrade? Veli said that if he refused, he would die. He knew he couldn't defeat him, and that's why he used the information about the sword. He wasn't even from the Beowulf Duchy. He shouldn't get involved in a pointless fight that would risk his life. MC clicked his tongue in annoyance. He had no other choice. Larina was sitting near a fragment of a wall, resting. A shadow fell over her, and Vali said that he had made her wait. He extended his hand to her and said that he was eagerly awaiting the Duke's reaction. He wondered what expression he would have on his face after seeing his daughter in this state. But suddenly Jan's voice was heard, calling him an idiot and saying that he relied too much on his eyesight. That's why he was deceived time and time again. Right before his eyes, the illusion dissipated, and MC told him not to worry. The information about the sword is genuine, but he should hurry. Vili gritted his teeth and screamed curses in rage. Meanwhile, Jan was already running with Larina. He said that he told him where to look for the sword, and they managed to go quite far. Now he will go not after them, but after the sword. Momin laughed and asked if he saw what level of magic is. Her magic is truly exceptional, which cannot be said about his toy. He said that it was impressive, and she asked if he took the Kabur bracelet on purpose. He told her that he knew about the impossibility of reaching Vili, and the bracelet helped he needs to wake up Lorena to get the sword with her help. Momin asked if he hadn't given up. He told her that of course he hadn't. Did she really think that he would be able to retreat after going through so many trials for this? She asked, so he was going to defeat him, but how would he do it? He told her that the sword had a protective spell cast on it. Even Vili wouldn't be able to get to it. That easily as he thought he went to the armory, he knocked down the door and went inside thinking, is it here? What if he lied to him? But he quickly realized that he was telling the truth as the sword's magic was emanating from the center of the room. He approached it and thought that with the ruler's sword he could confront the Duke. He would kill him with this sword. He wanted to take it, but suddenly sparks began to come from the sword. And then, along with a ray of light, words thundered that he was unworthy of it. The sword still didn't let him approach. And he smiled, thinking, did this weapon dare to make a noise? It was so cute. He grabbed the sword and ordered it to stop whining. Let it not resist and become his. Seeing the sparks die down, he laughed and asked, did it seem to have calmed down? He pulled it out and declared that the ruler's sword would be his. And at that moment, Hans burst into the armory and said that this would never happen. He wished him death. And he turned around, asking how dare he interfere with him at such an important moment. They clashed in battle meanwhile. MC brought Lorena to the castle. He asked if there was a shelter near the tower, protected from mana detection. He offered her to stay here and rest until everything was over, but she objected and declared that she could and would fight. He said that she couldn't fight with an injured leg. She had gotten hurt falling from the tower. Hadn't she? She told him it was nothing. She can't hide here while everyone is fighting. He wants her to sit back and watch blood spill on her lands. He said that she had always seemed cold-blooded to him. But it seemed that when it came to family, she lost that trait. Did she really think it was her role to go out onto the battlefield? She wouldn't sit idle, and for them to capture Vali, she had to do something. She asked what exactly she had to do, and when he didn't answer, she exclaimed impatiently that she would do anything to capture him. He leaned his hand on the wall behind her, and with a serious face told her to give him the most precious thing she kept inside. Her with that thing they could defeat, Vali. She didn't quite understand what he was talking about and thought of something completely different, causing her face to flush, and Momon hit Jan on the back of the head, asking how he could say something. Like that he realized he had expressed himself ambiguously and awkwardly, said that she had misunderstood him. He needed the Snow Soul steps, let her teach him this technique. She was very surprised and indignant, and he said that he didn't have time to go into details. But this was their only chance to defeat Vali. Without it, he couldn't do it. She exclaimed, have you lost your mind? Snow Soul Steps is a secret technique, passed down in the Beowulf family. She can't teach this technique to anyone, not even him. This is a rule their family has observed for centuries. Meanwhile, the spire inside, which the second floor of the armory is located, collapsed. Hans pounced on the barbarian and exclaimed, so while his subordinates are dying, he's taken up theft. Yelled back, does he even understand what he's doing? He said, he came here to kill the rat that got into his house, and then used the 12th form of the Snow Soul, White Flower. Swinging his sword, he threw white petals at his opponent, destroying everything they touched. Vali exclaimed in surprise, is each petal covered in the sword's enhanced aura? Who would have thought there was someone here equal to the Duke in strength? However, this wasn't enough to stop him. He covered his body in a fighting aura and used the rainstorm technique, which quickly deflected the falling petals. Hans was surprised that he was able to resist this, and then the barbarian pounced on him, ordering him to get out of the way. Hans tried his best to fight back, but if only he were younger. Meanwhile, MC reached the sword. He approached it and said that it looks like he got there just in time. It's good that Hans went there first, but he won't last long. Momin said that, as soon as the sword reacted, Vali would immediately understand everything. And he answered her that he knew it. Therefore, before that happened, he would put an end to all this. He took the sword, and magic immediately covered him. And looking at this bright light, he remembered the conversation with Lorena. She exclaimed that this is the rule of her house. It has existed for centuries. He asked, does this mean the rule is more important to her than her people? Her gaze immediately changed, and he told her to decide faster. Either she follows the rule, or she will lose her subordinates. She will have to go against the rule if she wants to protect her people. She hesitated and remembered the one who broke the rule and how he was treated. She was even forbidden to say his name. Despite this, she said that he was right. She must do it. She took his hand and placed it on her chest, saying that she will entrust him with everything she has. He was confused by this, and she told him to focus on the flow of mana. Can he feel it? He felt mana swaying beneath his palm, and she told him to listen to what she was saying, and to accept this mana. The perfection of silence lies within the ice. Once he knows this calm, even during a blizzard, he will be able to make his soul blossom. A beam of frosty mana shot into the sky from the spire, and Jan saw writing in the air, just like back then, in the past. He felt it with his whole body. He opened his eyes and raised his sword, saying that he had finally obtained the dragon sword Astalon. The sword responded to his technique and began to crust over with ice, taking on its true form. Meanwhile, Hans continued the battle. He retreated and gritted his teeth, calling him a monster. Who would have thought that he would be able to decipher his techniques? Was his stamina and mana reserves truly endless? So this was the power of the great leader, Vili? The barbarian approached him and said he hadn't expected him to last so long, expending his life force. However, this was the end for him. The old knight. He wanted to finish him off, but suddenly felt a surge of energy and saw a beam of light coming from the spire, and exclaimed, has he really reached the ruler's sword? This rat. He spared him out of respect for Kabur, and he dared to deceive him. The old man saw his chance. He pounced on him and shouted, what is he distracted by during a fight? But Vali stopped his sword with his bare hand and said that their fight had ended long ago. He gripped the blade, breaking it, and furiously attacked him, shouting that if he hadn't stood in his way, this would not have happened. It seemed he was about to kill him, but for some reason, his hand froze right next to his face. Someone had placed frosty shackles on him. Hans was surprised and exclaimed that no one could use magic in this place who did. It was Jan heading toward them, and Vili exclaimed that it really was him. How dare he touch the ruler's sword with his filthy hands? He said he never thought Astalon contained such power. It was simply incredible he had been right when he assumed that the Snow Soul enhanced ice magic. And having obtained Astalon, he greatly increased his magic. The barbarian, perplexed, asked how he managed to get hold of the ruler's sword. And there were 3 mana clusters in his body. What had he done to himself? MC thought he had noticed it right away. His God's Eye ability was quite troublesome. Dalai grinned and asked, so this power belongs to the ruler's sword? That's just perfect. This sword suits him perfectly. He broke the shackles and raised his hand, gathering energy, and said that if he chose him, he would gather as much strength as possible and simply take the sword, killing him. A black sphere appeared in his palm. Then, in an instant, it was next to him, about to strike him with this black sun. Jan raised the sword and concentrated. The whole world around him fell silent, and he felt calm. After that, he made a slight movement using the basic sword technique of the Frost Knights, a slanting cut. A few seconds later, the castle walls collapsed under a smooth cut, and a huge cut appeared on the barbarian's chest. The black sun went out for a moment, but then reappeared, and the barbarian exclaimed that this power was still not enough. MC immediately opened his eyes and looked at the sphere in fear. And then a bright flash and an explosion blinded him. A huge stream of energy crashed down on him and pinned him to the wall, after which the barbarian touched his chest and said that he hadn't received such serious injuries in a long time, so it was the ruler's sword he was able to break through his muscles and oppose his fighting aura. Even the enhanced sword couldn't stand against his power. John said he barely managed to block the blow, and Vali said with admiration that he now understood. This sword's attacks pass through mana. This sword is perfect for him, because he can see the flows of mana. MC said he was wrong. It's not that simple. Astalon is a sword that can stop the flow of mana. If he doesn't understand the difference, he won't be able to handle this sword. Vili told him not to talk nonsense. He will understand once he receives the sword. Let him give it to him. And then he felt a strange cold in his leg. It turned out that by this time, the ice had already managed to bind his leg. Vili felt the cold air for the first time. Despite the fact that he was born in the north and the breath of death behind him meant that the master of these lands, Duke Beowulf, had arrived. He looked down at him from the top of the castle and asked how the pathetic barbarian dared to come here. What was he doing in his domain? The ice froze even the air to create a staircase for the Duke to descend, and this sight surprised the barbarian. He approached him and sighed menacingly that he had asked what he was doing here. Let him choose his excuses. Wisely, they could be his last words. Balai said that they had finally met. He knew his name, didn't he? He was a great leader who united 20 tribes, the Duke ordered him. To remain silent, why on earth should he know the name of a pathetic barbarian? He called him a fool and thought he was arrogant, but he had every right to be. He had never seen a man with so much mana. How come he didn't notice him approaching? Could it really be because he was under the influence of the ruler's sword? So this is that rat's plan. He tore his foot from the ice and pounced on him, exclaiming that their meeting was destined and that he should fight him. The Duke said that he was nothing but dust beneath his feet, and had no right to even speak his name. A magic circle began to grow beneath his feet, and Valai said that it was too late. Now he would die, but as soon as the Duke took a step, the magic circle instantly expanded several meters due to the territory expansion technique. And the barbarian was frightened by the frosty glow. The absolute form of the snow soul, eternal frost, covered the entire castle territory, and the barbarians began to turn into ice. Seeing this, the knights defending the walls realized that the Duke had returned and were overjoyed. The same fate befell the barbarian leader, the Duke. Turned to Hans and asked if he was all right. He confirmed this and said with admiration that he hadn't seen his techniques in action for so long. He had only become stronger. He looked at the barbarian encased in ice and asked if this was the power of eternal frost. The Duke said that he wasn't getting any younger. How did it happen that the barbarian wounded him? He answered that he almost killed him. Territory expansion is the absolute form of the snow soul, eternal frost. Under the influence of the eternal frost, all enemies turn to ice, while the Duke's allies are unaffected by this technique. And the leader of the Duchy of Beowulf, Bacchus Beowulf, the master of this technique, who tirelessly defends the north. Bacchus asked Hans how something like this could happen to him. He answered that he was ashamed, and he told him to forget about it. The main thing is that Lorena and the inhabitants of the duchy are safe. Hans said that he had helped them a lot, and asked Jan to come and introduce himself to the Duke, but he had already gone somewhere. Bacchus asked if he seemed to have a talent for escape. He answered that Jan was not that kind of person at all. The Duke was about to leave, but suddenly Vili woke up, and his hand, which was outside the ice, again created a black sun. He shattered the ice, again attracting the Duke's attention, and said that he had let his guard down. Bacchus noted that this was not bad, but it was not enough to kill him. He responded that he couldn't kill him. He was right. But what about the others? He threw the black sun at the tower, where the refugees were resting. The barbarian smiled and thought that he would get out of here while the Duke would save them. But his plan failed. MC appeared in the way of the sphere and cut it in two, exclaiming that he was incredibly annoying to the last. The barbarian shouted in rage at him not to stand in his way, and half of the black sun shone brightly and exploded. Under the blow, Jan lost all his strength and fell down. He thought that he was so tired. Besides trying to cope with the new sword and new magical power, he must protect Lorena, even during the fight with this monster. He had no strength or mana left. He spent everything to the last drop. It was time to rest. It was time for the others to replace him. He closed his eyes, and suddenly Lorena called out to him. He looked at her, and she extended her hand, begging him to wake up. He grinned, and thought that it looked like he had no chance to rest. However, this wasn't so bad. After that, news of the barbarian invasion quickly spread throughout the empire. Damien smiled upon hearing of Jan's deeds, and Leon became very interested in him. And so the era, albeit slowly, is beginning to change.